Marvel with Zanpakuto, Chapter 1. United States, New York. This metropolis is known as the center of the world. In addition to the bustling streets and the dazzling light, there were also some hidden dark corners. And the Hell's Kitchen located in Manhattan was precisely such a place hidden under the sun, where fish and dragons mixed together. This was a gathering place for countless gangsters and criminals. Even the government and the police were unwilling to or could not manage the areas that were beyond their jurisdiction. The day belonged to justice, the night belonged to evil, and this sentence was the best description of Hell Kitchen. But in the past few days, something strange had happened in the kitchen of hell, causing these lawless people to be terrified. "Hey, Jack," a black man said to the black man next to him, "have you heard? Recently, there seems to be a killer who specializes in picking on gangsters." "Of course, Bob." Jack shrunk his neck and looked around. Then, he lowered his voice and whispered, "My uncle saw with his own eyes the corpses of more than 100 people from Sky Dragon Gang." Hiss. Bob sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but wrap his coat around himself. He shrank his neck and asked, "Really? Don't lie to me. Did your uncle really see it?" "Of course." Jack patted his chest and promised, "My uncle is from the Penguin Gang. At that time, several of them saw it. After my uncle came back, he was so scared that he had nightmares for several nights." Bob's eyes lit up. He immediately became interested and asked, "Tell me, what did your uncle see?" "This. My uncle won't let me tell anyone. If he finds out, he will break my legs." Jack hesitated. "Hey, brother." Bob was a little afraid. He forcefully hugged Jack and said, "I won't tell anyone. Don't worry, I will treat you to a drink tonight. How about it?" "Then. All right." Jack, whose mind was full of bars and young ladies, instantly threw his uncle's warning to the back of his mind and whispered in Bob's ear, "My uncle said that the one who slaughtered the Sky Dragon Gang is not a human, but a monster." "Monster?" Bob was stunned when he heard that. Then, his face turned a little ugly. "I treat you as a brother. Do you take me as a fool? Where did this monster come from? Is your uncle an illusion caused by sucking powder?" "No, I didn't lie to you. There really is a monster," Jack anxiously explained. "Impossible." Bob snorted and pushed Jack away. "You wanted to trick me into drinking, so you deliberately made up a monster." "Jack, I am so disappointed in you." "It's true, Bob." Jack saw that someone didn't believe him and immediately stretched out 3 fingers, swearing with a serious face, "I can swear to God that my uncle has really seen a monster." Bob still did not believe it. He said disdainfully, "Jack, we are no longer a child. I don't believe those ridiculous bedtime stories. Also, tell your uncle to drugless." "Fuck." Jack scolded angrily, "My uncle did not drug any powder. There really is a monster." "Is that so?" Bob crossed his arms in front of his chest and said impatiently, "I don't believe it. There can't be monsters in this world. If there really is one, then let it come to me. Do you see my fist? I will beat him until he kneels down and calls me daddy." "Huh." Bob sighed for a long time, only to find that Jack did not speak. Instead, he looked at him with horror. "Jack, what's wrong with you?" Bob was a little confused, thinking that he should not be so timid. "Bob. You. Behind you." Jack was full of horror at this moment. His pupils dilated, and his entire body shook like a sieve, as if he had seen something terrifying. "Behind me." There was a trace of doubt on Bob's face. Then, he slowly turned his head, and his expression gradually froze. What replaced it was fear. What entered Bob's eyes was a terrifying mask that was as white as bone ash and looked like a wild beast. Immediately following that were a pair of dark and empty eyes. They were so dark that it seemed as if they could devour souls. Its body was as tall as 5 or 6 floors. There was a fist-sized circular hole in its chest, and its 2 arms were abnormally thick and huge. It looked like an extremely mutated giant ape. Pu. Bob could even feel the air current that the monster was spewing out from under the mask, as well as a pungent smell of blood. It really was a monster. Jack was not lying. His uncle really saw a monster. Bob's pupils suddenly contracted, and his legs trembled wildly. He almost could not stand steadily. Human. Bob only had time to curse when he saw the terrifying monster open its bloody mouth at him. Poochie. Blood splattered everywhere, and blood and flesh were mangled. The white-masked monster's gums squirmed and chewed, and a scene of swallowing a living person appeared on the scene. Poor Bob. The moment it was set up, it was instantly met with retribution. From this, it could be seen that it was best to be honest and not stand casually. Bob. Jack's heart trembled and he was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground. His face was full of fear. After swallowing Bob, the white-masked monster seemed to be unsatisfied. It looked at Jack, who was already scared to death, with its greedy red eyes. Help! Under the threat of death, Jack finally gathered his courage and ran out, shouting for help as he ran. Roar! The white-masked monster roared and raised his hand to slap him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 huge fingers swept through the air, suddenly raising a violent gale that surged towards Jack like a huge wave. Ah! Jack's small body was like a leaf in the gale, and in an instant, he was sent flying and then heavily smashed into the wall. Bang! Jack spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt dizzy and dizzy. His internal organs were about to be shattered. He could not muster any strength. Boom! 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 Under the moonlight and the night sky, the huge masked monster looked extremely terrifying. It was walking towards Jack step by step. Help! Help! Is there anyone? Save me! Jack's face was twisted in pain and he fell into extreme despair. He cried for help with a face full of fear, but no one responded to him. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer and opening its bloody mouth, Jack was about to be swallowed alive, but a person suddenly appeared in front of him. The next second, before Jack could even see what was happening, he heard the monster's miserable scream. Sizzle! A deep blade wound spread from top to bottom, splitting the monster in the middle. Accompanied by a rain of blood, it shot into the sky like a fountain. Jack looked at the man in horror. In the dark night, the man was wearing a black kimono with a long white belt around his waist. The lower half of his trousers were wide, and he was wearing a pair of wooden clogs. That person had an Asian face, a head of light silver short hair. Under the moonlight, it was slightly reflecting light, making him look a bit sacred. His blue eyes were extremely deep, as if they contained the sea of stars. He had a high nose bridge, thin lips, and his eyebrows were like swords that were slanted to his temples. You. Who are you? Jack's eyes were wide open, his mouth wide open. That white-masked monster had actually been killed by this man with a single slash. So strong. He didn't even see the process of this person's attack clearly. You can call me Death God. Under the moonlight, Lord, who was dressed in a black kimono, had a gentle smile on his lips, like a sacred angel. Chapter 2. Death God. Jack widened his eyes and shrunk towards the corner of the wall in horror. You are the god of death? Are you going to take away my soul? In the traditional culture of America, Death God should be dressed in a black robe, holding a huge sickle, and then taking away the soul of the dead, bringing the horrible image of being punished in hell. On the contrary, it was Lod. Light silver hair, deep blue eyes like the sea, and the gentle smile that hung at the corner of his mouth at that moment. No matter how one looked at it, he did not look like a god of death, but more like an angel, apart from having no wings. Lod could not help but laugh. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I don't understand that kind of death, God, and I won't take your soul." "I don't know why." Jack saw Lod's gentle smile, and perhaps he was infected. His fear gradually subsided, and his heart calmed down a little. "Thank you for saving me," Jack said gratefully. If not for this mysterious person, he would probably have become like Bob and become the monster's food. When he thought about how he would be cruelly eaten by that monster just now, Jack felt his legs go soft and his crotch became a little moist. "No need to thank me." Lod put on a gentle smile and said lightly, "Can you still move? If you can, then hurry up and leave this place." "Leave, leave." At first, Jack was still a little confused, but he heard a creepy roar. Roar. The cries were filled with deep resentment, as if millions of souls were howling in pain. Jack was so scared that he hugged his head and cried, and he could not help but wet his pants. The moonlight was suddenly shrouded in shadows. Jack subconsciously looked up and saw several white masked monsters falling from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. These white masked monsters were about the same size as the ape monster from before. They were almost 3 or 4 stories tall, and the style and shape of the masks were different. 1, 2, 3, a total of 6 hollows. Lod's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "So many have been born at once. It looks like Hell's Kitchen is a good place to breed evil." The dead soul's reluctance to part with the modern world, or other obstacles, after years of suffering, or artificial acceleration, finally transformed into hollow. Coincidentally, the Hell's Kitchen had fulfilled the birth conditions of hollow. What this place lacked the least was the tortured and angered dead soul. Therefore, hollow's birth rate was far higher than in other places. 6, 6, 6 monsters. Jack's heart stopped and his face turned pale. A pool of urine flowed out from his legs. 6. Lod smiled and slowly walked towards the hollow without any fear. "It saves me the trouble of looking for you guys. It can be solved in one go." Clang. Lod slowly pulled out a saber from the scabbard hanging on his waist. But when Jack saw the weapon, he immediately widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. "That is a katana?" "No, no. If it were a sword, wouldn't it be too short? But if it were a dagger, it seemed a bit weird." Although he had seen a katana on TV, Jack had never seen such a short katana that was as long as a dagger. But was this sword really useful? Facing several huge monsters, the man in front of him. Could it be that he was planning to use such a short weapon to kill? No, impossible. What a ridiculous thing. Jack could not imagine how this man in front of him would use this ridiculous weapon to kill those huge monsters. 1 against 6. Furthermore, he was using a weapon that looked like a toy. No matter how he looked at it, Jack did not think that this man could win. But that man was different. He was clearly at a disadvantage, but he seemed to have victory in his grasp as he confidently walked towards the monsters. Something strange happened. The 6 huge monsters, facing the man, actually showed fear at the same time and took a step back. Yes. They were afraid of that man. I didn't expect that. Lod still had a gentle smile on his face as he walked slowly. "You guys are clearly the ones who have the advantage in numbers. With so many hollow, would you still be afraid of me?" Yeah. They clearly had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, but they clearly felt the great threat of death gradually approaching. 1 step, 3 steps, 10 steps. As the invisible spiritual pressure gradually rose, the young Lod in their eyes became like a tall mountain. The heavy pressure made them almost kneel on the ground. "Are you still not going to attack?" Lod walked up to the 6 hollows and smiled. "If you don't make a move, you might not have a chance." Roar. As if stimulated by death, the 6 hollow eyes turned red, and a tyrannical aura swept all around, emitting a heaven-shaking roar. Kill! Hollow, who had the face of a shark, was the first to rush out. Sharp bone fins flicked out from his arms, and like two indestructible divine weapons, they instantly cut through the air and slashed towards Lod's waist. Swoosh! The fin-shaped bone sword slashed horizontally, cutting through the air like water. However, seeing that Lod was still smiling, he calmly tapped his toes lightly on the ground. Deng! Lod's feet seemed to step on an invisible staircase, and he ascended several meters into the sky with a single step. Boom! The fin-bone sword's attack cut through the air, instantly stirring up a violent airflow that split the hard cement floor, causing a burst of dust and gravel to scatter. Ah! Jack did not have time to dodge. Several pieces of rocks pierced through his thighs and shoulders, and he could not help but let out a painful howl. At the same time, seeing that Lod had easily dodged the attack, another centipede-like hollow charged forward. Roar! Under the mask of the centipede hollow, countless sharp teeth spun at high speed like millstones, biting towards Lod, who was in the air. Lod moved a bit. Just a hair's breadth away, he once again dodged the attack. Roar! The other four hollows no longer looked on, their scarlet eyes flashing with a tyrannical aura as they rushed forward together to besiege Lod. However, Lod wandered among them under the bright moonlight and under the siege of Hollow, his figure like a graceful dragon, as if he was dancing a dance on the tip of sword. Jack was trembling with fear as he watched from below. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat for this mysterious man. It was too dangerous. If there were even the slightest mistake, that man would be instantly torn apart by those monsters. Is that all? While dodging the attack, Lod also looked like he was at ease. It seems that you are only the lowest level hollow. Deng! Lod lightly stepped on the air, his entire body drawing an arc in the sky, and then he landed on a street lamp. Crash! The black haori floated in the wind. Lod stood with his back to the moonlight. A cold light flashed in his narrowed eyes like a crescent moon. He said, 1 2 3 4 5 6, just in time, all of them are in a row. It saves me a lot of effort. It turned out, when the 6 hollows were chasing after him, they had quietly changed their positions. From Lod's direction, they were lined up in a neat row. Lod held the dagger-like short sword and slowly raised it to his chest. Sword pointed at them and then said with a smile. Akoros, Shinso. Chapter 3. Akoros, Shinso. Clang. The short sword in Lod's hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. A cold light pierced through the air in an instant, with it a sharp aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. It swept past several hundred meters of space with a speed that naked eyes could not capture. Boom! Wherever sword passed by, the concrete floor of the entire street and the shops on both sides were split into two. The 6 hollows, who had been lined up in a row, did not even have time to react before they were cut in half by the extremely fast and incomparably sharp sword. Pu! Blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing high into the air. Then, it fell down like torrential rain, dyeing the entire street red. Ah! Lod put the sword back into the sheath, looked at the great damage he had caused, and said lightly, "Sorry, I used too much force." Gulp. Jack swallowed hard and could not help but feel a bit of fear. What happened tonight was far beyond his imagination, and it even caused the worldview he had created for more than 20 years to collapse. So, there was really a god in this world. When Jack came back to his senses, he found that the mysterious man had disappeared. Just like when he came, he had disappeared without a trace. It's over. Jack lay limply on the ground, his eyes lifeless as he looked at the streets. Queens. In front of an unknown grocery store, Lod suddenly appeared. He pushed open the wooden door and slowly stepped inside. Although this grocery store wasn't big and there weren't many people coming here, it was the best hidden location, and it was the only place he could stay in this strange world. After arriving behind the counter in the store, there was a long bench with a corpse that looked exactly like Lod lying on it. That was his corpse. Lod, who was in death god state, was usually unable to be seen by humans, nor could he communicate with society normally. Death god could disguise himself as a human and move about in the modern world as the carrier of the soul. It was an important prop. After entering the remains, Lod stretched and lay on the bench, letting out a sigh of relief. Although it had been more than a year since he transmigrated to Marvel World and became Death God, he was still used to the days when he had a physical body. In the state of soul, Lod could not enjoy delicious food. After all, this was the Marvel World, and there was no Soul Society and Technological Development Department. This Jigai was not made by him, but from his golden finger, Soul King Development System. This system was actually a Bleach mobile game that Lod played in his previous life. After following him to the Marvel World, for some reason, it became a system. The function of this so-called Soul King Development System was actually very simple. There were roughly 3 parts of the lucky draw, the store, and the mission. The first was a lucky draw. As the name implied, there was no need to explain too much. Everyone understood this function, but this system needed a soul. For example, if he found a dead soul and did a soul burial or killed a hollow who had fallen like today, he would obtain souls. Then, according to the quality of their souls, they could be divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. The second was the store. The system opened a special store every month. It could use the soul to buy some rare items, Zanpakuto, and even the characters in the original work. The third was a mission. The system would issue out some missions from time to time, and it could decide whether or not to accept the mission based on his situation and difficulty. After completing the mission, he would receive a generous reward. For example, his Shinso was actually a Zanpakuto who had been rewarded to him after completing the mission of Death God Awakening a year ago when he had just transmigrated. Overall, the system was realistic. If you want to become stronger, you can only search for the soul, whether good or evil, just by looking at the quality. The soul was just a form of currency. Lod rubbed his temples and said, 1,000 low-grade souls, I finally have enough. Give me 10 consecutive draws to test the waters. He had worked hard for an entire month to kill Hollow and Soul Burial, and that was what he had gained from this. Detected low-grade soul 1000. Do you wish to open the shop's lucky draw? Yes. As the familiar interface opened, Kisukura Hara walked out with a sly smile on his face. Kisukura Hara. There were 3 lucky draw pools for this mobile game, which correspond to the top, middle, and bottom 3 soul currency respectively, and Kisukura Hara, this guy was responsible for the low-level soul currency pool. Lod had reason to suspect that the producer of the mobile game had definitely added private goods. Otherwise, why would he choose an uncle? They should choose a beautiful girl. Although he was complaining, Lod was still looking forward to this lucky draw. It was not easy to save up 1,000 souls after several months. Please. Lod put his palms together and closed his eyes to pray, give me something more powerful. Clang. Along with a flash of golden light, 10 transparent cards appeared in Lod's retina. White, low-level spiritual pearl, 5. Blue, White Strike Experience Book 1. Blue, Sword Path Experience Book *1. Purple, Shunpo Skill Book, Void Cicada. Purple, Sword Deo Skill Book, Sword Pressure. White, Shinigami Women's Association 125, Summer Swimsuit Magazine. Purple, Hakuta Skill Book, Single Bone. Gold, H. Gyaku, Broken Fragments, 5/10,000. Golden, Urahara's Secret Training Grounds, include Restoration Hot Springs. Gold, Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, Shikai. 3 gold and 3 purple. Lod's breathing quickened, and his eyes widened. He could not believe that he had drawn it out himself. There was no need to say more about Senbonzakura, Kukaki-byakuya's Zanpakuto. In addition to Zanpakuto, what made Lod the happiest was actually Urahara's secret training grounds. In the original work, the training ground where Ichigo and Urayuki were in the Soul Society was built together by Urahara and Urayuki. Not only was it difficult to discover, but it also had a wide range. There was also a healing hot spring, which was exactly what Lod needed the most at the moment. As for the Gyaku fragments, Lod was too lazy to pay attention to it. This thing was rare, but it was too difficult to gather. There were a total of 10,000 fragments. How long would it take to gather them? The other items were also not bad. 3 skill books could make up for the problem of his lack of skills. The worst was the low-level spiritual pearl. With his current strength, the increase in spiritual power would be minimal. Also, Shinigami Women's Association 125, Summer Swimsuit Magazine? Although he was very embarrassed, Lod felt that the magazine was quite good. It recorded all of the Shinigami Women's Association's members in swimsuits. It was simply profitable. This time, he had earned a lot from 10 consecutive draws. Lod said impatiently, "System, check personal information." Host, Lod Carl. Bloodline, Death God. Spiritual pressure level 6, 5th seated officer, 5,000/50,000. Shikai, Shinso, Senbonzakura. Bankai, unlocked. Zanjutsu level 4, 1,000/5,000 sword pressure. Hakuta level 4, 1,000/5,000 single bone. Ho-Ho level 4, 1,000/5,000 cicada shell. Kido, level 4, 1,000/5,000, proficient in Kido below number 40, Bakud. Number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Hollow transformation, unlocked. Full bring technique, unlocked. Holy text, unlocked. Skills, unlocked. Soul, 0. Item, Jigai, substitute Shinigami badge, limb repairing serum, Hell's butterfly, memory replacement, Gyaku, broken fragments, 5/10,000, Shinigami Women's Association 125, Summer Swimsuit Magazine, Urahara's Secret Training Grounds. Chapter 4. 6th Class Spiritual Power. It was equivalent to the Chief of Godai 13th, which was the preliminary master of Zanpakuto's Shikai. Although it was not very powerful, in this dangerous Marvel world, it barely has a trace of self-protection ability. Not enough. I am still not strong enough. Lod, who was familiar with the plot, knew very well how deep the water in the Marvel universe was. It was far from enough for him to live with his current strength. So, in order to survive, Lod decided to lay a trap after careful consideration. And everything that happened tonight was arranged by Lod, a drama called Death God's Debut. The 2 men in Hell's Kitchen were the main characters that Lod had carefully selected. They were rare humans with high spiritual power and could see Death God. Through the words of the survivor, he attracted the attention of Shield, and then he had sufficient reason to intervene and then use the power of this behemoth to complete his goal. With the personality and control of the soy egg, presumably, it would never allow an inexplicable death god to suddenly appear under the nose. S.H.I.E.L.D. Lod lay on the bench, thinking about what had happened before, and his lips curled into a smile. "Let me borrow your strength." In fact, when he first transmigrated, Lod was like the other transmigrators, planning to secretly accumulate strength and wait for the time when his wings were fully developed before appearing in public. However, things went contrary to their wishes. In the past year, after becoming Death God, Lod killed Hollow everywhere and finally understood one thing. Death God had a limit. He killed Hollow slowly and completed the mission of the system. When Thanos came in a few years, his strength would be at the captain level. Although the captain level seemed to be very powerful, in fact, it was still not enough to face the big boss like Thanos. The existence of big boss level absolutely would crush the captain level, so he had to become stronger, or even surpass the boundary of Death God. But time waits for no one. No matter how hard he worked alone, it was impossible for him to reach the big boss level in several years. Therefore, borrowing the strength of others was the best choice for him so far. Apart from that, there was also another reason. In fact, there was another important reason. Lod had wondered why Hollow would appear in the Marvel world. Before he arrived, there was no Hollow in the Marvel world, but after he arrived, Hollow suddenly appeared. It was very strange, wasn't it? He was clearly in the Marvel, and the ownership of the soul after death is controlled by one of the 5 great gods of creation, Death. Then why did these Hollow appear? According to the system's answer, it was because his body contained the power of Soul King, so as he grew stronger, he would cause these souls to fall within a certain range with his body as the foundation. In other words, the reason why Hollow appeared was precisely because of him, the Soul King. Moreover, this was only the beginning. When he became more and more powerful, the range of influence of Soul King would also be greater. At that time, all the dead souls in the United States, the whole world, and even the entire Marvel would be under his jurisdiction. This was undoubtedly snatching the rice bowl of death. One had to know that Death was one of the 5 great creation gods in the Marvel world. It was the embodiment of the concept of death and also the death of all things. However, if such a supreme god suddenly found out that his power was taken away by a weak earthling, what would happen? The answer was obvious. If he were to be discovered by death. If his own power was too weak, then he would definitely die an extremely ugly death. Let's make an assumption. If death did not discover it, after all, she was in charge of the death of the entire universe, and it was unlikely that she would notice Earth. Did that mean that Lod would be fine? No. The Earth was very special in the Marvel world. Even if death did not pay attention to this place, there was still a very terrifying enemy in front of Lod. Hell. One of them was the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, who could also take charge of the dead souls on the earth, and Lod, who was Death God, had the authority to oppose him. In other words, regardless of whether he was willing or not, as long as he's still a Death God, he had to face the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, and Death. Perhaps. This was the so-called, if one wanted to wear a crown, one must carry the weight. Lod, who had inherited the Soul King, was not their match in the first place. Sooner or later, a battle would break out between them. Therefore, in order to survive, Lod had to become stronger as soon as possible. For this, he would do whatever it took. I am really looking forward to it. Lod smiled and said, if the Shield knew that there were Death God, Quincy, Soul Society, and Hollow in this world, what kind of reaction would they have? The next morning, the exhausted Coulson and Agent May received orders and went to the Hell's Kitchen to check on the battle that happened here yesterday. Is the report out? Coulson came to the side of the technician and looked at the blocked street. He couldn't help but sigh, it's terrible. A street has been destroyed. The whole street has been destroyed. At the side, Agent May observed for a moment and frowned. Judging from the degree of damage on the streets and the situation, it's as if it were cut by some kind of sharp weapon in an instant. Sharp weapon? Cut. Coulson muttered these 2 words, could it be some kind of high-tech weapon? No. A technician came over and said, from the situation at the scene, there is no high-level energy residue. In other words, it is not caused by high-tech weapons. It's strange. Carlson bent down and carefully looked at the damage on the street. He asked doubtfully, "These cuts are very smooth. It's like they were cut by a sword." "Sword?" May laughed. "Don't joke around. This street is more than 180 meters long. What sword could be this long?" "Woo." Carlson was silent, his eyes flashing with inexplicable light. "Don't come to a conclusion too early. May, you have to know this abnormal situation. It is not the first time we have seen it." May did not object to this. Another technician said, "By the way, we checked the surveillance and found that there was another survivor here last night." "Oh." Carlson raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "There are survivors? Great, maybe we can get something out of him." "I hope so." May shrugged and said, "However, I don't have much hope for this. After all, such survivors are usually useless." In a sealed interrogation room, Jack, who was still in the hospital, was taken away by a group of men in black who claimed to be from the FBI. "Then, they came all the way here. Who are you?" Jack was tied to a chair and shouted in a panic, "Where is this place? Why are you arresting me? Let me out." "Good morning, Mr. Jack." Carlson was wearing a suit. He slowly sat opposite Jack and said, "I have a few questions that I need to ask. I hope you can cooperate well." "Who are you?" Jack struggled and shouted angrily, "Let me out. This is illegal." Carlson crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled, "Mr. Jack, please don't panic. We are the FBI. We only brought you here to ask a few questions." "Fuck." Jack cursed, "So what if it's the FBI? I won't answer you. I want to sue you for illegal detention." "Please do as you please." Carlson calmly picked up a piece of material and scanned it. Jack Morse, male, 22 years old. He is an outer member of the Penguin Gang. He was in prison for 3 months because of a fight. After he came out, he participated in activities such as selling D-grade goods and kidnapping people. Am I right? You. Jack was shocked, speechless. Carlson put down the materials and said lightly, "According to these charges, Mr. Jack, you will be sentenced. But if you are willing to cooperate, I can pretend that nothing happened and let you go." "Really? Really?" Jack subconsciously swallowed his saliva. "Really? Let's go." Carlson crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, "After all, there are too many hooligans like you. Capturing you is not within the jurisdiction of the FBI. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to cooperate with us." "I will cooperate. I will cooperate." Jack stopped struggling and said with a pale face, "What do you want to ask?" "I can tell you." "Very good. Mr. Jack." Carlson smiled, "Trust is the foundation of cooperation between us. It seems that you already understand. Then, please tell me what happened last night." "Last night?" A trace of fear flashed through Jack's eyes, and he subconsciously trembled. "Last night. I saw Death God." Carlson, who came out of the interrogation room, had an extremely serious expression. He passed through numerous checkpoints and arrived at the highest level of the SHIELD. "Director." Carlson came to the director's office and said seriously, "I have something very important to report to you." "Again?" Nick Fury, the director of the SHIELD, turned his chair and rubbed his temples with his fingers. He said helplessly, "Tell me, what happened this time?" "Last night, a battle happened in Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan and destroyed one of the streets. After our investigation, we found a survivor and obtained a piece of information from him." "Oh." Nick Fury sensed from Carlson's serious expression that this matter might not be simple. "What kind of information is it?" Carlson took a deep breath and then said in a low voice, "It is information about Death God and Hollow." Chapter 5. Carlson reported all the information he had obtained from Jack to Nick Fury. Death God and Hollow. Nick Fury crossed his arms and stared at Carlson with one eye. He asked, "What do you think of this matter? How reliable is it?" Carlson took out a flat computer and swiped his finger on it, projecting a blue screen. From the destruction of the scene yesterday, as well as the inexplicable destruction in all areas of New York City in the recent year, the credibility is very high. Nick Fury glanced at the projection and his heart sank. Just as Carlson had said. On the blue projection, in the recent year, various incidents in New York City have been marked out with red dots. There are roughly thousands of similar cases, and most of the cases have yet to be solved. Carlson took out another report and continued, "This is the conclusion I came to after contacting 24 independent laboratories and comparing the scene of these cases. Director, please take a look." Nick Fury took the report and skimmed through it. His expression became more and more serious. "In other words, do you think that Hollow and Death God are real? Although I don't want to admit it." Carlson took a deep breath and sighed. "But from the current analysis, there is really a soul in this world, an existence that we can't see with the naked eye." Da da. Da da. Da da. Nick Fury fell into silence, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Death God, Hollow. These two existences that completely exceeded the understanding of humans. What did the sudden appearance mean? Nick Fury, who had been in a high position for a long time and was in charge of SHIELD and knew most of the secrets in the world, felt deeply uneasy when faced with this situation that was beyond his control. After a long time, Nick Fury stopped tapping and his eyes revealed a solemn look. "From today onwards, lock down the matter regarding Death God and set up the files. Your rank is top secret. Your authority has been raised to level 8 and you are in charge of investigating this matter." Level 8 agent? Carlson was slightly shocked. There were no more than 10 agents of this level in the entire SHIELD. Level 8 agent needed to be extremely loyal. Moreover, he had worked for SHIELD for more than 10 years. During this period, there was no bad record. Moreover, every one of them was almost at the level of an elder. Moreover, once he reached level 8 agent, he could already start to touch upon some internal top secret information. "Okay." Carlson pressed down the surprise in his heart and answered briefly. "There is still a little." Nick Fury continued, "This matter must be carried out in the dark. Do not leak it out. Report to me directly if anything happens." "Yes." Carlson nodded and turned to leave. After Carlson left, Nick Fury lay on the chair and picked up another report on the table. He sighed, "Is it Italy? What a troubled time." Report, top secret. Agent could not read it unless it was a level 9. The contents of the investigation were located in Rome, Christ's Holy Mother Cathedral. The famous sculpture building, the Mouth of Truth. Within it, an underground hole was found. It was about the size of a football field. There was a sculpture in the center. The carbon element test was born about 100,000 years ago. Description: this sculpture is shaped like a pillar. It is about 5 meters wide and 10 meters tall. There are ancient patterns drawn on it as well as 3 unknown humanoid creatures. They have the special ability to absorb blood. The reason has yet to be found out. In reality, the words that came out of the FBI, not a single one of them was true. Not only was Jack not released, but he was even coerced by Carlson to participate in this mission. Of course, Carlson promised Jack that once he completed the mission, not only would he be exempted from his previous criminal record, but he would also be able to arrange a decent job and a generous reward for him. Although the method was simple, it was never outdated. No one could refuse freedom, just like no one could refuse a bathtub that could massage. Jack naturally agreed. Out of the many cases regarding Death God, Jack was the only witness, and he could see the existence of Hollow and Death God. Hence, Carlson believed that ordinary people would not be able to see those special existences, so Jack might very well have some kind of special physique and could see those spirits. If they wanted to find Death God and Hollow, then Jack's special physique was a must. "Sir." Jack sat in the luxurious black Audi and shouted impatiently, "We've been working for Hell's Kitchen for a day." "Where are you going?" "Looking for someone." Carlson looked out of the window and said lightly, "You only need to be responsible for looking at. Once you find that creature last night, inform me immediately." "All right, all right." For the sake of freedom, Jack swallowed his anger and said, "Let me say this first. If I really find out, I will immediately run away. Up to you." Carlson smiled and ignored him. 3 days in a row, Carlson and Jack wandered day and night in the streets and alleys of Hell's Kitchen, trying to find traces of Death God and Hollow. But unfortunately, they found nothing. There was neither Death God nor Hollow. Instead, they caught some ignorant hooligans, which gave Carlson a headache. If they couldn't find it, what should he do? Not to mention Death God and Hollow, they didn't even find a dead soul. Carlson even began to doubt whether he had been deceived by this little punk. When the black Audi stopped by the roadside, Carlson got out of the car and bought a cup of coffee. He sat in the front passenger seat and drank slowly. After 3 consecutive days of high-intensity work, even if he was a battle-hardened agent, he could not help but feel a little tired. He could only rely on coffee to barely raise his spirits. As for Jack, he was even worse. He had already fallen asleep in the car. Carlson tiredly rubbed his red eyes and muttered, "Death God. Where are you?" However, they did not know. Death God, who had been searching for 3 days, was watching them silently on the high-voltage wires above his head. Lod stood on the high-voltage wires and looked down at Carlson. He whispered to himself, 3 days. It should be almost there. In these 3 days, apart from monitoring the whereabouts of Carlson and Jack, Lod had also done something very important. And this matter? It was a grand gift that he had specially prepared for Shield to believe that there was no soul society behind him. Oh! Lod raised his eyelids slightly and looked at a place not far away. He revealed a smile. Finally, "Are we coming?" Boom! Carlson, who was drinking coffee, suddenly felt a violent vibration coming from the ground beneath his feet. The coffee in his hand spilled out. What happened? Carlson was shocked. F***ck. Jack, who was still sleeping, was suddenly jolted awake. He cursed and stuck his head out of the window. Boom! 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 The tremors grew stronger. Carlson felt as if the ground was about to collapse. 200 to 300 meters in front of them, huge footprints appeared on the asphalt road that was continuously collapsing. Monster! It's a monster! Jack's pupils shrank in an instant. He tore his throat and screamed hysterically. Monster! Carlson's heart trembled. He followed Jack's gaze but did not see anything. Then, Carlson seemed to have thought of something. He quickly grabbed Jack by the collar and shouted, "Tell me, is that it?" "Yes, yes, yes." Jack was so scared that he was out of his mind. He stuttered subconsciously, It's coming. It's too big. It's even taller than a building." Buzz. Carlson's heart twitched. A chill ran from his feet to his head. It was actually a hollow that was taller than a building. From Jack's perspective, it was 100 meters tall, with a black and slender body, a white mask with a long nose, and 2 scarlet pupils. Big Hollow, Jillian. A high-quality hollow that could only be born after devouring over 100 of its kind. This huge Jillianan was a prop that Lod had specially picked out for today's appearance after careful selection. Chapter 6. Big Hollow, Jillian. A high-level hollow that could only be born after swallowing hundreds of his own kind. In addition to its huge body size and the powerful spiritual power that was equivalent to Death God in middle level, seated officer, it could also use a special technique, Zero. This was a type of laser flash that concentrated spiritual power to a high degree. Its explosive power was enough to instantly flatten a street, comparable to a cruise-type missile. Generally speaking, if one wanted to deal with Hollow, who was at the level of Jillian, at the very least, it would have to be the lieutenant of the 13th Division. But this Jillian was different. In order to ensure the success of the first debut, Laud deliberately restricted the strength of this Hollow during the fusion process. In other words, the strength of this big Hollow was not even comparable to some lower-level Hollow. It was just an empty shell. However, although it had already been restricted, it was still a high-level Hollow after all. It was almost impossible to defeat it with just the current human. It was just the beginning. The powerful spiritual power, as well as the terrifying pressure, came like landslides and tsunamis, setting off rolling waves of air. The asphalt road seemed to be lifted up by an invisible big hand. In the air, it was torn apart by the violent wind and turned into broken stones. Bang bang bang. The high-rise buildings on both sides of the street were shattered, the electric poles and high-pressure wires on the side of the road were cut off by spiritual power in an instant. Even the experienced old agent, Carlson, could not help but feel fear in his heart when facing such an invisible unknown existence. He even had the thought of retreating. This is Hollow. The hairs on Carlson's body stood on end. He felt that every nerve in his brain was screaming at him hysterically. Although it could not be seen with the naked eye, the fear that came from the depths of his soul, as well as the shouting of his cells and nerves, all told Carlson the horror of that monster. Jack screamed in horror and tried to escape, but Carlson grabbed him and pressed him on the passenger seat. "Don't move." Carlson held Jack down with one hand and started the car with the other. He shouted, "I can't see it. You will be my eyes and tell me where it is." The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer Carlson's mind became. Jack could not die. The only person he could see Hollow was the key to resolving this matter, so nothing must happen to him. "Sit tight." Carlson roared, and then stepped heavily on the accelerator. Boom. The black Audi with its four wheels rubbing against the ground, and the whole car suddenly turned around and rushed out. Fuck. The huge reaction force caused Jack to hit the windproof glass, almost causing his nose to be flattened. "Is it still there?" Carlson shouted. "Yes." Jack looked back and shouted in fear, It is right above our heads." "What?" Before Carlson could react, he felt the world spin and the whole car was overturned by a huge force. Boom. The black Audi spun several times in the air. "Jump out of the car dash!" Carlson shouted, not caring whether Jack was alive or dead. Before the car landed, he forcefully kicked open the door and jumped out. Bang. As soon as the car landed, it was flattened by an invisible foot. The whole body of the car was twisted and deformed, as thin as a piece of paper. Hiss. Carlson gasped as he watched. He thought to himself, that was close. If not for my quick reaction just now, I'm afraid I would have turned into a lump of meat by now. But in the next second, when he saw the blood flowing out of the car, the joyful expression on Carlson's face froze instantly. Jack was dead. However, when he thought about it carefully, even a well-trained agent like him had only managed to escape in the nick of time, let alone Jack, who was just an ordinary person. It's over. Carlson suddenly felt cold all over and his face turned green. Without Jack's help, he was now like a blind man. Not to mention completing the mission, even surviving seemed like an extravagant hope. Boom. The ground shook violently, and there were two huge footprints on the cement road. They were less than 10 meters away from Carlson. It's coming. Carlson bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to wake up. He took out his pistol and aimed at the direction of the footprints, firing several shots in a row. Bang! 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 It wasn't until the clip was finished that Carlson gasped for breath and stared straight ahead. Is it dead? Seeing that there was no movement for a long time, Carlson felt a little relieved. Just as he was about to put away his pistol and check it out, he suddenly felt his body tighten. In the next second, 5 transparent finger marks suddenly appeared on Carlson's body. It was as if an invisible palm was holding his entire body in the palm of his hand. Bang! A terrifying power suddenly surged from all directions and continuously squeezed towards the center, causing the bones and muscles in Carlson's entire body to emit a horrifying shattering sound. Ah! All the bones and muscles in his body were being squeezed, causing Carlson's face to be extremely distorted, and he couldn't help but howl in pain. Roar! Big Hollow Jian let out a sharp scream, and under his white long nose mask, his eyes that were filled with violence flashed with red light. Ah! Carlson screamed in pain. Blood oozed out from all parts of his body, making him look like he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Carlson, who was in extreme pain, was in a daze. However, he felt as if his eyes had lit up. He actually saw an extremely huge and blurry silhouette of Hollow. This is Hollow. Carlson immediately realized that the huge outline of this hazy Hollow was very likely the Hollow Jack was talking about. In the sky, Lod, who was silently watching all of this, had a hint of a smile in his eyes. I didn't expect that Carlson would actually be able to see Big Hollow. This saved me a lot of effort. After all, this big play was especially played for Shield to see. Jack's value was only to tell Shield all of this. Although it was not bad, it was still inferior to Carlson. Work harder. Lod did not intend to stop him, because it was not the time yet. It is not enough now. I just saw an outline. It is not enough for me. What he wanted? It was to allow Carlson to completely awaken, allowing him to clearly see the existence of Hollow and him, as Death God, to appear. Of course, before that, Lod would not let Carlson die. After all, he was the only spectator. After all, Lod thought that it was too lonely for such a wonderful drama to have no audience. Moreover, as the village chief of the novice village, shouldn't Carlson take on the task of guiding newbies? Oh! Lod forgot. Perhaps this novice guide mission was a bit too difficult for Carlson, but it was more challenging this way, wasn't it? Come on, Carlson. I believe in you, you can do it. Chapter 7. Carlson let out a weak groan. All the bones in his body were almost broken, and he let out a hysterical wail under the pressure. Invisible enemies, huge bodies, and terrifying strength. All of these challenged Agent's nerves. A sense of despair that he had never felt before gradually spread from the bottom of his heart. In the past, no matter what kind of desperate situation he faced, Carlson would always find a way out in this desperate situation. But now, he was in despair, completely unable to see where the way out was. Am I going to die? Carlson's eyes were bloodshot from the pressure, and his consciousness became blurry, as if he was only one step away from death. But it was in this situation that Carlson's sight became more and more clear. From the beginning, he could only see a vague outline, and now that he was in a near-death state, he could already see this huge Hollow. How ridiculous! Carlson felt bitter in his heart. Is it because I'm dying that I can see it? Under the long nose mask that was as funny as a clown, there was a bloodthirsty and tyrannical appearance. As Jack had said, it was a terrifying monster. Goodbye, director. Carlson, who was in the midst of his consciousness dying, vaguely saw a black shadow rushing over from the distance. Nyawdao number 4, Pale Lightning. Boom. A blazing white beam of light tore through the night like thunder, piercing through Hollow's wrist with an incomparably fierce momentum. Oh! Jillian let go of Carlson under the pain. Carlson, who was falling rapidly from the sky, was suddenly caught by the black figure. Then, the two of them slowly landed on the ground. Huck it! Huck it! Carlson, who had finally escaped death with great difficulty, suddenly gasped heavily. He raised his head with great difficulty and looked at the mysterious person who had saved him. Short silver hair, blue pupils, long black sleeves, haori, loose black trousers, and the short ribs hanging at his waist, sword, who was exactly the same as Jack had described. Duh! Death God! Carlson was shocked. You? Are you Death God? Huh? Lod raised his eyebrows and pretended to ask, you, actually know of Death God's existence? He was indeed Death God. Hearing Lod admit it, Carlson was shocked again and hurriedly said, I learned it from Jack. It was the man you saved that day. We have been looking for you. Looking for me? Lod continued to act, you should be humans. Why are you looking for me, Death God? Carlson coughed a few mouthfuls of blood, and then Hollow said weakly, we have a lot of things to ask you, such as Hollow and Death God, or how long you have been here. Roar. A loud roar interrupted the two. An apologetic look appeared on Lod's face. He turned around and said, sorry, now is not the time to talk about this. Let me kill this Big Hollow first. Big Hollow. Hearing this, Carlson was stunned. Then, he looked at the huge monster and thought to himself, this is indeed a Big Hollow. Roar. The moment Big Hollow saw Lod, it was as if he had seen an enemy, and he erupted with crazy, bloodthirsty killing intent. The hundreds of fellow clansmen that it had devoured, and the countless fragments of vengeful souls, there was still a deep hatred for this man. It was him. It was this man who imprisoned them, who were still humans, in a deep underground cave, forcing their souls to mutate and eventually degenerate into Hollow. Kill you. Big Hollow struggled to jump out a sentence. He madly rushed towards Lod. Oh! Lod lifted his eyelids slightly and chuckled, I didn't expect that Big Hollow still had remnants of his memories. It seems that it hasn't completely fallen yet. Kill you. Swoosh. Big Hollow raised a large, slender, pale hand, and 5 sharp nails suddenly slashed across, causing ripples in the air. Be careful. Dodge. Carlson's heart tightened. Seeing that Lod was still in place, he was so scared that he loudly reminded him to dodge. Don't worry about it. Lod was still calm. Under Carlson's frightened gaze, he slowly raised his right hand, it's just that this level, is not enough to make me move. Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. The moment his voice fell, 6 rays of light appeared and shot out like 6 stars, locking the Hollow. This scene caused Carlson's eyes to widen, and his jaw almost hit the ground. He said in shock, what is this? Magic? Witchcraft? Or Qigong? No. Lod put down his hand and explained, this is Kido, only a part of the high-level curse technique that Death God can use. Carlson was stunned, Kido? High-level curse technique. Roar. Hollow was bound by 6 rods prison of light. No matter how much he struggled, he could not move. He could only let out an incompetent roar. The scarlet light in his eyes became more and more intense. Buzz. Hollow opened his mouth under the mask. Rays of dazzling red light gathered in front of his mouth, accompanied by terrifying energy fluctuations. F***ck. When Carlson saw this familiar scene, his heart immediately twitched, this can't be an energy weapon, right? Zero. Seeing the gathering red light, Lod was slightly shocked, you actually learned this technique. He didn't expect this low-level fusion monster to actually learn it. But it's fine. Lod sneered and said, just in time, let's test the waters. Yeah lord. Mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, yet who bears the name of man? Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws. Hado number 33, Pale Fire Crash. Roar. The completely chanted had completed, spiritual power rushed out from the palm of Lod's hand, a blue dragon roared and rushed out. The two finished storing up power at the same time. The two attacks collided, erupting with a deafening explosion. Rumble. The street collapsed in an instant, and the visible wind howled. Huge rocks and debris of buildings were thrown high into the air. Was this the battle between Death God and Hollow? Carlson looked at the ruins in front of him, as if he had been bombarded by cruise missiles. His heart could not help but be full of seriousness. As expected of Ciro. In the smoke and dust, Lod stepped on the air of Hollow. His figure was a little embarrassed, and his face showed a touch of helplessness, not easy to defeat at Keto under 40. However, this was also expected. After all, he was only a 6th rank spiritual power, which was equivalent to the last rank officer. After he reaches captain level power, he could even kill this kind of big Hollow just by relying on spiritual pressure. Roar dash. Big Hollow roared, and the visible spiritual power current boiled, causing the surrounding space to shake, forcibly breaking 6 rods prison of light's shackles. Was. Lod lowered his eyes, the commotion just now was big enough. Your mission has been completed. Now, you can die in peace. The short ribs on his waist were unsheathed, and the silver sword blade reflected a penetrating cold light under the moonlight. Akoros, Shinso. A silver light suddenly flashed. Accompanied by the incomparably sharp sword, it streaked several times at the speed of sound, and Hollow's roar stopped abruptly. Clang. Lod put the sword back into the sheath. A huge head broke and fell heavily to the ground. Jillian died. Chapter 8. With just a sword, he had instantly killed a terrifying monster that was over 100 meters tall and possessed the destructive power of a cruise missile. Carlson was horrified. Death God. It was an individual creature that was far more terrifying than Hollow. It was even more difficult to deal with than the humans with special abilities he had encountered before. Powerful individual strength, unknown magic methods, and soul. From that angle, it seemed that this death god in front of him was not an existence that Shield could currently control. For a moment, Carlson fell into silence. He didn't know what kind of attitude he should use to represent Shield and the human race to face such an unknown and terrifying existence. As a professional agent of Shield, Carlson deeply understood one thing. If there was no limit to the power, it would inevitably lead to a great disaster. The world was chaotic, it had two sides, justice and evil opposing each other, but neither was indispensable. Absolute justice was not advisable, and neither was absolute evil. They felt that Shield's existence was responsible for mediating between the two. Just like those superheroes who had their own old enemies and supervillains, Shield eliminate evil. They only hoped to stabilize the balance between the two. But now, the balance was broken. The sudden appearance of Death God, a term that they had never heard of, broke the balance of the world. Just as Lod was about to turn around and leave, he was stopped by Carlson, who was behind him. Wait, this Mr. Death God. Carlson endured the pain all over his body and struggled to get up from the ground. My name is Philip Carlson. I am agent from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. On behalf of the United States and mankind, I express my sincere gratitude to you for eliminating this monster. This string of English words stunned Lod for a few seconds, and then he said with a strange face, "You said you are, what is this?" You can also call it Shield, Mr. Death God. Carlson showed a look of indifference. After all, Schild's full name was the same as Da Vinci's. Carlson had never seen someone who could completely remember the name of their organization. All right, Schild. Laud nodded slightly. Then, he smiled warmly and said, "You don't have to thank me. Why are you looking for me?" Seeing that the other party was so easy to talk to and seemed to be very friendly, Carlson immediately let out a sigh of relief. After thinking about it for a while, he said, "It's like this, Mr. Death God. Our Schild has always been dedicated to protecting humans, eliminating all dangers and abnormal situations. Therefore, we want to ask you a few questions about the large monsters just now. Do you think it's okay?" "I refuse." Laud looked indifferent and smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter if it's Schild or human. What does it have to do with me? You guard the living, we guard the dead. That's all." Carlson choked for a moment. As Death God had said, one was protecting the living, and the other was protecting the dead. There was no need to contact between the two, so why should the other answer his question? But this was not the result that Fury wanted, nor was it the result he wanted. Carlson continued, "I don't think so, Mr. Death God." "Oh." Laud raised his eyebrows, and a trace of impatience flashed through his blue eyes. "Then what do you think should be done?" "Shit." Carlson saw very clearly that this Death God was clearly impatient. However, due to his duties, Carlson had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Forgive me for being blunt, Mr. Death God. You just said that there is no connection between us, but the monster that appeared today has obviously threatened us. This." Laud hesitated slightly, a hint of helplessness and anger appearing on his face. This was just an accident. The flash of helplessness and anger was accurately captured by Carlson. There was hope. Carlson was delighted, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. "Mr. Death God, as far as I know, there have been dozens of similar accidents in a year. The damage to the buildings is estimated to be at least $10 billion. Of course, these may not be much to you. But when these monsters appeared, hundreds of people died. As the living, shouldn't we ask?" It had to be said. Carlson was indeed outstanding. Not only did he keenly capture his emotional fluctuations, he even guessed the flaws in his words and questioned him instead. But it was a pity. All of Carlson's speculations were based on the fact if they were equal. Are you questioning me?" Laud narrowed his eyes and his voice became a little cold, releasing a trace of spiritual power. Boom. Carlson suddenly felt as if there was a heavy pressure, and he was instantly pressed down on the ground. Heavy. Terrifying. It was as if an invisible pressure was surging from all directions in the deep sea 10,000 meters below. Even breathing had become an extravagant hope. No, no. Carlson was terrified. He moved his lips with difficulty and said, "You misunderstood me. I am not questioning you." Humph. Laud looked down from above, his eyes slightly cold. "A mere human, how dare you to speak to me in such a tone? You really have guts." Under the eaves of the house, people had to bow their heads. Carlson did not think that this master would fear the so-called Schild. Carlson was very tactful and said, "Mr. Death God, we just want to talk to you. We have no ill intentions. Let's talk." Laud laughed, his tone carrying a trace of disdain. "With just you guys, what can you talk to me about?" "Cooperation." Carlson immediately said, "You protect the dead, and we protect the living. We can cooperate and protect this world together." "Cooperate?" Laud's eyes were indifferent. He sneered and said, "It's a pity. You are not qualified to talk about cooperation with us." But before Carlson could finish his words, Laud suddenly put a finger on his forehead. "Bakudo number 1, restrain." An invisible force tied Carlson's arms back and blocked his mouth at the same time. "Goodbye, human." Lod used a ho-ho and disappeared from Carlson's sight. At this point, his plan was considered to have been completed. If he wanted to deceive Shield, he couldn't rush. Who was Nick Fury? He was a veteran of the Second World War who had been in charge of Sh1ELD for decades. He was meticulous and suspicious. He was extremely tough and had participated in most secret plans. Someone once commented that no one could guess what was going on in the brain of the soy egg. No one knew who he trusted. No one even knew if the person standing in front of them was really Nick Fury. In the face of such a cunning person, Lod had to be careful and not give himself away. So, if he wanted that suspicious soy egg to believe that there were really Death God and Soul Society in the world, then his attitude and arrogance could not be too low. He had to show the mystery of an ancient organization that had been passed down for thousands of years, as well as the powerful and terrifying strength. Humans were like this. The harder it was to obtain something, the more they would treasure it. Things were like this, and so were humans. Chapter 9. SHIELD Headquarters. Bang. F***CK. Upon hearing the news that Carlson was seriously injured, Fury was so angry that he cursed. He threw away the coffee cup that was worth $300 and quickly went to the medical room. As soon as he entered, Nick Fury saw Carlson. His entire body was wrapped in bandages. He was like a mummy. Only his eyes were exposed, and he lay motionless on the bed. "How are you?" Seeing that Carlson was still alive, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was the director of SHIELD, he had the Security Council above him, and there were spies planted by others. There were not many people who could be called confidants. And Carlson happened to be one of them. If he lost because of this mission, Fury would be distressed to death. "Don't worry, Director." Carlson moved his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm fine. I just broke some bones, but the mission failed." "Some bones?" Nick Fury looked serious and comforted. "It doesn't matter if you fail the mission. It's good that you live. You still have a chance in the future." Although Carlson said it casually, the truth was that the situation was much more complicated. On the way to the medical room, Fury had seen the medical report about Carlson. It could be said to be shocking. All the bones and muscles in the body were squeezed by external forces, causing more than 50 of the bones to break. There were even several ribs puncturing his organs, causing serious damage. Logically speaking, with such a serious injury, it was impossible for Carlson to survive. If he persisted until the rescue personnel arrived, he would die from the bleeding of his internal organs. However, the strange thing was that Carlson was still alive. It was as if there was a magical force protecting Carlson's damaged internal organs, and it was repairing his injured organization at an extremely slow speed, allowing him to persist until the rescue personnel arrived. A miracle. With the current human scientific and technological methods, this could only be called a miracle. Nick Fury guessed that the reason why Carlson was not dead might be related to the mysterious death god. "Rest well. I will leave the task to someone else." Nick Fury comforted Carlson and returned to his office. Although Carlson was seriously injured, he still submitted a report. There was a detailed description of this matter and a part of speculation about Death God. Nick Fury picked up the report and carefully browsed through it. Level, Top Secret, Level 8. Code, Death God. Sex, Male. Age, 25 to 30. Appearance, short silver hair, blue pupils, East Asian, attached to a person like a picture. Character, gentle on the surface, very arrogant on the inside, and has disdain and contempt for humans. Special ability, by chanting a specific syllable, release some magic ability called Keto. Currently known to 3 types. 2 of them are binding type, and one is offensive type. Evaluation: although the appearance of the target is the same as that of a human, it must not be regarded as the same. Whether it is a question or a question, you must pay attention to the way you speak and your attitude. Note 1. When the content of the question involves the topic of hollow, the target suddenly shows anger and even a trace of panic. It also calls it is just an accident. Attachment 2, Living Great Hollow, Jillian. The body size is about 100 meters. It has great destructive power. Moreover, it can release a destructive light similar to an energy weapon from the mouth. It has been killed by Death God. The means are unknown. It had to be said that Coulson could become the confidant of Furui. Apart from being loyal, his ability to do things was also outstanding among the group of agent. Just the content of this report was enough to prove one or two things. Nick Fury put down the report. After pondering for a moment, he picked up the phone beside him. Inform Natasha to come back as soon as possible. I have a very important task for her. Urahara's shop. This store finally had a name. It was personally mentioned by Lod 3 days ago. After returning to the store, Lod did not rest and went straight into the warehouse behind the store. This warehouse was brought in by the store. The area was only less than 10 square meters, and the decoration was old. The floor would even creak when it was stepped on. Therefore, Lod would not put things here on normal days. Walking to the center of the room, Lod squatted down and lifted up a new floor. It was an extremely deep hole. Lod did not hesitate and directly jumped down from the hole. After dozens of seconds of falling, Lod was suddenly enlightened and came to a huge empty environment. There were high and low mountain rocks, thick green vegetation, and a hot spring. It was an excellent environment, no less than some tourist attractions. Here was the gold card that Lod drew, Urahara's secret training grounds, the place where Uruaki and Kurosaki Ichigo, in the original work, practiced Bankai in Soul Society. However, Lod did not stop. Instead, he went straight to a direction, ho-ho. He arrived in front of a huge cave. This cave was located on the ground. It was about 5 meters in diameter. It went straight down for nearly 100 meters. The surrounding rock walls were extremely smooth. There were no protrusions or tools for climbing. Ah! Help! No! Don't! Standing outside the cave, one could vaguely hear someone screaming for help from below. Lod jumped down from the top of the cave and arrived at the bottom of the cave. The light in the deepest cave had almost completely disappeared. There was only the purest darkness and no sound. In this special secluded environment, it was enough to drive a person crazy. Although the environment here was very dark, Lod, who was already Death God, was completely unaffected by this. A blond youth with tied limbs was lying on the ground like a corpse. What was worth noting was that on the chest of the blond youth, there was an extended chain, and the front end of the chain was cut off. It was a causality chain. When a person was alive, the chain would connect the soul and the body. After a person died, the chain would disappear. But if the causality chain was forcibly cut off by an external force, the soul would be eroded by the chain. In the end, there were only 2 endings left for the soul. Or, become Death God. Or, become hollow. Save. Save me. The moment the blond youth saw Lod, his eyes revealed a wisp of resentment, but then it turned into indescribable fear. This man was called Morrison, the boss of the Dragon Gang who was destroyed by Lod. When he was alive, he had committed all sorts of crimes. Just like the other members of the Dragon Gang, his soul was forcefully dragged out by Lod. After the karma chain in front of his chest was cut off, he was locked under this cave called the Abyss of Despair. The soul that was in the Abyss of Despair gradually became hollow as time passed. The previous hollow was born in the Abyss of Despair. After hundreds of spirits fell, they killed each other and devoured each other. I beg you. Morrison cried and knelt on the ground, begging Laud, "I don't want to become that kind of monster. I beg you to save me." But it was a pity. Although Laud had pity, he would not abuse it on this kind of person. In any case, it was a waste for this kind of person to live. It was better to contribute to him after death. People were born with a certain value. In Laud's eyes, the value of these scum was to become his test subject. Chapter 10. Don't worry. Laud smiled. Soon, you will become like them. As soon as he finished his words, Morrison suddenly froze. He lowered his head and looked at the karma chain in front of his chest. The chains were wriggling. The chains that should have been dead seemed to have life at this moment. Catchy, catchy, catchy. The chain seemed to suddenly come alive, giving birth to countless small mouths full of sharp teeth, greedily and crazily gnawing at the chain, making a sound that made one's teeth ache. The last erosion. It came more violently than ever before. Dash. Don't. Stop. Stop right now. Morrison's expression became extremely terrified as he screamed hysterically. The chains that came out of his chest had all turned into greedy evil spirits, crazily devouring the chains that symbolized his life. In the past few days, Morrison witnessed countless times that his subordinates had turned into a monster covered in a white mask with a huge hole in its chest after the chains on its chest had been eroded away. Save me. Please, save me. Ah, you, demon. Morrison screamed in pain and wailed, his eyes full of resentment. Ugh. Morrison's body curled up in pain, and a black hole was torn in the spot where his chest was locked. Then, streams of white liquid gushed out of his ears, nose, throat, mouth, and eyes, covering his face like a mask. Oh! Seeing this situation, not only did Laud not stop it, he instead said with a pleasantly surprised face, "It has clearly begun to fall, but the soul can still remain intact." According to common sense, when a whole spirit falls into hollow, the process should be that the soul is scattered and then reconstructed somewhere. In the end, the face will form a white mask representing hollow, and there is a hole in the chest area. But Morrison was different. The process of his fall was the exact opposite. First, the white mask and hole that symbolized hollow appeared, but his soul was still intact. This meant that Morrison was still resisting. He still had a glimmer of hope, which was to find his own Zanpakuto in his inner world, and then turn into Death God to reverse the process of Hollow's transformation. Not bad. Laud nodded with satisfaction, thinking that there was finally a top-grade test subject. Why didn't you stop him? Because, there was no need. Ah! Morrison was still screaming in pain. His soul had been covered by most of the white liquid, and the white mask that symbolized hollow on his face became clearer and clearer. Boom! There was a violent noise at the bottom of the pit, and a strong wind roared. Laud quietly stood in place and then looked at the place where the smoke was lingering. Let me see, what you have become. Buzz. The spirit particles that were spread all over the atmosphere suddenly became boiling like boiling water. Oh la la! The explosive Rishi blew away the smoke and dust. Morrison was wearing the same Death God outfit as Laud, and there was a standard Zanpakuto in his hand. Laud raised his eyelids slightly and revealed a smile. You really became a Death God. The Death God outfit and Zanpakuto. These two things that marked Death God's identity undoubtedly proved that Morrison had successfully survived Hollow's transformation and became the real Death God. This is the feeling of power. Morrison went into a brief trance. Feeling the power gushing out of his body, he immediately roared angrily, I will kill you. Bang! With just a gentle stomp, the ground suddenly cracked, and Morrison rushed over like a cannonball. Die for me. Demon. Morrison's sword slashed at Laud, his mind filled with the pleasure of revenge. Sword slashed down. However, what hit him was not Laud, but a light coat. Ho ho, cicada shell. Death God's high-level footwork could allow him to escape an attack if he abandoned a code. It was somewhat similar to the ninja substitution technique. Disappeared. Morrison was shocked. He found that Lod had already stood behind him. Go to hell. Morrison suddenly turned around and used all his strength to attack Lod. Ding. The sharp blade of sword was easily caught by Lod with two slender fingers. This is impossible. Morrison could not believe that he could not move sword's blade even after using all his strength. There is no need to be surprised. Lod caught sword's blade with two fingers. He still had a smile on his face and said calmly, because the gap between you and me is far greater than you think. One had to know that Death God's battle was actually spiritual power's battle. Morrison was just a rookie who had just become Death God. His spiritual power had barely reached the 10th rank, so how could he fight against him, a 6th rank spiritual power? I don't believe it. Morrison's eyes were blood red as he roared, the gap can't be so big. Absolutely impossible. Ah dash. Morrison's blood vessels burst out all over his body. He used all his strength to barely pull sword out of Lod's hand and then slashed without any order. Die for me. Die for me. However, Morrison, who had no actual combat experience, was not only disorganized but also inferior to the hooligans on the street. He had even completely lost his mind. How could he hit Lod? Let's end it. Lod felt a little bored. He had thought that Morrison would be able to unleash his Zanpakuto, but he had not expected that his power was just to this extent. Scatter. Senbonzakura. Lod held Zanpakuto upside down and slowly let go of his hand. When his Zanpakuto fell, sword's blade actually turned into pieces of cherry blossoms that drifted away like a pink ocean, surrounding him. What is this? Morrison's eyes were a little blank. He was attracted by the dancing cherry blossoms in the sky and subconsciously murmured, so beautiful. But he did not know that beautiful things were often accompanied by great danger. Although Senbonzakura looked very beautiful, in fact, those cherry blossoms were made up of thousands of sword blades. Fall. Lod stretched out his slender fingers and slowly closed them. Whoosh. The pink sakura sea whistled over and instantly drowned Morrison. Thousands of cherry blossoms formed by sword's blade were like a meat grinder, slicing apart Morrison's skin and bones. In a flash, the scattered cherry blossoms returned and condensed into a sword blade. Morrison's entire body was covered in sword's mouth, standing there like a bloody man. Morrison, allow me to thank you. Lod quietly looked at Morrison, who was about to disappear, and said lightly, it is precisely because you have become Death God that you are able to provide me with a medium quality soul. So, all of this was arranged by you. Morrison, who was on the verge of death, said weakly as his eyes gradually slackened. Yes, all of this was arranged. Whether it was Hollow or Death God, the final result of Morrison's fall was no different to Lod. The outcome had already been decided before it even began. Morrison's efforts and struggles were nothing more than a show of entertainment in Lod's eyes. Tell me. Morrison held his last breath and roared at the man who was still smiling. What exactly am I? Pawn. Lod's eyes were indifferent. As a pawn, you have passed. Chapter 11. Thank you, Morrison. Thank you, Dragon Gang. Thank you, CCTV. It seemed that they were no longer here. In short, Lod was very grateful for their selfless dedication in order to obtain these two medium-grade souls. One was contributed by Morrison, who had become Death God, and the other was contributed by the inferior quality grade Hollow. The value of a medium-grade soul was far more than that of a low-grade soul. Not only could it open the system's medium-grade card pool, but the demand for 10 chains was also greatly reduced, from the original 1,000 to 100. Other than that, medium quality souls could already be purchased in the special store that the system refreshed every month. This matter made Lod think of a business opportunity. One big hollow and one death god could contribute 2 medium level souls, then what about 100 big hollow and 100 death god? Using the characteristics of the abyss of despair to nurture the souls of a large number of ordinary people big hollow or death god, then he would kill them. This method was similar to taking advantage of the loopholes in the system. It allowed him to quickly obtain a large amount of soul in a short period of time. If he could increase the scope a few more times, it would not be a problem for him to become big boss, right? But after thinking about it, Lod still held back. Although this idea was very tempting, the risk was far greater than the benefits. Did he really think that the Sorcerer Supreme was blind? There were not many souls that disappeared this time. Compared to the people who died every day on Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme would not notice. But if this continued, as the range expanded and the number of souls disappeared increased, it would attract the attention of the Sorcerer Supreme. Going up against the Sorcerer Supreme? Sorry. But Lod did not have the guts to do so now. Not to mention him, even in the entire universe, how many people would dare to go against Sorcerer Supreme? Odin and Thanos, who were also Big Boss, and even the monarch of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu, would retreat 3 feet when facing the Earth that the Sorcerer Supreme was in charge of. They all chose to wait for Sorcerer Supreme to die before invading. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Sorcerer Supreme's deterrence was. To sum it up, underhanded technique was the way of the king. Although he understood the reason, Lod still felt a little regretful. After all, that was a large amount of souls. Forget it, forget it. Lod shook his head and expelled the messy thoughts. Then, he rubbed his hands. Let me see what good things are in this month's store. The system store interface opened up. There were only a total of 10 items on the display window-like interface, and the amount of souls required to buy them were marked below. Lod swept his gaze over the goods, and when he noticed a 6-pointed star hairpin, his eyes immediately turned red. Shun Shun Rika. This is one of the most bug abilities in all of Death God ability, a terrible ability that can rewrite reality. Boss Aizen described its ability as, the rejection of everything in the world and is the ability to violate the domain of God. In layman terms, it is easy to understand. The power of rejection of the 6 flowers of Shun Shun Rika could deny all the bad elements in the shield, including but not limited to ability to regenerate the arm that had disappeared, heal all wounds, heal Zanpakuto who had been broken, and so on. But when Lod looked down and saw the price of the Shun Shun Rika, his heart suddenly sank. Item, Gold, Shun Shun Rika. Evaluation, a complete technique that involves the level of rules. With it, my mother will no longer be afraid of me getting hurt. Price, High Grade Soul *5. Excuse me, what? The corners of Lod's mouth twitched slightly. He could not help but sigh in his heart. I'm poor. If not for the fact that he still had a trace of rationality, he would have. Go out now and capture a few hundred criminals to nurture Hollow. In the future, I will definitely. Lod could only comfort himself in his heart, such as bread, milk, and so on and so forth. He struggled to shift his gaze away from the yellow shield and continued to read. Item, Blue, Flesh Explosion. Evaluation, this is a human bomb produced by crazy scientist Kuratsuka Mayuri. Price, Low Grade Soul *10. Lod was slightly speechless. This thing was completely useless, alright. Continue the next one. Item, Purple, Monitoring Microbe. Evaluation, products of crazy scientist Kuratsuka Mayuri, can be attached to the soul level. It is extremely difficult to be discovered. It can monitor other people's situation 24 hours a day. After a certain Quincy uses it, it is very annoying. Price, Medium Soul *1. Et. Lod's eyes lit up. This thing is not bad. It can monitor other people all day long and can guarantee that no one will find it. It can be said to be an essential item for intelligence gathering. But considering that the price of monitoring microbe was relatively high and needed a medium soul, Lod decided to take a look again. Item, gold, artificial human, Kuratsuka Nimue. Evaluation, made by crazy scientist Kuratsuka Mayuri, combined with Jigai technology and soul transformation technology, the artificial human created has absolute loyalty to the creator. Price, medium soul *1. It could only be said that it was indeed a special store. The items inside were very random, and there was a probability that such a small item would appear. It's you. Lod did not hesitate and decided to exchange for Kuratsuka Nimue. Choosing Kuratsuka Nimue was definitely not because she was loyal and obedient, and she had big breasts, thick legs and a good figure, but because he needed an assistant. Now that Lod wanted to make up the existence of Soul Society, he couldn't be the only one, right? Moreover, after he went out normally, no one in the store would guard the door, right? So, the assistant was still very necessary. As for the remaining intermediate soul, Lod decided to exchange for the monitoring microbe. Coincidentally, he could place it on the old and cunning lecherous man to prevent this old bastard from thinking about harming others all day long. Exchange for artificial human and monitoring microbe. After paying 2 medium-sized souls, a palm-sized syringe appeared in Lod's hand. Looking through the glass outside the tube, the blue liquid inside the syringe seemed to be slightly squirming as if it had life. Not bad. Lod nodded in satisfaction. With this thing, there would be no secret for him to keep braised eggs and shield in the future. However, what about Kuratsuka Nimue? Where did she go? Just as Lod was puzzled, he suddenly felt someone tug on his skirt. Dad. Dad. A slightly immature voice of a lowly sounded. Lod suddenly felt that something was wrong. He lowered his head and saw a black-haired little lowly hugging his thigh. The little lowly had long black hair that gently draped over her shoulders. Her dark eyes were clear and transparent, and her pink lips were slightly raised, revealing a sweet smile. Daddy. The little lowly affectionately rubbed against Lod, then looked up at him with hope. Lod was speechless. Wait a minute, are you Nimue? Yeah. The little lowly tilted her head and revealed a cute expression. She blinked her big eyes. Could it be that Dad doesn't know me anymore? He understood. System, you old fart, you tricked me. Originally, he thought that the system was referring to the adult Kuratsuka Nimue. Who would have thought that there would be a lowly version? However, thinking about it carefully, if it were for an adult Kuratsuka Nimue, not only would it have a vice-captain level spiritual power, but it had also served as an assistant of Kuratsuka Mayuri and had technological development department's information and knowledge. How could it be sold for a medium-level soul? This. Could it be that he's going to be a father? Chapter 12. Dad. Do you hate Nimue? Although she was very young, Nimue was very smart. She was keenly aware that Lod seemed a little unhappy. How could that be? Lod squatted down and reached out to rub the little lowly's hair. He said softly, however, Nimue shouldn't call me father. She should call me brother. You. Nimue bit her finger. Although her big eyes were full of doubts, she still replied in a childish voice, although Nimue doesn't understand, since this is your order, Nimue will definitely obey it. Good boy. Lod rubbed Nimue's hair and asked, tell big brother, does Nimue still remember Technological Development Department? Of course. Nimue said proudly, brother, don't underestimate Nimue. All of Technological Development Department's information is in Nimue's head. Nice. Lod's eyes lit up. It seemed that he made the right bet. Although the size has become smaller, Nemu's head is still full of information about Technological Development Department. 12th Division Captain and Chief Technological Development Department's Kuratsuka Mayuri. As the crazy scientist in Death God's world, there are countless forbidden science and technology. Like physical transformation, soul transformation, Jigai technique, combat soul technique, Zanpakuto transformation technique, shadow attack medicine, superhuman medicine, etc. This series of countless forbidden technology came from the hands of this big boss. According to the normal process, if he wanted to get these things, he could only spend a large amount of his soul to buy them in the system stores or pool. But now it was different. With Kuratsuka Nemu here, it was equivalent to mastering all the techniques and information that had been left in Technological Development Department for almost 1,000 years. This, even if it were for Soul Society's foundation, it would also become Lod's foundation. Although Lod felt that it was a bit of a pity that Nemu wasn't the pretty sister figure that he had expected, but fortunately, she had obtained something even more important. This wave could be considered a small loss. Nemu is really great. Lod happily picked up Nemu and kissed her on the forehead. Ahaha. Nemu's eyes curved into a crescent moon as she laughed. Her voice was as clear as a silver bell. In a good mood, Lod played with Nemu in the amusement park for a while and took a bath in the hot spring. Nemu, who was in her infant state, was only about 6 or 7 years old. Soon, she felt tired and slept in Lod's arms. While Nemu was sleeping soundly, Lod checked her soul and confirmed one thing at the same time. Within the body of Nemu, he could faintly sense a hidden spiritual power, which was even close to that of a third-class spiritual power and was equivalent to a vice-captain level death god. From this, it could be inferred that this lowly Nemu should be the Nemu who was resurrected by Kuratsuka Mayuri after dying in a 1,000-year blood war. Everything was clear now. The resurrected Kuratsuka Nemu, her hidden spiritual power in her body should be the residual power left by her predecessor when she was the vice-captain. Which means, I'm weaker than her. Lod's face became a little strange. Wasn't her sister more powerful than her brother? The next day, early morning. After making breakfast, Lod went to wake Nemu, who was still lazing in bed. Morning, brother. Nemu got up wrapped in the quilt and curled up into a ball. Then she rubbed her sleepy eyes with her small hands, looking like she could not sleep. Morning, Nemu. Lod smiled and rubbed Nemu's head, then said, Today, big brother will take you shopping. Nemu, do you want to go with me? Hearing the word shopping, Nemu suddenly lost all sleepiness and opened her round eyes. Sure enough. No matter how old a woman was, her passion for shopping was not reduced at all. Thank you, brother. Nemu sprang out of bed and hugged Lod's neck. Like a koala bear, she opened her big, cute eyes and counted with her fingers. Well. Nemu wants new clothes, new shoes, and delicious food. Okay. Lod was amused by the little loli. He stroked Nemu's hair and said, however, you have to make jigai first, Nemu. No problem. Nemu patted her chest and said confidently, Jigai's technique is very simple. Nemu will soon be able to make it. Alright, let's go eat first. Okay. After the meal, Nemu fully showed Lod what a professional technician was. Although Jigai's technique was not difficult, it was not something that anyone could do, especially a soul that could accommodate Death God and not affect any activity. But just in a flash, Nemu had already made Jigai, a body that looked exactly the same as her in her soul state. Let's go, Nemu. Lod picked up Nemu, who had put on Jigai, and walked out of Urahara's shop together. The two drove to a shopping mall nearby. Wow! Nemu's eyes widened, and she was full of curiosity about everything in the outside world. There are so many people, so many beautiful clothes, brother. Lod smiled and held Nemu's small hand. He said softly, do you like it? Nemu. Yeah. I like it. Big brother is the best. Nemu nodded heavily. Next. Lod brought Nemu around the mall. After a short while, Nemu changed into a cute set of clothes, holding a fried chicken burger and ice cream bucket in her hand, and a happy smile appeared on her face. The two of them came to a coffee shop. Nemu sat on a chair, swinging her legs, and started to fight the food in front of her. As for Lod, he ordered a cup of coffee and leisurely watched Nemu struggle. From time to time, he would reach out and wipe away the food residue from the corner of Nemu's mouth. However, this warm picture of brother and sister did not last long before it was broken by a sudden person. "Hello, can I sit here?" A charming voice came. Lod raised his eyelids slightly and saw a woman in front of him. The woman's hair was red and wavy and was wearing tight and attractive clothes. Her curvaceous figure was vividly displayed. "It's finally here." The corners of Lod's mouth rose slightly because the person he was waiting for had finally arrived. The Black Widow's appearance rate was second only to Coulson's high popularity character. This red-haired beauty was the famous Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, from the Marvel world. "You made me wait so long." Shield. Lod was not surprised that Shield had found him, because everything was within his expectations. Coulson had seen his appearance, and Shield would definitely use him to draw it out and then use a powerful intelligence network to search the entire United States. Therefore, as soon as he showed up, Shield would be the first to find out. The truth was just as Lod had thought. Shield used the Heavenly Eye system to connect all the useful cameras and searched for Lod's portrait 24 hours a day. The moment she found Lod, Natasha was ordered to come over and try to have a second conversation with him. "Hello, sir." Natasha knew the danger of this mission, so she put on the most respectful attitude. "May I ask, can I sit here?" "No." Lod put down his coffee cup and said coldly, "Get lost, don't let me say it again." Chapter 13. Damn straight. Natasha looked embarrassed. Although before she came, Coulson and Fury had already reminded her that the target of this mission was not human, and her appearance might not be that effective to persuade her target. But Natasha did not believe it. She felt that whether it was human or not, it was not wrong to admire her beauty. As a result, she was disappointed. This guy with the code name Death God, not only was he not tempted by her beauty, he even said vulgar words, and actually told her to get lost. Fortunately, the people who worked for Agent had good qualities. Natasha was one of the outstanding ones, so naturally, she would not be affected by such a small matter. Since Lod did not fall for this trick, Natasha no longer pretended. The charming expression on her face disappeared in a second, and it turned into calmness and seriousness. "Sir," Natasha said seriously, "I am here on behalf of Shield. Thank you for your help last time. Our agent also survived because of you." Nemu puffed up her cheeks and was struggling with the steak in front of her. Lod quietly drank her coffee, but her eyes drifted out of the window, leaving Natasha to the side. She was completely ignored. There was a row of black lines on Natasha's head. If not for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have used the scissors to crush his head. After a while, Lod finally finished her coffee, and Nemu also finished her meal. The plates on the table piled up like a mountain. It could be seen how big this little girl's appetite was. As for Natasha, she stood here for a full hour. What a jerk. Bastard. Natasha had already cursed this man who didn't care about her and treated her as if she didn't exist for almost 10,000 times in her heart. Although she wanted to curse him to death in her heart, Natasha still maintained a smile on her face. From time to time, she would look at little Nemu with a pitiful look. "Brother." Nemu's heart softened for a moment. He reached out and tugged at Lod's sleeve, whispering, I felt bad for that big sister. Why don't you let her sit down? Goodness gracious. Lod praised Nemu in his heart and then seemed to compromise. He glanced at Natasha and said coldly, since my sister is pleading for you, then sit down and talk. Humph. Natasha felt relieved. Seeing that she had passed the first test, she looked at little Nemu who was pleading for her with gratitude. From now on, it was the main topic. Lod noticed that the crowd around the restaurant had been quietly replaced by Agent, who was SHIELD. Not only that, under Natasha's long red hair, there was a communication device in her ear. Interesting. The corners of Lod's lips curved up slightly. This should be the first time he had crossed paths, right? Natasha pretended to tidy up her hair, but in fact, she tapped twice in her ear, indicating that the conversation could officially begin. At the same time, across the earphone, SHIELD gathered dozens of elites. Among them, there were experts in charge of negotiations, doctors who were proficient in psychology, experts in micro-expression psychology, psychologists, experts in logic analysis, and so on. Nick Fury crossed his hands and sat in front of everyone. A cunning look flashed in his single eye. Finally, he appeared, Death God. Through the comparison data of the portrait, they borrowed the Heavenly Eye system and searched almost the entire United States before finding traces of this man. Come on. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly and said in his heart, let me take a look. What kind of secret is this so-called Death God hiding? Hello, Mr. Death God. Natasha sat down steadily and stared at Lod. Let me introduce myself first. My code name is Black Widow, and I am one of agent of SHIELD. As a representative, I am here to have a conversation with you. It doesn't matter. One of Lod's hands landed on the table, and his other hand propped up his cheek. He said lazily, tell me, why are you looking for me? Natasha sorted out her thoughts and said, it's like this, Mr. Death God. In order to protect the human race better, we just want to form a good partnership with you. Cooperate. There was a hint of disdain in Lod's eyes as he tapped his index finger on the table. Only when the foundations of both sides are on the same level can we call it cooperation. What do you think? That's right. Natasha nodded and said, but I think that as long as we can help each other, it can be called cooperation. Very interesting. Lod remained expressionless and continued, then tell me, with your strength, what can you help me with? Anything. Although you are very strong, please believe me. This is a human society after all. Natasha held her head high and said confidently. We, SHIELD, have the strongest technology on this planet. As long as you ask a question, we will definitely solve it for you. All of my problems. Lod deliberately sneered and scoffed, how can you help me when you can't even see hollow? You are wrong. Natasha smiled and took out an instrument from her bosom and handed it to Lod. Please look at this. Although we can't see hollow, we can already accurately locate hollow through the scanning of this instrument. Lod was shocked in his heart, but his face was still calm. After taking the instrument and looking at it, his eyelids jumped fiercely. Awesome. As expected of SHIELD. In just a few days, SHIELD had already made the instrument to detect hollow. Meanwhile, on SHIELD's side, after the joint analysis of several experts, they suggested, he is wavering. Quick, continue to suppress him. Don't give him time to react. Receiving the signal, Natasha smiled and continued, although it is still not enough, you must have seen that our technology can still help you. Even so, you are too weak. Lod frowned and pretended to be hesitant. Sir. Natasha suddenly stood up and said seriously, strength is not the only standard to judge. Moreover, does Hollow's appearance really have nothing to do with you? You. What do you mean? When Lod heard this, his expression instantly became a little flustered, as if his secret had suddenly been seen through. On Shield's side, the experts in charge of negotiation and psychology saw the change in Lod's expression. They immediately stood up and slapped the table, shouting, "He is anxious. It seems that our speculation is correct. Hollow's appearance was not an accident. It must have something to do with this person." Natasha was full of confidence and continued to ask, "Mr. Death God, how do you plan to explain this?" Lod suddenly turned pale. He slapped the table and growled, "Don't talk nonsense. How could Hollow be related to us?" Us. Natasha frowned and noticed the word that Lod used. The meaning of we and I were definitely different. In other words, there was more than one death god. That is not good. Nick Fury's face sank at the same time. More than one death god, which meant that there might be an organization. Natasha put away the shock in her heart and probed, according to our big data, in the 50 continents of the United States, only one area of New York City has Hollow. Is it really an accident? Besides, we are really worried. Natasha sighed pitifully. You? What are you worried about? Lod sneered. Of course I'm worried about you. A hint of worry appeared on Natasha's face. Hollow is so terrifying. You are facing him alone. If something happens one day, wouldn't we humans be finished? Lod snorted coldly. Don't worry. Even if I die, there will still be people who will replace me. Huh. Natasha covered her sexy red lips and said in surprise, someone else came? Isn't Death God alone? Of course not. Lod pretended to be impatient and said, are you stupid? How can I be the only Death God? Then. Is there a lot of Death God? Of course. Then where are they? They are at Soul Society. Well done. Nick Fury, who was far away from Shield, wished he could give her a hug. This information was too important. Soul Society. It turned out that Death God was not alone, but an organization called Soul Society. Easy. The corners of Natasha's mouth rose slightly. It seemed that her skills had not regressed. It was too easy to get Death God's words. On the other hand, although Lod, who was told by, looked livid on the surface, as if he had said something wrong. But in fact, he was about to laugh to death. The Black Widow and Nick Fury thought that their goading was very effective, but in fact, it was all within Lod's expectations. In a reasonable way, they revealed Soul Society's news to Shield. People like Nick Fury, who was a wily old fox, would only believe in the information they had obtained, right? This wave of Shield was on the 5th floor, and Lod was in the atmosphere. He's riding this wave. Chapter 14. Mr. Death God. Natasha stroked the hair on her temples. Since we are all protecting the safety of mankind, why can't we join forces? TCH. Lod hesitated for a moment, and an unnatural expression seemed to appear on his face. And this hesitant expression, as well as the fear that flashed through his eyes, was all seen by Natasha, who was sitting opposite him. Is he afraid? Natasha narrowed her eyes slightly. It was obvious that this man was tempted, but for some unknown reason, he dared not cooperate with them. What was the reason? What was this Death God afraid of? Mr. Death God. Natasha decided to ask, Mr. Death God, although we don't know what you are hesitating about, if there is a problem, maybe you can ask us. We can help you think of a way. What do you think? A hint of struggle flashed across Lod's face. Lod's hesitation and complicated expression made Shield's people more convinced that they could get words out of Death God. Mr. Death God. Natasha stepped forward and said in a low voice, please trust us. We just want to protect the world better. We will never leak your information. But Lod was still a little hesitant and fearful. Natasha suddenly sighed and said with a sad face, "In fact, we are eager to cooperate with you. In addition to the idea of protecting the world, there is one more thing that we have not told you." "What is it?" Lod raised his eyebrows and asked. "It is an enemy of ours," Natasha said seriously. "They have been opposing us since the Second World War. They have secretly conducted large-scale human experiments just to let the war sweep the world again." Lod's eyelids twitched. He had already thought of who she was referring to. Sure enough, the next second, Natasha said, "That evil organization is called Hydra. They are the lifelong enemies of SHIELD. Recently, we have received news that they have discovered the existence of Hollow." What a surprise! Lod was almost fell for that deception. SHIELD was going to suffer retribution sooner or later, didn't they? For the sake of the world not being destroyed, for the continuation and safety of humanity. Natasha said with a serious look, "Mr. Death God, I urgently ask you to cooperate with us." Exaggerated? Lod was a little speechless. This SHIELD really has no conscience. In order to deceive him, they even pulled out the Hydra. "Please." Natasha spoke sincerely, her eyes full of tears. She looked like a great spirit who sacrificed himself for the human race. "I have no choice." Lod went down the slope with a helpless look on his face. He sighed and said, "But as a death god, contacting human beings without permission is strictly prohibited by the Soul Society. Once found out, I will be imprisoned." Natasha's expression suddenly became a little cold. From this seemingly simple words, SHIELD analyzed a lot of information. Firstly, Soul Society strictly prohibited any form of contact between Death God and human beings. Secondly, Soul Society had laws. From the above 2 points, Soul Society seemed to be more inclined to a country of than the organization, with strict order and laws. Natasha. Quick, continue to get his words and ask this so-called Soul Society. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. After receiving the message, Natasha deliberately showed a surprised look. "A strong person like you. There shouldn't be much in Soul Society, right?" "TCH. Lod sneered, as if he was mocking them. "Me? Strong? Don't F***ck with me, for Soul Society's standard, I'm weak." This was not a lie. After all, among the original Soul Society, he really could not be considered a strong person. There were simply too many people more powerful than him. Ugh. After hearing this, Natasha's facial muscles twitched slightly, and her eyes were full of shock and horror. Nick Fury. Carlson. The rest of SHIELD's staff. Looking at Natasha, who was shocked speechless, Lod was secretly delighted. He could already imagine that SHIELD's old fox was probably not any better. The truth was as Lod expected. Including Nick Fury, all of SHIELD's members who heard this subconsciously gasped. The Death God in front of them, they thought that he was a rare existence among Soul Society. But they didn't expect. This kind of man was just a small role in Soul Society. Then you. Natasha's mind was already in a mess. She said in a confused tone, "I'm very sorry, sir. I want to ask, how many Death God like you are there?" "Not much, just 10,000. 10,000. Yes. Then, how many Death God who can be called the strong?" "Not many, just 13, all the captain of Godi 13. 13. How strong are they?" "Well." Lod pondered for a moment, then pointed to himself and said, "Death God like me, they only need one look to shock me to death with their spiritual power." "Are you kidding me?" Natasha swallowed her saliva and expressed her disbelief. There were actually tens of thousands of people like him in Soul Society. No. Lod said with a very serious expression, "GoDi-13 is an important force to protect Seoul society. Every captain is an expert who has been tempered for hundreds of years, and will be recorded in the entire millennium history of Seoul society." Hundreds of years. Natasha was stunned and then asked subconsciously, "Can I ask? How old are you this year?" 270 years old. Lod took a sip of coffee and said calmly, "Of course. Compared to those captains, I'm still too young." Natasha gritted her teeth with strong force. "Death God. Is there no lifespan limit?" Lod looked at Natasha with a strange expression. "Death God is in charge of death. How can there be a lifespan limit?" Looking at his eyes, Natasha knew that she had asked a very stupid question. That was right. He was already Death God, how could there be a limit to his lifespan? At this moment, Nick Fury felt a deep sense of powerlessness. A huge organization that has been passed down for 1,000 years, in charge of all the dead souls, and also has the terrifying armed force of GoDi-13 division, which has been discovered by them until now. How many years has the United States been established? 200 years. But the age of Death God, who was casually pulled out, was above 200 years old, comparable to the history of the entire United States. In comparison, SHIELD had only been established for a few decades. Even if he had grasped some future technology, he was simply as laughable as a child in the face of such a colossus that had existed for over 1,000 years. Although Lod looked serious on the surface, he was actually secretly delighted in his heart. Right. That's it, ask more. At this moment, if he could materialize his heart, he would definitely be a sinister and cunning fox. The current SHIELD was like a mouse. He was being attracted by the cheese that Lod had thrown down, and then unknowingly, step by step, he walked into the trap that he had already set up. The more he knew, the more he felt fear towards the unknown soul society. Chapter 15. Fear originated from the unknown. Humans feared death, so they placed their hopes on Hollow's intangible belief, hoping that they could enter heaven after death. But when they learned that there was another world after death, their mood immediately became gloomy. The place where humans would go after death was neither heaven nor hell, but a place called Soul Society. There was no god or demon there. There was only Death God. Tell me. Nick Fury's already dark face also turned a little darker as his gaze swept over the group of experts. Is what he said true or false? In the office surrounded by soundproof glass, the most authoritative experts in the world, psychology, crime, micro-expressions, and negotiation, were gathered. Their only task was to analyze the psychology and behavior of Death God from all angles and propose corresponding suggestions and countermeasures for Fury and Natasha. But now, the faces of all the experts seemed to be covered with a layer of white ash, as pale as a corpse. They looked at each other, at each other. The world's top experts were unable to say a word for a long time. Speak. Nick Fury was enraged. He slapped the table and roared, "What do I want you to do? Tell me." Director. One of the more daring experts braced himself and said, "According to our analysis, the credibility of what Death God said is more than 80%. 80%. Nick Fury's face twitched violently. Wasn't this equivalent to telling him that it was 100%? Thinking about the huge organization that had been around for thousands of years behind that Death God, Nick Fury felt a chill run down his spine. Nonsense. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes and tapped his knuckles on the table. He said faintly, "Natasha, try to continue talking about Hydra. Let's see if we can change his mind." Hydra. The organization that was already defeated by him. Nick Fury sneered in his heart. It was just an organization that had been destroyed by SHIELD a long time ago. He could say whatever he wanted. Since Death God had kept his mouth shut and said that he had to follow Soul Society's order, then things were much simpler. He only needed to use a greater order to suppress the so-called Soul Society's order. Death God could not contact humans without permission? What if someone came into contact with Hollow and tried to use and transform him into a biological weapon? In just a few seconds, the sinister Nick Fury had already thought of how to trick this Death God into working for them, SHIELD. On the other side, Natasha suddenly had some information on the contact lenses on her retina. After reading the information, Natasha nodded imperceptibly and said, "Sir, we found something. It's about why Hollow suddenly appeared in New York." "Oh." Lod raised his eyebrows slightly. "Tell me about it." "It's about Hydra and Hollow. According to our investigation, not only does Hydra know about Hollow, but he is also secretly carrying out an evil plan," Natasha said solemnly. "One of our agents was ordered to lurk in the Hydra organization and sacrificed his own life in exchange for this information. Hydra is secretly studying the possibility of human and Hollow converting each other, and plans to use this as the foundation to create a large number of Hollow to stir up the war of the entire world." As soon as she finished speaking, Natasha took out her notebook and displayed a series of relevant information. Photos of Hydra's secret experiments, the direction of Hollow's research, the modification ideas of biological weapons, etc. Marvelous. This reasoning, this prediction. If not for knowing the plot, Lod would have thought that the Black Widow was secretly reading the script. Nick Fury's control was so sharp that even Lod was a little impressed. In just a few minutes, SHIELD had already forged the information. Congratulations, Hydra. Lod estimated that if Alexander Pierce knew that his subordinate Nick Fury had tricked the Hydra, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Natasha said to herself, "As you can see, in order to protect the peace of the world and to protect the future of mankind, we have to stop the Hydra. For this, we urgently hope that Mr. Death God can join us and protect the world with us. We can destroy the evil Hydra and thwart their evil scheme." It was reasonable and convincing. If the situation wasn't wrong, Lod even wanted to applaud them. Lod pretended to hesitate for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Well, for the future of mankind and the peace of the world, I agree to cooperate with you, but the premise is that you must keep it a secret." "No problem." Natasha was overjoyed, and there was ecstasy in her eyes. It was not easy. After expending a great deal of effort, they finally managed to trick this arrogant Death God into using a method of deception. In fact, SHIELD was happy, and Lod was even happier. Not only had they successfully infiltrated SHIELD, they had also received a surprise. After Nick Fury's reminder, Lod suddenly thought of a plan. If he couldn't do something, he could find someone else to do it. For example, the Hydra. Human experiments, soul transformation experiments, artificial Hollow experiments, and so on. If it were for a plan led by the Hydra, then no one would find it strange. Moreover, Hydra had done many crazy things in World War II. In any case, Hydra's notoriety had spread far and wide. In this way, on the surface, Hydra would attract his attention, and Lod could be at ease in collecting souls. "Thank you for your great contribution, Chief Pierce. Thank you for Nick Fury's plan. Looking forward to work with you." Natasha stretched out her fair hand and looked at him with a smile. Lod also reached out and shook Natasha's hand. He said meaningfully, "Me too." After the two sides reached an agreement, Natasha quickly apologized and left. Lod took Nemu and bought some clothes and snacks in the mall. The two strolled until night before carrying the somewhat tired Nemu home. Queen's Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. Lod carefully picked up the sleeping Nemu. Just as he was about to push open the door, he found that there was a corpse lying next to the trash can not far away. "Save! Save me!" The corpse squirmed a bit, then raised its head, revealing a standard American face. It's you. Laud raised his eyebrows and was not surprised at all. He said lightly, so. Frank, who did you meet this time? You were actually beaten so badly. This famous mandated Punisher in Marvel World, the Steel Man who was nicknamed the Punisher, had a luxurious record of slaughtering all superheroes and villains in parallel universes. It was hard to imagine that such a man would lie here on the verge of death. It's the bullseye. Frank said in a dying voice. He suddenly became much stronger, like a monster. Chapter 16. Frank Castell, nicknamed Punisher, was a typical European and American tough man. His angular face, well-trimmed beard, and black skin-tight clothes with white skulls printed on them were his signature attire. The original Frank was born in the Marine Corps. Because of his excellent performance during battle and his powerful strength, he had been awarded medals many times. He could be considered a positive figure. But after Frank retired, when he had a meal with his wife and children in the park, he was killed by the gangs because he witnessed the transaction process. Although Frank himself relied on his powerful skills to escape from a gang killer, his wife and children died in the hands of a gang. Later, when Frank collected evidence and found the murderer who killed his wife and daughter, and told them to the law, the judge was repeatedly bribed by a gang, with all kinds of legal loopholes and money, and finally escaped the punishment he deserved. Feeling disheartened, Frank hated the unfair law and government, and finally decided to take revenge by himself, and thus contributed to the birth of the anti-hero, the Punishment. So, what was the anti-hero? If heroes had a handsome appearance, powerful ability, correct behavior, and standard values, and would always be presented in front of the world with a perfect positive image, then anti-hero. It was the hero who shed his halo, with the bloody side, that was cruel in the eyes of the world. They had many shortcomings, maybe it was a blurred view of good and evil, or a wretched ugly face, or a sad and miserable life. But they were not bad people, and they also had their own justice and bottom line. They were all flesh and blood, not so far away, and closer to the real hero. And Frank, the mandated Punisher. He was an anti-hero who would use justice to violence, repay blood with blood, return teeth with teeth, and kill all criminals without mercy. In terms of heart, Laud actually liked these people more. Compared to superheroes who were full of benevolence, righteousness, these anti-heroes were obviously more real. Of course. Whether it was a hero or an anti-hero, all of this had nothing to do with Laud. He was only responsible for selling things. Laud first used Kide to stop the bleeding for Frank and then stabilized his vital signs. He grabbed Frank's arm and dragged him back to the store like a dead dog. Frank himself expressed no objection to Laud's violent behavior. The premise was that if Frank could still protest. Speaking of which, Frank was also an old customer of this store. From a certain point of view, Frank should be one of the shareholders of this store. Without Frank's friendly sponsorship, how could Laud buy such a decent property in Queens, who was worth every inch of land? Therefore, if it were for someone else lying here, Laud would definitely rather die outside than bring him back to the store. Wow! As soon as he opened Frank's clothes, Laud couldn't help but frown. There were many places like abdomen and shoulder that were torn apart by firearms. The left leg was forcibly torn off from the root. This could be seen from the remaining flocule-shaped muscles. Moreover, the bones of the right arm were broken in reverse. The ribs of the chest also had signs of collapsing from the attack of a heavy object. After reading it, Laud couldn't help but sigh, this guy's vitality is really tenacious. If it were for anyone else, they would probably die 10 times just from bleeding and pain. The reason why Frank was still alive was partly due to his abnormal physique and superhuman willpower, but also because of Laud's goods. The main business of the Spirit Cleansing Pavilion, in addition to treating external injuries, was also selling him from time to time after he was extracted from the system. However, there were some small tools that were basically useless. The one who protected Frank from death was one of the small tools. A healing talisman made by a professional team in charge of treatment can be injected with a certain amount of spiritual energy and activate the talisman to provide a long period of continuous healing for the injured. Although the healing talisman saved Frank's life, it was only limited to this. Tisk tisk. Laud frowned when he saw this. This injury is basically incurable. This degree of injury was no longer something that could be treated. Therefore, there were only two ways to save Frank. Either the 4th Division captain who was proficient in Kaide came, or he now drew Zanpakuto Minajiki. However, it was a pity that Laud did not meet these two requirements. Kaide belonged to Kido, but it was different from the combat use Bakuto and Hado. It was a special kind of Kido that was specially developed for treatment. Laud usually did not pay much attention to it, so his level was limited to the lowest level. As for the Zanpakuto, Minajiki was even more unreliable. He had just finished 10 consecutive draws, how could he have the soul to draw again? Laud turned his eyes to look at Nimue and suddenly thought that this little girl might have a way. Nimue. Laud rubbed the little loli's hair and said gently, "Do you have a way to save him?" "No, only high-level Kaide can save him." Nimue bit his finger and said, "Or if there is a laboratory now, I can try to transform him and save him." Laboratory? Are you referring to the Technology Development Bureau of Kuratsuka Mayuri? This girl is more unreliable than Zanpakuto. But he was now poor, where could he go to get a laboratory? Here, you hear her too. Laud shrugged with a face full of regret. It's not that I don't want to save you, but I really don't have the ability at the moment. This time, Frank was dead for sure. Brother. Nimue tugged at Laud's sleeve and blinked his big eyes. Do you want to save this person? Yes. Laud sighed. But unfortunately, we can't save him. Something is wrong. Nimue suddenly pursed his lips into a smile and rebuked, "Brother, you dummy. Isn't there another way?" "There's another way." "That's right." "What method?" "Brother, have you forgotten what you are?" "You mean, Death God?" "That's right." Nimue shook his head proudly and said, "Death God is in charge of souls and death. The death of a physical body cannot represent the true meaning of death." "That's right." Laud's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of it? He immediately picked up Nimue and kissed him fiercely. Ha ha ha. Nimue, you are so smart. Nimue was right. If he wanted to save Frank, there was another way, which was to make him Death God, and also win over Frank. Wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? As for whether he would be betrayed by Frank after becoming Death God, Laud had never considered such a question. Will the strong be afraid of the weak? No. Espada #10 is unruly and sees Death God as a slag, but why would he obey Aizen? Isn't it because the gap in strength is too big and can only bow down? So, as long as he was always stronger than Frank, wouldn't it be fine? Laud, who had the system's golden finger, if he didn't even have this bit of confidence, he might as well hang himself in the morning. In the future, how would he be able to contact death? Laud expressed his anticipation. He hoped that after becoming Death God, the Punisher would be able to bring something different to this chaotic world. Chapter 17. He would do as he said. Moreover, Frank's breathing gradually weakened. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that it would really be too late. Laud carried the dying Frank with one hand and Nimue followed closely behind. The two of them arrived at the secret space below the spirit cleansing pavilion. Before officially letting Frank become Death God, he still needed to ask for his opinion. If he was unwilling, he naturally would not force it. Because it was in the physical state, his Zanpakuto transformed into a cane with the symbol of Death God printed at the bottom. There is only one use for this thing, which is to push the soul of the living out of the body. In the original work, Rukia and Kisukura Hara used this method to help the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo out of the physical state. At this moment, Frank Castle was just about to exhale his last breath. Laud raised his cane to the forehead and then poked it hard. Pop! A slightly transparent Frank was instantly pushed out of his body by the cane. There was also a long chain on his chest. Yo! Laud held the cane with both hands and smiled gently. Frank, how do you feel now? Pant pant. Frank knelt on the ground, breathing rapidly. His face was pale. Why, my breathing, it feels so difficult. It's normal. Laud smiled faintly and said, after a living person's soul leaves their body, it's normal for them to have difficulty breathing. There's no need to panic. A living person? Soul. Body. What do you mean? Frank was confused and could not understand the meaning of the string of words. It means. Laud pointed his cane to the side. You are dead, Frank. I'm dead. Frank looked in the direction where the cane pointed and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Wait. Laud, is that my body? Not yet. Laud glanced at it and said, however, just wait. From the moment the soul left the body, the time of death of the body would come to a standstill. From now on, there was about 1 or 2 hours before Frank's body would completely die. I am dead. Frank's face was as pale as paper. His thick lips trembled slightly, and his eyes revealed a touch of pain and darkness. Even you can't save me. Under the man's gaze that was full of hope, Laud shook his head silently. No. The injury you suffered is too serious and irreversible. I am sorry, Frank. The last hope in the man's eyes disappeared with this sentence. Sigh. Frank's face was ashen. There was endless anger and grievance in his heart, but he had nowhere to release it. He was dead. However, the enemy who killed his wife and children was still at large, enjoying the life of being under one person and above 10,000 people. He hated it. He hated himself for being powerless, hated the law and the government for being unfair, and hated this absurd world even more. Ah! Frank punched the ground and roared at the top of his lungs, wantonly venting the resentment and dissatisfaction in his chest. Ahem. Excuse me. Laud spoke in a timely manner. Actually, there is another way to let you live in another form. I just don't know if you are willing. What? Hearing that Laud said that there was a way to keep him alive, Frank immediately widened his eyes and said impatiently, what method? No matter what price I have to pay, I am willing. Including your soul. About that. Frank hesitated. In the Western world, those who said that they would pay for their souls were basically demons. In Frank's opinion, since Laud said that he was a soul, there was a high chance that he was also a demon. After calming down, Frank discovered a problem. Since he was in a soul state, how did Laud see him? This was definitely a demon that ran away from hell. But so what if they were demons? When his wife and children died, did God pity them? When he placed his hopes on the law, when did the government ever be fair? No. 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 Since that was the case, it was better to fall into hell. Even if he had to sacrifice his soul, he would avenge his dead wife and children. Including my soul. Frank did not hesitate and said decisively, as long as you can let me take revenge, be it the soul or life, you can take it away. Very good, Frank. Laud nodded with satisfaction, thinking, since you agree, I have a few things to tell you. Do you want to sign a contract? Contract? Yes, it's the kind that demons often use. The burning parchment has a lot of **T written in it. Laud looked at Frank speechlessly. Frank, I am very curious. How did you connect me with the demons? Frank, this is how TV shows are played. Demons will pay for their souls. Frank, watch less TV shows. Lod rubbed his eyebrows and said, I'm not a demon, and I don't want your soul. Yeah, sure, that's what demon says. Frank's face was full of an expression that he would never believe. So how do you plan to resurrect me? Do you want to turn me into a demon too? Forget it. Lower your head and look at the chain on your chest. Lod was too lazy to explain to him. Only then did Frank notice that there was a chain extending from his chest, linking him to his body. Clang. Frank tugged at the chain and frowned. It's quite sturdy. What is this for? Chain of karma. Lod said, a chain used to connect the soul and the body. Once the chain breaks, you will die completely. Oh. Frank did not care too much. Compared to these things, I care more about how you will revive me. A strange smile appeared on Lod's face. Frank, I never said that I would revive you. What? Just as Frank was about to say something, a cold light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Dang! A crisp sound, as well as sparks. Frank saw that the chain in front of his chest was cut off by a sharp sword. Frank's pupils dilated. He remembered very clearly that Lod had just said that this chain was connected to the body. Once the chain broke, he would never be able to revive. All right. Lod said calmly, now, you are completely unable to revive, Frank. F***CKU. Veins popped up on Frank's forehead as he roared, what have you done? Demon. As you can see. Lod said indifferently, I cut off the link between you and your body. Lod. Frank was so angry that his face twisted slightly. He gnashed his teeth and said, bastard. To think that I trusted you so much, and you actually lied to me. Calm down, Frank. Lod said, the definition of living doesn't necessarily mean living in the form of a human. There are other ways to do it. Frank sneered, so, you intend to turn me into a demon? Of course not. Lod shook his head, not intending to explain to him. He continued, if you want to live and have the power to take revenge, then it is best not to have so many problems. Frank, who came from the army, inherited the fine tradition of the army. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, no problem, even if I will become a demon, I will live. Very good, a good spirit. Lod said, compared to using your mouth, I think it is better to let you experience it yourself. Instead of wasting his breath and explaining to Frank, Lod felt that it was better to directly make a move. This way, it would be simpler. Very good. Frank obviously did not like the complicated explanation. He revealed his white teeth and said, I hate complicated stuff. Just tell me, what do I need? Chapter 18. Live. Lod stretched out a finger and said lightly, you only need to live. That's all. Bakudo number 1, restrain. Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Seal. Frank's hands were tied back, and Kido temporarily sealed them. Plop. Frank looked at Lod in surprise. What are you doing? You will know soon. Lod said and snapped his fingers. Pa. Abyss of despair suddenly appeared. Frank felt empty below him, falling like a meteorite. A few seconds later, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from the deep pit, accompanied by Frank's scream. Lod followed closely behind and jumped off Abyss of despair. At the bottom of the cave. Although Frank, who had fallen at the bottom of the pit, was not hurt too much because he was a soul, he still broke out in a cold sweat. Freely falling down for a few seconds. He used to play high-altitude parachutes, but he did not have the stimulation of this thing. After calming down a little, Frank noticed that the surrounding environment was extremely dark and silent. It seemed to be a little depressed. What was he planning to do? Frank looked a little confused. He thought that Lod first bound his hands and then threw him into a pit. This operation looked a little familiar. Wait a minute. Wasn't this way they treated the captives when they were in Vietnam? Wait. Lod. Frank suddenly had a bad feeling. Looking at Lod in front of him, his eyelids jumped wildly. Don't tell me you want me to crawl out from here. You're pretty sharp, Frank. Lod leaned on his cane and said lightly, I want you to crawl out from here. A cross appeared on Frank's forehead. Are you fucking kidding me? My hands are tied by you. How can I climb out of here? Lod raised his eyebrows slightly. Who is joking with you? I am serious. Lod. Are you f***ing crazy? Frank's forehead was already dripping with sweat. This hole is at least 100 meters deep. How can a human not use his hands to climb up? Lod, then you should stop being a human. Looking at Lod's expression, Frank suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he was not joking. Are you serious? Frank's tone was full of concern. Of course. Lod nodded and smiled. If you want to live and avenge your wife and children, you have to rely on yourself to climb out of here. What if I can't do it? Frank asked again, what will happen? Will you starve to death in this place? Lod narrowed his eyes and tapped his cane on Frank's chest. His lips moved slightly. Frank, the first erosion is about to begin. First erosion. Just as Frank was about to ask him what he meant, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from the depths of his soul. An unimaginable pain. It even made this man, who was known for being iron-blooded and tough, roll on the ground in pain, grinding his teeth. He had tried to take out the remaining bullet fragments in his body when there was no anesthetic, but the pain at that time was beyond everything that he had experienced. The erosion came quickly and left quickly. Lod. What is it? Frank and Hollow lay weakly on the ground, looking at Lod with lifeless eyes. The corrosion of the chains. Lod continued, do you remember what I said before? The chains are not only connected to the body and soul, but also to the soul. At the same time, it also symbolizes whether your soul and heart are complete. Under normal circumstances, the speed at which the chains corroded would not be this fast, but in this abyss of despair, the process of the chains eroding would be shortened to 72 hours. Once the chains on your chest are completely eroded, it means that you will lose your heart. Your wife and children, your memories, your past, your experiences, all of these things will disappear. And you will become a monster with no mercy or reason, acting on instinct, and eating the souls of humans. This method is very risky. But Lod has no choice. At present, there is only one way to make ordinary people become death god. Beggar can't be chooser, right? Even if he wanted to learn Rukia's method of injecting death god's strength, Frank's soul wouldn't be able to bear it. Not everyone could become death god. Not everyone could be like Kurosaki Ichigo. Spiritual power, who was born with a huge body, could perfectly withstand death god's power. He could not do this, and Frank was even worse. What if I become a monster? Frank asked. At that time, Lod interrupted him with a cold tone. I will kill you with my own hands. Lod was serious. From his words, Frank did not have the slightest doubt. He could even feel the faint killing intent in Lod's eyes. But the strange thing was, Frank did not feel afraid. Instead, his heart became very calm. To him, his wife and children were few and could make him feel warm memories. If even these were to be deprived, then it would be better to die. The Punisher never feared death. He was afraid that his wife and children had not been avenged, and justice had not been served. Thank you, Lod. Frank revealed a set of white teeth, his eyes flashing with fanaticism, and grinned, rather than turning into a monster that doesn't even have memories, it would be better to die in your hands. Frank understood one thing: if he wanted to obtain power, he had to pay the price. And now, this opportunity had come, and he only needed to pay the price of a little. A hint of appreciation appeared in Lod's eyes. He said, "Good awareness. Since you are ready, I will remind you again." "Okay." Frank listened carefully and knew that what Lod said next was very important. Lod continued, "The time of erosion is about 72 hours, which is about 3 days. But in fact, it will be determined by individual circumstances, and the last erosion of the chain is far more painful and faster than the sum in front. If you don't want to become a monster, there is only one way to find the power hidden in the depths of your soul that has never been excavated. It may be a person, an animal, or an object. In short, it is the existence of your soul and belief, and the dialogue in your heart with it. Then, call it." It was not good to explain too much, so Lod simply did not explain, only telling Frank some necessary things. As for whether it would succeed or not, it would depend on the will of heaven. "I understand," Frank said very calmly. "As long as I find the power hidden in the depths of my soul, I can live and obtain the power of revenge, right?" "Simply put, yes." Lod nodded slightly and then said, "I will wait for you up there. I hope you can succeed." "Frank, I don't want to kill you with my own hands." He. Chapter 19. It had been 70 hours since Frank entered Abyss of Despair. During this period, Frank tried to climb up countless times, even using his teeth to bite the bulge on the rock wall, just to replace his hands and let him climb a little higher. But even so, Frank's best record only climbed up 2 or 3 meters, and the price was a good tooth. Time is almost up. Lod thought to himself, "Frank, don't force me to kill you with my own hands." Abyss of Despair went down. Frank and Hollow lay weakly on the ground, a hint of bitterness on their faces. He had been careless. He had originally thought that, as Lod had said, finding the power hidden in the depths of his soul was very simple. However, after these dozens of hours and countless attempts, Frank was on the verge of despair. There was even a trace of doubt in his heart, thinking that Lod was lying to him. Where was the power hidden in the depths of his soul? In this silent and quiet darkness, Frank had called out countless times, prayed countless times, and even begged, but he had not received a response. Only the chains became shorter under the erosion, and now only the short section of his chest was left. The pain of his soul and the despair in his heart all indicated his ending, and he would disappear like this chain. But Frank was unwilling. His consciousness gradually became hazy, and Frank felt as if he had a dream. In the dream, there were his family, and there were also the dead souls that had died under his hands. These scenes were switched back and forth, like a lantern running on horseback. A cold touch came. Frank opened his eyes and found himself lying in the ruins. It was raining heavily in the gray sky. The raindrops fell on his body, cold and bone-chilling. Frank slowly got up and his eyes were a little confused. "Where is this place?" "This is your inner world." A man in a white trench coat appeared. His appearance was somewhat similar to Frank. "You? Who are you?" Frank immediately raised his vigilance. All the muscles in his body were tight and ready to fight back at any time. Pitiful, pathetic. Frank, who was in white, said coldly, "How many times do I have to call you to hear my name?" Frank's eyes turned cold. "I've never seen you before. Who are you? Why do you look like me? Can't you tell?" The white-robed Frank sneered, his face showing disdain. "I am you. Frank. You are me." A light flashed in Frank's mind. He suddenly remembered what Lod had said before. He subconsciously asked, "You are the power hidden in my soul that Lod said?" "You can say that." The white-robed Frank said lightly, "But to be more accurate, it should be the power of death god that belongs to you." "Great." Frank's eyes lit up. Hurry up and give me strength, or I'll turn into a monster. Give you strength? Frank, you might have made a mistake. What do you mean? Frank frowned and asked in confusion, aren't you my power? Tell me, what do you want? Frank said coldly. Frank was suddenly stunned and did not know how to answer this question. Yes. What do I want? He had never thought about this before and only took revenge with anger. Destroy all sins. But when Frank asked, Frank suddenly did not know how to answer this question. Frank. Do you remember how many lives fell under your muzzle? Frank said lightly. 100, 200. Or 1,000, 2,000. What are you pursuing? Revenge? Or uphold justice? Or is it just venting his anger? Tell me, Frank. Are you an avenger or a mandated punisher? Frank clenched his fists, blue veins popping up on his forehead. Is there any difference? There's a difference. Frank, in white, had a deep gaze. I need to know your answer. Tell me your real answer, Frank. Frank was silent. Just as Frank in white had said, most of the time, he could not figure it out. Was he an avenger swallowed by anger, or was he an executioner who executed justice? Frank lowered his head. His eyes were full of loneliness. He muttered to himself. I was desperate. I was also disappointed. Every time I thought back to that day, when the sinful bullets pierced their chests, my anger could not be contained. It was even about to swallow my reason. I know very well. As long as there are benefits in this world, then sin will never be eliminated. This is a lonely and endless war. Anger is my bullet. Hatred is my blood. And justice is my belief. Since the law and order cannot be judged, then I will be the one to punish and protect the ridiculous and pale justice. To use violence to suppress violence, to repay blood with blood. This is not revenge. It is punishment. The sinner should be killed. Frank's eyes were red and he roared. The invisible spiritual energy shook and set off a soaring tornado. Remember your belief at this moment. Frank, in white, revealed a smile with a trace of gratification and pity. Call. Frank. Call, my name. Boom. A burning meteor shot into the sky from the bottom of the pit and then quickly fell on the ground. Oh. Laud raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, it seems that you have succeeded, Frank. Frank, who was wearing a black windbreaker, had a huge white skull imprinted on his back, and on his hand was Zanpakuto, who belonged to him alone. Unlike Laud's Zanpakuto, Frank's Zanpakuto was a standard Western knight sword. This sword had no gorgeous appearance, no gorgeous decorations, just an ordinary and simple sword that could be easily overlooked. This sword. Laud's gaze fell on the knight sword, and he was slightly surprised in his heart. Zanpakuto was the manifestation of his soul. In other words, the style, appearance, and ability were all related to his soul. However, Frank's Zanpakuto was actually an ordinary Western knight sword. This was somewhat beyond Laud's expectations. Thank you. After Frank thanked Laud, he turned to look at the sword in his hand and muttered, is this my power? Congratulations. Laud clapped his hands and said, from today on, you are no longer Frank, but Death God, Frank. Ha! Frank grinned and shook his head. Compared to the title of Death God, I like the Punisher better. Then the third lesson. Laud pulled out sword from his cane and pointed it at Frank. Let me see your Zanpakuto ability. Compared to Frank calling Death God, he was more curious about the ability of this seemingly ordinary sword. Good. Frank did not object. He smiled and said, I was almost killed by you. It is not too much for me to unleash my sword, is it? Laud smiled and said, if you can do it. Be careful, Laud. Frank used his rough hand to touch the sword, and his eyes were heavy. He said in a low voice, "This is my first time using it. If I kill you, I will not be responsible. Come on." Lod narrowed his eyes, and the huge spiritual power was instantly released, like a landslide or tsunami, rolling up waves of wind and waves in the air. Frank crossed his sword in front of his chest, glared at him, growled, and said, "Justice is pale and humble, but it is not powerless. Shikai, pale justice." Chapter 20. Ha ha ha. Frank laughed and said, "Do you like it? I can't give it to you even if I like it." "No need." Lod smiled back. "My sword is also not bad. Be careful." Frank suddenly raised his hand. The moment the voice was released, the trigger had already been pressed down. When a person spoke, it just so happened to be the moment when his mind was the most relaxed. For the mandated punishers, their combat style was never constrained by the rules, and everything was done to kill the other party as the final goal. Frank wasn't worried about killing Lod because from spiritual power's situation just now, it was clear that he was at an absolute disadvantage. If he wanted to win, he could only rely on sneak attacks. Boom! The spear blade let out a loud roar, like the roar of a wild beast. It spewed out blazing flames, pushing a metal bullet out of the rifling. Su! The speed of the bullet was extremely fast, even piercing through dozens of meters of air. As if there was no resistance at all, it shot straight towards Lod. Too slow. Lod smiled indifferently, and then took half a step, and Zanpakuto suddenly slashed. Zanjutsu, sword pressure. The naked eye could see that spiritual power was condensed on sword's blade, and then aimed at the bullet, and swung down hard at sword. Clang! Sword's blade split open the bullet, causing countless sparks to fly in all directions. Lod, who originally thought that it was over, suddenly saw a strange and inexplicable smile on the corner of Frank's mouth. He immediately thought that it was not good. Pata! The cracked bullet emitted a sound similar to a spring machine expanding, followed by countless steel needles that shot out like a storm of pear blossoms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ho ho, cicada shell. Lod moved his ankle and instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a coat. Poof. Countless steel needles shot out and pierced through the coat, leaving a dense hole like a beehive. Sheesh. Lod gasped when he saw this. He thought that Frank was too vicious. If it were for him, what would happen? Did he dodge? Frank narrowed his eyes slightly and memorized Lod's footsteps in his mind. Then, he raised the gun blade in his right hand. This time, increase the speed of the bullet. Bang! This time, the bullet was at least 3 times faster than the previous one. In almost a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lod. So fast! Lod exclaimed in surprise, but his body was calm and composed. He held Zanpakuto horizontally in front of his chest and blocked the shot. Dang! The bullet with 3 times the speed of the chamber was pushed back by the tremendous inertia. Even with Lod's physical fitness, it was inevitable for him to be pushed back a step. Accelerate! Frank shouted coldly. He did not give Lod any time to catch his breath as he fired 18 shots with his right hand. Bang! 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 The 18 bullets roared and tore through the air, bringing with them flames that could be seen with the naked eye as they attacked in all sorts of arcs in the air. This is arc shot. Lod had a strange expression on his face. If he remembered correctly, this should be the skill of the assassins. Was this Frank's own ability or Zanpakuto's ability? But right now, there was no time to think about it. The 18 bullets made a huge arc in the air like a fishing net, surrounding Lod inside. Gotcha! Frank narrowed his eyes. In the past, no one had ever been able to escape this move of his. However, he is still too inexperienced. Lod's eyes narrowed slightly. He smiled indifferently and said, "Frank, at this level of a child, there is no way to defeat me." After saying that, Zanpakuto unsheathed his sword and turned into countless rays of sword's light. The speed of the consecutive slashes was so fast that it could no longer be captured by the naked eye. It was as if in an instant, 18 bullets were cut off. I guessed it long ago. Seeing that the bullet was split open, Frank did not panic. Instead, he said confidently, "Unfortunately, Lord, you forgot that my bullet is not just a bullet." Ka. After the 18 bullets split open, the familiar sound of a machine expansion rang out once more. Boom. 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 With Lod as the center, a violent explosion suddenly occurred within a radius of several meters, mixed with poisonous gas, flames, steel needles, and other attacks. Did I get him? Frank carefully observed the situation of Lod in the smoke, but he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. It was him. The attack just now did not succeed. Frank instantly reacted, the gun blade in his left hand turned back and slashed. Dang! The two blades clashed. You are really amazing. Frank looked at the unscathed Lod and gritted his teeth in anger. Don't you have too many abilities? At this moment, Lod did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly had a trace of curiosity towards Frank's Zanpakuto ability. 18 bullets actually had 18 different effects. Could it be that Zanpakuto's ability could change the structure and attributes of the bullets? You are not half bad either. Frank grinned and said, "You can actually dodge that move. Thank you for your praise." Lod narrowed his eyes and smiled. With just the strength of one hand, he had completely suppressed Frank. The latter was almost about to kneel. Frank gritted his teeth and struggled. His spiritual energy was completely inferior to Lod's, and his physical fitness was even worse. He could only be suppressed. Is it over? Lod was a little disappointed. If it's only to this extent, it seems that your hope of revenge is still far away. Although Frank's Zanpakuto ability seemed to be very fancy, it was actually very ordinary. Not only did it not have the additional effects of the Keto anility, it also did not have the additional effect of the slash ability. It only changed the attributes of the bullets. This ability was really a bit useless. Is that so? Frank suddenly smiled strangely. Lod, fighting is not just about the strength of each other. The most important thing is intelligence. Oh. Lod raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "What other information do you have?" Frank suddenly took a step back and after pulling away from Lod, he raised the gun blade that he had never used before in his left hand. Left hand. Lod instantly understood. Frank had always been using the gun blade of his right hand, but he had never used the gun blade of his left hand. Could it be? Did the gun blade on his left have other abilities? Just as Lod was thinking, he saw Frank raise the gun blade of his left hand and aim it at his heart. Then, he revealed a smile. Lod. There are two parts of the Shikai of Pale Justice. One of the guns is called Justice. It can modify the additional attributes of bullets with my mind. You have just seen it? The other gun is called Pale. It can add some additional abilities to me. For example, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out, and a blood-red bullet entered Frank's chest. Until death. Frank raised his head. His eyes were blood-red, and the spiritual energy around his body boiled and exploded. There were faint signs of a breakthrough. There is only one use for it. Increase all my attributes to a great extent, and during this period of time, no matter what kind of damage I suffer, I will not die. Okay. That was very much a punisher. Chapter 21. The battle ended very quickly. Although Frank's tactical accomplishment was extremely high, with the exception of the arc shooting with 100 shots and the different abilities of the left and right blades, he caused a lot of trouble for Lod. But facing the serious Lod, Frank could only lose in the end. One sword. After the shikai, Lod used Shinso to step through instantly and breaking the sound barrier. Without any reaction from Frank, he accurately penetrated his abdomen, so that after a while, the pain nerves responded. As for Lod, except for the slightly damaged clothes, the rest could be said to be unscathed. Frank was obviously surprised by this result. He did not expect the gap between the two to be so big. Lod felt very normal. The battle between Death God is the battle of spiritual power. No matter how powerful your Zanpakuto, Zanjutsu, Kido, or skills are, what matters the most is still spiritual power. Just like Soul Society's Captain Commander, the first Death God in 1,000 years, Yamamoto Jonri, Sai Shiji Kuni. The real horror of this Captain Commander is not his Ryuwa Jinjaka, but his own huge spiritual power. Even if he didn't use his Zanpakuto to fight, it's still enough to crush 90 of Death God. Therefore, Frank did not lose out. After all, he had only just been promoted to Death God. Although his Zanpakuto could reach the Shikai, his spiritual power's essence was only 8th class, just equivalent to an ordinary Death God. When he met Lod, who was a ranking official, and in the state of Zanpakuto's Shikai, wasn't it natural for him to be crushed? I will remember this wound. Frank said sullenly, next time, I will definitely open a hole in your stomach. Anyone who opened a hole in their stomach would probably be as unhappy as Frank. Okay, if you can do it. Lod shrugged, indicating that he did not care. However, he felt that Frank should be impossible in this life. With the golden finger, he would grow up at an extremely fast speed, and the distance between him and them would grow larger and larger. Perhaps one day, he can also be like Aizen, and can crush a captain-level Death God. It won't be very far. Lod silently said in his heart. With Soul King development system, surpassing Aizen was just a matter of time. Back to the topic. Lod admired Frank very much, not only because his combat accomplishments were extremely high, but also because of his adaptability to strange situations. Death God had Zanpakuto, but there were very few people who could perfectly adapt to their own abilities and maximize their potential. Most of Death God was Zanpakuto, who had slowly adapted and familiarized himself over the long years through cultivation and battle. But Frank was different. Frank, as a mandated Punisher, had an extremely high degree of sensitivity to battle. He possessed extremely strong combat discipline, will, and tactics, and he was able to convert them into reality. The gunblade in his right hand could follow the user's will, consume an indefinite amount of spiritual energy, and create multi-purpose bullets. Currently included but not limited to, blasting, acceleration, flames, poison gas, canister, and freezing 6 types. It was unknown if it would increase in the later stages. As for the gun blade in his left hand, it could condense Reishi into a bullet, and then use the gun to inject it into the body of the soul, giving different effects to the victim and giving others. Until death is one of them, similar to the effect of adrenaline booster, but the extent of improvement is far greater than that. It is a desperate skill. There is also a type of bullet effect. After entering the human body, there is a healing effect, and the most important thing is that the effect can be superimposed with other healing effect. It can be said that Pale Justice was very consistent with the style of the mandated Punishers. Then, Frank, Lod said lightly, you have power now. What are you going to do next? Frank was slightly stunned, and then his eyes were quickly filled with flames of anger. This question, is there a need to ask? He did not forget who was the culprit who had caused him to suffer so much and almost lose his life. The bullseye. This assassin, the sins that flowed on his body, even if he was thrown into hell, he would not be able to wash them clean. Of course it is revenge. Frank's eyes revealed a fierce light, revealing a slightly sinister smile, using blood to repay blood, using violence to deal with violence. This is the style of the Punisher. I wish you good luck. Laud took a step back and made a gesture of invitation. I will. Frank nodded heavily and said with a serious face, when I come back, my life will be yours. He never easily made promises to others, but to the man in front of him who gave him strength and a second life, Frank made the biggest promise. No need. Laud smiled and shook his head. Frank, I saved you because I wanted to save you. Your life is yours and does not belong to anyone, so you do not need to be grateful to me. Because of longing and gratitude, rashly offering your life and loyalty is the most stupid behavior for me. To subdue a person and use kindness to coerce him was the worst method, and Laud disdained it. Even if he agreed today, with Frank's character, if not for sincere, how long could this relationship last? So I let out a long line to catch the big fish. Laud was not in a hurry. Anyway, the favor that Frank owed would not disappear. Sooner or later, it would be his. Well, since you insist. Frank looked at him deeply and sighed, your words are always very reasonable. I will use my own eyes to confirm whether you are worthy of me following you. Fisk Tower. The biggest underworld leader of the United States, Kingpin, who was known as the King of the Underworld, lived on the top floor of this building. Kingpin. Bullseye. Under the moonlight, Frank was dressed in a black windbreaker. He was like death god who wanted to claim his victim's life. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The time of your death has arrived. Frank slowly walked towards the Fisk Tower. In the past, he had to put in a lot of effort in order to sneak in, but now he didn't need it. In the state of death god's spirit body, these people without spiritual power could not see Frank at all. The inside of the building was brightly lit and decorated. Frank was in the middle, but the people who were patrolling did not notice it at all. Let's start from here. Frank muttered in his heart. Zanpakuto's Shikai, pale justice. Without any superfluous words or any signs, Frank began his massacre. Evil people, no need to be forgiven. Bang. The roaring bullet instantly shot out of the chamber, piercing through a fierce-looking man in a suit. A person suddenly died from a headshot, and the rest of the people who were patrolling saw the scene and instantly burst into a commotion. What happened? Peter is dead. We're under attack. We're under attack. Bang. Another person was shot in the head. The thick white substance mixed with blood splattered on the person next to him. Help. Help. Shoot. Shoot. Where is he? Where is the intruder? Frank was expressionless. The gunblade let out a wanton roar and pierced the bullets into their chests. It's a demon. He's a demon, we can't see him. Kill him. Kill him. Don't kill me. It's not me. In the face of death, all lives were equal. When they stood on the side of sin and bullied the weak, did they also think that they would be destroyed by a stronger force? Obviously, they had never heard of it. Evil should be punished. Frank did not pay any attention to the pleading and crying of these people. He mercilessly pulled the trigger and reaped the lives of these people. Listen. It was the sound of death. Bang. 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 The cries and pleading gradually weakened. Frank walked past the blood and corpses and headed towards the top floor of the Fisk Tower. Tonight, the moonlight was really beautiful. Chapter 22. On the top floor of Fisk Tower. In a magnificent office, a fat bald man sat on a soft sofa, his eyes revealing a bit of fierceness. This man's name was Kingpin. He was the emperor of the underworld in New York and even the entire United States. He was born with an evil mind. In the past, Kingpin conducted a massacre on the other gangs and colluded with the current politicians to establish the largest and most ferocious underworld empire. But today, Kingpin was not in a good mood and felt strangely angry. Just now, there was an alarm downstairs. Someone of unknown identity broke in and killed his subordinates. But this was not the point. As the emperor of the underworld, Kingpin had long been used to this kind of thing. Whether it was a superhero or an opponent in the underworld, there were simply too many people who wanted his life. If a superhero did not come one day, he would feel that something was wrong. But no matter which time, Kingpin did not have this strange feeling. It was normal for someone to kill him. But, where was the person? From the moment the first person died, to the death of everyone, Kingpin did not see the shadow of the attacker at all. The surveillance video had been confirmed many times. No matter how many times he slowed down, it was very certain that there was no enemy at all. At first, Kingpin suspected that the other party might be a mutant or a superhero who had a similar ability to stealth. However, the infrared scanning device did not show any body temperature at all. Bastard! In a fit of anger, Kingpin smashed all the monitoring devices, and his eyes showed a trace of ruthlessness. Who is it that wants my life? A monster that could not be found with any detection equipment, Kingpin did not intend to confront him directly. As the saying goes, the leader's life worth as much as 1,000 peasants. The life of an emperor of the underworld was naturally more valuable than the lives of these minions. In the face of such an existence that could not be explained by science, Kingpin decided to abandon them without hesitation and escape alone. But before he escaped, he still needed one person to help him stall this monster. Monsters need to be dealt with by monsters. Bullseye, I'll leave this place to you. There should be no problem, right? Said Kingpin. No problem. From the shadows of the office, a man wearing Bullseye's mask walked out. His tone revealed a hint of excitement. I also want to try how strong I am now, he said. That's good. Kingpin got up from the sofa and walked to the innermost part of the office. A wall full of decorations pressed a hidden mechanism. Rumble. The heavy wall slid to both sides, revealing a circular metal door. As the underworld emperor, having one or two special escape routes was very reasonable and realistic. Kingpin strode into the metal door and entered the password. The heavy metal door and the wall slowly closed. Kingpin quickly left the escape tunnel. He secretly said in his heart, if I find out who you are, I will kill your whole family. He never thought that the person who was killing his subordinates was the Punisher who was seriously injured by Bullseye a few days ago. Now, he had returned. He had transformed into Death God to harvest the evil souls. Bang! The last person fell to the ground, his head pierced by a bullet. His face was filled with unwillingness and fear as he swallowed his last breath. 107. Frank let out a breath, then stepped over the corpse and moved towards the next level. Evil should be punished. In his eyes, no one in the entire Fisk Tower was innocent. They had all aimed their guns at those weak people, the blood on their hands, and the families that had been destroyed because of them. And now, it was time for these people to pay the price. The last floor. Frank stepped onto the last floor with heavy and firm steps. His biggest goal tonight, Kingpin and Bullseye, was here. Clang. Frank clenched the gun blade, then cut open the heavy metal door in front of him and walked into the office of the Underworld Emperor. Bang. The moment the door was pushed open by Frank, accompanied by the sound of bullets coming out of the barrel. Dang. Frank was unusually calm. The gun blade split the bullet from the bottom up, and the shell that was broken into two fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Only one person. Frank swept his eyes across the office and found that only Bullseye was standing there, but Kingpin had disappeared. Are you a mutant? Bullseye raised his gun and aimed at the front. His target was Frank. In his perspective, he could only see a very vague shadow. The only thing he could be sure of was that it should be a human. Since he was a human and had such a strange ability, then the only possibility he could think of was the mutant. Frank was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He injected spiritual energy into justice, giving the bullet an acceleration attribute, and then directly pulled the trigger. Bang! 3 times the speed of the bullet, almost in the blink of an eye, it pierced through Bullseye's skull, causing blood to splash onto the expensive floor. 108. Frank put away the gun blade, turned around and walked into the office. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. He subconsciously squatted down and rolled around. Whoosh! A few strands of hair were cut off. Frank was shocked. He turned around and looked in the direction he had just gone. His eyes widened. Tisk, he actually dodged it. The man who spoke was Bullseye, who had just been shot in the head. This is impossible. Frank's pupils shrank and he was shocked. He clearly saw that Bullseye had been shot in the skeleton, but he was still alive now. Moreover, not only did Bullseye not die, but the wound left by the bullet on his head had also mysteriously disappeared. Ha 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 ha. Bullseye seemed to have felt Frank's shock and laughed arrogantly. Are you surprised now? Why do you think I am not dead? What the hell is going on? Frank's mind was in chaos, and he suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he was almost killed, Bullseye suddenly had superhuman reaction speed and could be said to be abnormal physical strength, but he did not show this strange ability. Bang bang bang. Frank pulled the trigger and fired several shots in an instant. He gave the bullets 4 attributes: blasting, fire, freezing, and poisonous gas. Haha, useless, useless, useless. Bullseye laughed wildly and rushed over. Although he could only see a vague shadow, this was enough for professional killers. Puff. The bullet hit Bullseye's body, splashing blood and minced meat, but Bullseye did not retreat at all, and rushed up against the bullet. F***ck. Frank cursed loudly, and fired as he retreated. What the hell is this thing? Before he had a clear understanding of Bullseye's background, he would not choose to rashly approach. The risk of fighting an undying madman in close combat was too great. It's useless. Bullseye laughed maniacally. Do you still not understand? Bullets are useless against me. I have already become a high-level creature with an immortal body. An immortal body? Frank sneered. He never believed that there was an immortal body in this world. This could only mean that the method of destruction was not found. Since one shot can't kill you, then I will blow you into a pile of minced meat. Let's see if you will still live. Chapter 23. An immortal body? Frank's expression did not change, and he even wanted to laugh in his heart. If it were him before, he might have been surprised, but after experiencing the hellish 3 days, the past him has completely gone. Since even death god could become a reality, then it was not difficult to understand that there was another undying monster. Judging from the battle just now, the explosive effect of a single bullet was not enough to blow Bullseye into a pile of minced meat. Therefore, this time, he did not plan to hold back. He shot with an arc and killed Bullseye in one go. Justice execution. Frank took a deep breath and gave 18 bullets the explosive attribute. This was the limit he could reach at the moment, and then he pulled the trigger heavily. Bang! The grayish-white gun blade spat out flames that symbolized death. Along with the vibration of the air, there was also a loud rumble of firearms. 18 bullets instantly roared out of the chamber. You still don't understand. Bullseye said disdainfully, human bullets are useless to me. Too slow. The speed of the bullet was too slow. If it were for in the past, Bullseye would never be so arrogant. But ever since he became a perfect creature, there were very few things in this world that could hurt him. His body and perception had been strengthened several times. Even the speed of the bullet was like a movie that had slowed down several times. Dong. As soon as Bullseye stepped on the ground, the expensive tiles immediately broke into pieces, and his speed surpassed the bullets in an instant. His speed was too fast. The bullets seemed to stand still in front of Bullseye, easily avoiding the attack and charging in a straight line in front of Frank. Die! Bullseye's gaze was extremely vicious, and a cruel expression appeared on his face. His finger was like a sharp sword blade as it ruthlessly pierced into Frank's chest. Sizzle! A stream of blood gushed out. Get lost! Frank roared and kicked Bullseye away. At the same time, he took a few steps back. Slurp! Bullseye licked the blood on his hand and revealed a satisfied expression. Ah, your blood tastes so good, much better than those ordinary humans. Is that so? Frank sneered and said in disgust, then you should taste what your own blood tastes like. What? Just as Bullseye was about to mock him for overestimating his abilities, he discovered that the bullets that had missed had actually made a turn in the air. Bang! 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 The 18 bullets were like a huge net that wrapped around him, accurately hitting Bullseye. Success! A smile appeared on Frank's face. Although there was an accident during the process, the result was still as he had expected. Is it you? The Punisher. This familiar way of attacking reminded Bullseye of a person who should have died a long time ago. Impossible. Aren't you already dead? Why is it impossible? Frank's voice seemed to come from hell, revealing a breathtaking chill. The hell is empty, so I came back to take you down with me. Impossible. Bullseye could not believe it. At that time, he had personally torn off one of his opponent's legs and fired several shots in succession. It was impossible for a human with such serious injuries to survive. You just said that you are immortal. The corners of Frank's mouth rose slightly, forming a trace of coldness. But I want to know, if you are blown to pieces, will you still be alive? Bastard! Bullseye's pupils suddenly contracted. He was very clear that he was not really immortal, just that he had a recovery ability that far exceeded ordinary people. If he was blown to pieces, he would die without a doubt. I will kill you, Punisher. Just as he took a step forward, Bullseye's face instantly turned pale. He felt that there was a huge amount of energy boiling in his body. 18 explosive bullets exploded in Bullseye's body at the same time, causing the destructive power to increase several times. Damn it! I am a perfect creature. How could I die in the hands of a mere human? Boom! In the midst of the flames and explosions, Bullseye's body was blown into pieces and splashed on the floor of the office. It was disgusting. A perfect creature. Frank sneered, sorry, I forgot to tell you. I am Death God. True. As Frank said, any creature that was blown to pieces would definitely not be able to live, unless the creature itself had already broken away from the concept of creature. And Bullseye. He had already reached this step. Within the shattered pieces of meat, a thin strip of meat suddenly extended out, and then as if it had a consciousness, they tangled together. My F***ck. Frank was shocked. What the hell is this monster? Bang! 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 Frank fired a few more shots at the meat, but found that it was completely useless. These pieces of meat that had already exploded, after being hit by the bullets, were nothing more than becoming smaller, and it did not affect their regeneration. Feeling the attack, the scattered meat sprouts were like vipers, launching an attack on Frank. F***ck. Frank cursed. He had no choice but to stay away from the meat and shoot at the meat sprouts. There was nothing he could do now. He could only watch as Bullseye revived. Gloop, gloop. The meat sprouts became sticky, gathering the pieces of meat scattered in the living room, and then regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Frank. I want to thank you. Bullseye looked up at the sky and laughed wildly. If not for you, I wouldn't have known that I had actually evolved to this extent. If not for this time, perhaps he would never know that even if he was blown up into a pile, he could actually be reborn again. Frank put down the gun blade and said gloomily, "Bullseye. What have you become? You want to know?" Bullseye seemed to feel like he was holding a victory ticket. "This is a gift from the heavens that allowed me to evolve into the most perfect creature." A gift? It seemed that this thing had a close relationship with Bullseye turning into this monster. A gift from the heavens. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Damn Bullseye. Frank deliberately pretended to be flustered and exasperated, just like a person who had fallen into a dead end. Bullseye had indeed been fooled. Looking at the hysterical Frank, the greatly satisfied Bullseye said, "That's right, it's a gift from the heavens, a mysterious mask from 100,000 years ago." Ever since he put on that mask, Bullseye felt that he had never felt so good before. With his strong body and keen reaction speed, coupled with his body that was not old, he only needed to drink blood to survive. However, the only drawback was that he could not stand under the sunlight and could only stay in the night for the rest of his life. But this was not important. With such a powerful body, he could slowly rule the world. As for Frank, he was just a human. Even if he returned from hell, what could he do to him? Nothing. Relax, Frank. I will suck up every drop of blood in your body and then make you regret going against me in despair and pain. Bullseye walked over with a ferocious smile. His pale skin looked a little strange under the moonlight. Ha ha ha. Frank smiled. What are you laughing at? Bullseye asked with a gloomy face. Vampire. Frank shook his head, feeling a little disappointed. Originally, he thought that Bullseye had obtained some power, but in the end, he only became a vampire. If it were his past self, perhaps he would have felt that it was troublesome. But now it was different. The times have changed. Bullseye. The current him was Death God, who was in charge of the death of most souls. And Zanpakuto's attack would only cause damage to the soul. It would not care whether you were a vampire or not. To some extent, Zanpakuto was even more harmful than sunlight to vampires. Frank did not know about this before, so according to his previous habits, he had been using the bullets of Shikai to fight and did not try to engage in close combat. But if he had known that Bullseye was a vampire, he would have ended the battle immediately when they first met. Thank you for your information, Bullseye. A cruel sneer appeared on Frank's face. In return, let me send you to your death. Vampire, right? An undying old man, right? Come, 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 come. I'll show you something cool. Frank grinned hideously. Combined with the scar on his face, he looked like a villain boss. Chapter 24. Are you ready? Frank suddenly said as if he was talking to himself. This feeling was very strange. Right now, there were only the two of them in the entire building, but Frank's tone seemed to be talking to another person. An invisible person. You have a reinforcement. Bullseye narrowed his eyes slightly, his ears and nose twitching slightly. Smell? No. Although the smell of blood and the smell of gunpowder was very strong, the physique of a vampire allowed him to distinguish any substance in the air. Any sound? There was none either. Through the sound waves similar to that of a bat, no creature within 100 meters would be able to escape his detection. There was no second person here. The Punisher was trying to trick him. Still lying to me? Bullseye licked his lips, a hint of red in his eyes. He laughed and said, Do you think this little trick can deceive a perfect creature like me? There is no other person here. You are wrong, Bullseye. Frank raised his eyelids slightly and said lightly, There is another person here, but you can't see it. The third person was Pale Justice. However, only Frank could see it. Ready? Frank, who was wearing a white windbreaker, said indifferently, just in time. Let him see my true ability. Yeah. Frank agreed softly, and then his spiritual energy erupted like a volcano. The word of salvation. Until death. Unparalleled strength until I die. Bang. 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 3 bullets roared out, but their target was not Bullseye, but Frank himself. Bullseye was confused. This was the first time he had seen someone shoot himself. Ha ha, ha ha. Bullseye couldn't help but laugh wildly. Are you crazy? Do you think you can't beat me, so you want to kill yourself now? Suicide. Frank smiled contemptuously. These 3 bullets were his real strength. Ah dash. The veins on Frank's face bulged, as if he was enduring some kind of great pain. His entire skin was as red as a boiled shrimp, emitting hot steam. Violent spiritual energy surged out at the same time, like a storm formed by sword's blade, cutting the expensive tiles and furniture around them into pieces. Die, Bullseye. Boom. After a loud shout, Frank stepped on the ground with his right foot. The expensive tiles suddenly cracked, and his whole person was like a cannonball, instantly tearing the air and rushing out. So fast. Bullseye's pupils suddenly contracted. Even with his vampire physique, he could not see Frank's movements clearly. Whoosh. A cold light flashed. Along with the pain coming from his body, Bullseye saw that his arm had been cut off at some point in time. TCH. Ah dash. This time, the injury was different from all the previous injuries. The heart-wrenching pain was like his soul being torn apart, causing Bullseye to scream uncontrollably. F***ck. You bastard. Next time, I will cut off your head. Frank said. If one looked closely, they would find that Frank was not in a good state. His skin had already shown cracks, and there was blood and sweat oozing out constantly. It was evaporated into smoke by the hot temperature. Obviously, he had given Frank 3 abilities at once. With Frank's current physique, he could not bear it for a long time, so he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, before the enemy could be defeated, he would probably fall first. My hand. Under the invasion of the intense pain, Bullseye discovered another terrifying thing. The arm that had been cut off by the Punishers was actually unable to recover. No, to be more precise. It was as if he had never had this arm, and he had been completely cut by the Punishers. What was the most terrifying ability of vampires? Blood-sucking? Of course not. Superhuman perception? Not either. It was an ability that they could not be killed even if it were blown to pieces. But now, the immortal body was broken. This is impossible. Bullseye roared hysterically, I am a perfect creature, how can I be defeated by a human? Goodbye, Bullseye. Frank let out a breath and shot out like a sharp arrow. Then, he bent down like a cheetah. Justice. Execute. Boom. Frank took a step forward, accompanied by an ear-piercing sonic boom, and instantly disappeared into Bullseye's retina. Clang. The sharp blade of sword cut through the air, letting out a sharp hiss. No. Don't kill me. Bullseye's pupils expanded to the limit, and he screamed in panic, You can't kill me. I know what Kingpin wants to do. He has a huge conspiracy. He wants to. Whoosh. It was the sound of a sharp weapon cutting the flesh. A head was thrown high. Is that my body? A very familiar back, but without a head, appeared in Bullseye's sight. Ah. So. I'm dead. It's really ridiculous. Bullseye's eyes were slightly unfocused. It turned out that he was already dead. He didn't even see how he died. Laughable, truly laughable. Punisher. Knowing that he would die for sure, Bullseye shouted, I will wait for you in hell. You, and New York City, All of you will be buried with me. What do you mean? Frank frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling. Haha. Do you think, a perfect creature, I am alone? You are too naive. Frank. That mask. Frank suddenly remembered that Bullseye said that he turned into this kind of monster because of a strange mask. In other words, as long as Kingpin still had that mask in his hand, he could make as many of these undying monsters as he wanted. Something big has happened. Cold sweat appeared on Frank's forehead. Based on his understanding of Kingpin, that crazy fatty would definitely use this mask to create a large number of monsters and then plan to rule the entire world. Wait. Frank picked up Bullseye's head and said, "Tell me, where is Kingpin? Is the mask with him? What are you going to do?" "Tell you. Ha ha ha, dream on, I will, wait for you in hell." The Punisher. Bullseye said the last sentence. His eyes gradually dimmed and he swallowed the last breath. He was dead. This time, it was completely impossible for him to be revived. **T. Frank, who was furious, smashed Bullseye's head with a punch. This damned bastard. Even after he died, he still didn't forget to disgust him once. However, the words that Bullseye said before he died still made him feel uneasy. The mask was very likely in Kingpin's hands. If he left it alone, the vampires would spread throughout the city. He had to find the mask. Kingpin. Frank gritted his teeth and hated this person to the extreme. "Don't let me find you, or I will kill you." In a villa in the suburbs. This was one of Kingpin's secret bases. Only he knew the location and even Bullseye did not know. Damned Punisher. Kingpin smashed a table in fury, his eyes glowing with a scarlet light. "The empire I painstakingly built has actually been destroyed by you." Through the surveillance camera, he had already seen the death of Bullseye, and he knew that the invisible person was the one who had yet to die. "You forced me to do this." Kingpin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He got up and quickly walked to the innermost part of the room, opening a hidden door. This was an extremely hidden room. The surroundings were cast with the strongest materials and could isolate all signal waves and sound. There was a huge safe inside the room. There were 3 sets of code locks outside. After Kingpin opened the outermost password, there was a safe inside. There were 3 layers of insurance in total. Kingpin opened the safe one by one. After the last one was opened, what was contained inside was neither cash nor expensive gems. It was a mask. Because the material of the mask was similar to rock, Kingpin called it the Stone Mask. Chapter 25. Low-grade soul, 10. Low-grade soul, 10. Low-grade soul, 10. Low-grade soul, 10. Lower soul level 10. Medium soul. The value of an ordinary human soul was 10 soul coins, and the value of killing an ordinary hollow was 100 soul coins. As for the higher level Jillian and Death God, or superheroes or villains, their souls were at least of medium quality. Poor Kingpin. Laud estimated that there should be no survivors in that building. Even if it were for the underworld emperor, losing so many subordinates at once, it must have been very painful. The most pleasant thing in life was to count money. Looking at the soul that kept entering the system, the number that was constantly refreshing. Ah! The sound of money was so wonderful. Just like now, if he stayed in the shop and let Frank go out to run errands, he could easily harvest a large amount of souls. Easy, simple. The only thing that made Laud feel that it was a pity was that out of all these people, only one person had dropped a medium quality soul. Worthless. Damn. After Laud spurned him from the bottom of his heart, he began to count his harvest this time. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 1070 low-grade souls, and 1 middle-grade soul. He had earned a lot. This was a wave of profits. He had worked hard for a long time to accumulate 1,000 low-grade souls. If it weren't for Frank, he wouldn't be able to get 1,000 low-grade souls and a mid-grade soul in a single night. As expected of the Punisher. Woohoo! Lod was instantly overjoyed. These souls were enough for him to draw another 10 pulls. But what a pity. For something like today, just doing it once or twice was enough. If he did too much, it would be a big problem. The first step is a success. There was a hint of a smile on the corner of Lod's lips. He lay leisurely on the bench, slowly thinking of a plan. Reviving Frank was the correct choice after all. Just as he had expected, all the people who died at the hands of Frank, the system's soul would also be counted on his head. Perhaps in the eyes of the system, Frank belonged to him, just like Nemu. It was probably because the birth of the two of them was inextricably linked to him. Through this harvest, Lod was even more certain of the idea in his heart, that was to establish a force that belonged to him. Not only Soul Society and Death God, but also Hollow. He only needed to live in seclusion behind the scenes and silently control all of this. Now, the first step had succeeded. However, Death God was not enough. He wanted to create an opponent for Frank. Ordinary Hollow was definitely not enough. He had to be a strong enough Hollow. Well, who should I choose? Lod was very worried about this candidate. At this moment, the door of the spirit cleansing pavilion was pushed open, and Frank walked in with a strong fragrance. "I'm back," Frank said expressionlessly, and there was still a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Before he came over, the smell of perfume had already come. "Did you spray a few bottles of perfume?" Lod's eyelids jumped and he looked at Frank strangely. "Didn't you go out to kill people? Why did you come back with a perfume smell?" Frank rubbed his eyebrows and said, "The smell on my body is a little heavy. I was afraid that I would disturb Nemu when I came back, so I bought a few bottles of perfume to get rid of the smell." Lod was speechless. He didn't expect that the Punisher, who looked so rough and wild on the outside, had a delicate heart. Frank sat down opposite of Lod, looking a little tired. "Do you still have wine? I want to drink some." "Yes." Lod took out a bottle of whiskey from under the counter and threw it to Frank. He asked, "Is your revenge going well?" Pop. Frank took the wine, unscrewed the cap, and blew directly into his mouth. A ton. After drinking half a bottle in one go, Frank put down the bottle, and then let out a long breath. He said a little sullenly, "It didn't go well. There was an accident." "Accident?" Lod raised an eyebrow. Could it be that one ran away? What can be called as an accident by Frank should be a huge deal. After thinking about it, there was only one. It should be Kingpin or Bullseye who ran away. "You guessed correctly." Frank looked at him in surprise and continued, "Kingpin ran away and I only managed to kill Bullseye." Lod was a little surprised. "With your ability, the two of them shouldn't be able to escape, right?" One had to know that Frank was no longer the previous Punisher, but a real death god. Even if spiritual powers level was low now, killing two humans should be as easy as flipping over his hand. "You went easy on him." Lod could only think of this possibility. No. Frank felt a little embarrassed. When he left, he told Lod that no one would run away, but when he came back, he was slapped in the face and let the most important Kingpin run away. "I am very surprised, Frank." Lod took a sip of wine and said lightly, "Tell me what happened." Frank explained, "Bullseye's strength is a bit beyond my expectations. I was held back by him, so I let Kingpin run away." Lod frowned slightly, put down his wine cup, and said, "What exactly happened? Tell me." For Bullseye to be able to hold back Frank, who was Death God, his intuition told him that there must be a big problem in between. Frank took another sip of wine and then said in a low voice, "Bullseye has become a vampire." Vampire. Laud frowned, but he was not too surprised. There were indeed vampires in Marvel World. For example, Blade was a warrior who had the blood of a vampire and a human, and he had been hunting those vampires. And then? Laud continued to ask. It took me a lot of effort to kill Bullseye and get some information from him. Frank took a sip of wine and scolded, that bastard, Kingpin, actually intends to create a large number of vampires and rule the entire world. Laud's face twitched slightly. You mean? Kingpin and Bullseye have both become vampires? How did they become vampires? This world line change is really exaggerated. Yes, they are all vampires. Frank punched the table. Before Bullseye died, he said that it was a mask that turned him and Kingpin into vampires. Dash. Laud spat out a mouthful of wine and said in shock, a mask? Are you sure? Is it really a mask? Frank, who was sitting opposite him, was caught off guard and got Laud's spit all over his face. I am very sure. Frank nonchalantly wiped the wine off his face. It was Bullseye who told me personally. Kingpin found a mask and turned them into vampires. Could it really be that thing? As far as he knew, only the stone mask could transform a person into a vampire mask. Frank had been observing Laud. Seeing the strange expression on the latter's face, it was obvious that he knew about this thing. He asked, Laud, from your appearance, you seem to know what it is. I know a little. Laud held his forehead and said with a headache, I hope it's not that thing. Otherwise, something big will happen. If the mask that Kingpin got was really the stone mask, that meant there was something wrong with this world. Chapter 26. Laud. Frank also vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Is that mask very serious? In his impression, Laud seemed to always be so indifferent, as if everything in the world was in his control. This was the first time. Seeing Laud's concerned expression, Frank, who was good at observing, immediately noticed that this matter was not so simple. He might have seriously underestimated the danger. You will not understand. Laud shook his head and sighed. He did not explain the reason, because even if he said it, Frank probably would not understand. It seemed that it was really serious. Damn Kingpin. Frank was a little upset. If he had been a little more clever and found a way to restrain Bullseye earlier, he would not have let Kingpin go, and things would not have developed to this extent. In fact, Frank had misunderstood. The reason why Laud had a serious expression was not because of the mask or Kingpin. What really gave Laud a headache was that the place where this mask appeared was because the stone mask came from a manga called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The big villain Dio there used the stone mask to become a vampire, and thus became the archenemy of the Joestar family. From this point of view, did he feel that there was no problem? Good. Now, let's change our angle. Where is this? Marvel World. To be more precise, he believed that this was Marvel World. And the stone ghost mask came from the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which was a famous work in another universe. Then the question came. May I ask, how could the stone mask of the JoJo universe appear in Marvel World? In other words, if the mask in Kingpin's hand was really the stone ghost mask, that undoubtedly proved one thing. This was not only Marvel World, it had also fused with other universes. Thus, his greatest advantage as a transmigrator was that his familiar with the plot would be weakened to the greatest extent, or even completely disappear. He thought about it carefully. If there was a universe that could rival Death God's power. Thinking about it was extremely frightening. Just death and hell were enough to give him a headache, and now this matter had happened. Laud's eyes were firm and he secretly made up his mind. The plan has to be sped up. There is no time for me to develop. He originally wanted to be a wretched and developed farmer, but it was difficult to defy the will of the heavens. the entire world seemed to be forcing him. He had to speed up his growth. Lod calmed down and analyzed. First, according to the worst-case scenario, the mask in Kingpin's hand was the stone mask. Then Marvel World had obviously merged with the other universes, and the plot would inevitably move towards an uncontrollable direction. All he could do was become stronger before being exposed. Interesting, too interesting. This sudden sense of urgency made Lod feel even more excited, and the muscles all over his body were unconsciously trembling. Frank. Lod regained his previous calm and composure. He gently knocked on the table and said, "Since you let Kingpin go, I will leave this matter to you. There should be no problem, right?" Frank glanced at him and narrowed his eyes. The feeling Lod gave him seemed to be a little different. He was still the same person, but for some reason, he seemed to have become more terrifying. Yes, it was terrifying. That kind of bottomless feeling seemed to never be able to guess his thoughts. This kind of feeling, he had only seen it on the one-eyed bastard before. "Don't worry," Frank said in a low voice, "since I let Kingpin go, I will be responsible for this matter to the end." After that, Frank turned around and walked out of the door. He was probably going to find Kingpin. Wait. Lod threw a black pill to Frank. "With this portable Jigai, you can't always maintain your soul state, can you?" Considering that Frank could not always appear in the form of Death God, Lod asked Nemu to help him make a Jigai for him, and specially asked to make it into a portable one. Portable Jigai. Frank pinched the small black pill in his hand and asked curiously, "How do I use this? Do you want me to eat it?" "Ah, didn't I say that?" Lod blinked. No, Frank was expressionless, and there was only a slight twitch at the corner of his eyes. However, this unreliable situation was not something that could be done in a day or two, and it would get used to it after many times. Lod scratched his head and said in embarrassment, "I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you." He had a lot of things to do these 2 days, so he forgot to give Frank basic knowledge about Death God. The corner of Frank's mouth twitched. "It's not too late for you to say it now." Cough cough. Lod cleared his throat and said, "Jigai is used to make it convenient for Death God to appear in front of a normal person, or to use a tool in an emergency. You can also understand it as a vessel for the soul. Got it?" Frank was very smart. He understood the use of this thing as soon as he heard it. He pointed at Lod and asked, "Then your current body is also a Jigai?" "Yes." Lod continued, "However, yours is a portable Jigai, which is more advanced than mine. When you use it, you can blow it up like a balloon." "Blow like balloon." Frank had a strange look on his face. Looking at the black pill in his hand, the corners of his eyes seemed to twitch. "Are you sure, this weird thing can become my body? Why don't you try it?" There was a hint of expectation in Lod's eyes. Hoo. Frank decided to believe him again. He put the black pill to his mouth and puffed on his cheeks. The black pill really began to expand like a balloon. When the balloon expanded to its limit, it suddenly exploded with a bang. Bang. After the explosion, the black pill turned into a human body, and the appearance was exactly the same as Frank. However, no matter how he looked at it, Frank felt that it was familiar, and the corner of his mouth twitched. F***ck, isn't this my original body? Lod glanced at it and found that it was true. He immediately cursed in his heart. Not only did the blood on Jigai not dissipate, but there were also several bullet holes on it. It was obvious that the little guy, Nemu, had stolen the materials. "I told you to be a Jigai, but I didn't tell you to turn Frank's body into Jigai." But now that things had come to this, Lod could only give a dry cough. He braced himself and argued, "Isn't this good? It's so convenient to make you a portable one. Anyway, you are Death God now. Just treat it as a waste and use it again." Laud. Frank's eyelids twitched wildly, and his teeth creaked. He now seriously suspected that Laud was doing it on purpose. Hey Frank, calm down. Laud waved his hand and forced a smile. This is a mistake. I promise there won't be another next time. Humph. Frank did not believe it at all. He sneered and said, You said the same thing last time, bastard. Believe me, this is definitely the last time. Laud shrugged. Frank sneered, obviously not believing this sentence. After putting on Jigai, he said, I'm leaving. After I find the mask, I will bring it back. Have a safe journey. Laud picked up the cup and took a sip. He said lightly, I hope you won't disappoint me this time, Frank. Chapter 27. After seeing Frank off, Laud calmed down and solemnly took out an old yellow calendar from the cabinet. This yellow calendar was not just an ordinary calendar. If he wanted to get this thing in the United States, even he had to put in a lot of effort. Flipping open the yellow calendar, Friday. Luck, above average. Taboo, marriage. Perfect. Laud praised in his heart and then closed the yellow calendar. Wash your hands. Bath. Clean clothes. Burning incense. Praying. Brother. What are you doing? Nimue rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw that Laud seemed to have become strange and was muttering something. Don't talk, Nimue. Laud looked solemn and serious, like a devout believer. I am praying for the power of Emperor Ou. Ou who? Nimue's eyes lit up. What is that? Is it delicious? Pa. Laud reached out and patted Nimue's head. He shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Emperor Ou is not meant to be eaten. He is used to worship. Oh. Nimue knows. Nimue puffed up his cheeks in grievance. His big eyes were full of curiosity as he watched Laud continue to talk. After a while, Laud opened the system shop with excitement. Detected that you have a low-level soul *1000. Do you want to open the shop to draw? Drawl. Laud muttered, his face full of expectation as he rubbed his hands. Hopefully, the system will be more powerful this time. At least it will give him some strength to protect himself. He. It was still the familiar of Kisukura-hara. He carried the wooden box and walked out with a sinister smile on his face. Every time he saw Kisukura-hara's face, Laud wanted to go up and give him a beating because this guy was really too annoying. In the future, he had to get this guy out. Not for anything else, just for this sinister smile, he also wanted to beat up Kisukura-hara. After some mental activity, the wooden box shook slightly, and then it was suddenly broken. Bang! A dazzling golden light, with a flame-like burning effect attached around it, like a high-spirited dragon soaring into the sky. The goods are out. Laud's eyes were wide open, and his mouth unconsciously opened. He had never seen such a situation before when he had drawn the lottery. What did this mean? Emperor Ou, please bless my draw. Only the blessing of the Emperor Ou could save his gacha. Laud suppressed his excitement and looked at the result of this lucky draw. Blue, soul-slicing object. Blue, Shinigami Women's Association Spring Festival Special Edition magazine, contains the special Kisukura-hara pics. Purple, Kaja negation. Purple, medium, spiritual power, *1. Gold, the one that pierces everything, x-axis. White, Stern Ritter clothing. Purple, annihilation, pure bloodline. Purple, Hado number 96 ITT. Cass. Purple, Quincy Cross. Gold, soul splitting, contact healing. Long live the Ou Emperor. At this moment, Laud was completely convinced by the strength of prayer. After browsing through it, Laud was stunned. The system wants me to be a Quincy. Out of the 10 lottery props, at least 6 are related to Quincy. Isn't this forcing him to open another vest? The item to cut the soul. This is an exclusive tool for Quincy. The power depends on the spiritual force input. Not good, not bad. The Quincy pure blood lineage, with the two skills of blood artery and blood vein, he could become a Quincy. The Quincy cross, the same thing as Zanpakuto, will change into different weapons according to the personal spiritual force situation, but most of the Quincy weapons are basically spiritual bows. The clothes of the stern ritter. Alright, it's just an ordinary piece of clothing, but its appearance is similar to a white military uniform. It's slightly better than a death god outfit without feathers. And then, next, the main point. The Kaja negation. A material created by Aizen that can temporarily shut people in the alternate dimension space. According to the size of the user's Ryutsu, it can also permanently seal its target. Good stuff. Lod was happy. This thing had a great use. In case he provoked a big boss in the future, maybe he could help him buy time. Next. The one that pierces everything, X-axis. The ability of Scoot Staffel bestowed by Wywak, which belongs only to the pure blood Quincy. In a word, it is an almost invincible weapon. Between the target and the weapon, everything touched will be penetrated, and there is no way to offset or defend this absurd ability. To put it simply, Lod held a gun and fired at any target within the distance. Within the distance between the bullet and the target, anything that blocked it would be pierced through by the bullet and could not be defended or offset. You could consider it as a manifestation of a type of natural law, like water flowing down, Earth's gravity and so on. It was a power that could not be interfered with by people. As for ITT Cass, the sword of cremation, there was even less of a need to explain it. It was ranked 96th Hado, and it was over with just one word. And the last item. Soul splitting, contact healing. Lod was slightly stunned. Why had he never heard of such a strange skill in Death God? But when he looked at the skill introduction, a small line of words appeared in front of his eyes. Soul splitting, contact healing. When touching others, a part of the soul can be divided and fill the gap in the soul of the person who touches it, making the psychological or physiological defects gradually heal. When the person who is touched gradually recovers his body and mind, the knowledge, experience, skills, and talent that he has learned will all be recorded in the soul fragment that Lod gave him. Once the soul fragment is withdrawn, the life and soul of the touched will instantly go to death, and it will be impossible to reverse. But the difference from the original work is, every once in a while, Wywak has to recover those scattered souls and swallow the souls of others to survive, otherwise he will return to the weak state of hollow when he was born. But Lod does not need it. He can keep the soul fragments in other people's bodies until he wants to recycle them, and then he can recycle them. This is Wywak's skill. Lod's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his heart unconsciously beat wildly. Wywak, the son of the Soul King, the founder of the Wanden Reich, the ancestor of all Quincy and the Scoot Staffel, the one called the Almighty, was known to wield the power to change the future, and can even be called the strongest character in the entire series. He was the ultimate big boss who provoked 1,000 years blood war with his own strength and almost destroyed the entire Soul Society. And this skill was a special method used by Wywak in order to retrieve his strength during his childhood and sleep. After the system prompt, Lod found that there are 3 more abilities, which are Soul Divide Auswahlen, Soul Recognition, Sleep State, Soul Recognition, Consecration. When possessing all skills, the system will unlock Wywak's final ability, the Almighty, High Emperor OU. Lod exhaled a breath of turbid air, and there was a kind of excitement that could not be suppressed in his heart. With the soul distribution, contact treatment, he would no longer have to worry about whether he was loyal or not, and he could freely develop his subordinates. Looking at the clothes of the god's amnesty, the corners of Lod's mouth slowly curved into a smile. It seemed. It was time for the Quincy to appear. Chapter 28. The next day. A shocking piece of news made it to the front page of New York City. In one night, the people in Fisk Tower was killed. The chairman, Kingpin, had disappeared and the first fighter under his command, Bullseye, had been dismembered. It was suspected to be caused by his enemy's revenge. The once all-powerful underworld empire was instantly disintegrated. This piece of news was like a tornado that quickly swept through the entire Hell's Kitchen. Kingpin had disappeared. The terrifying man who ruled and governed Hell's Kitchen no longer existed. All the gangs were getting restless. It was located in a law firm of Hell's Kitchen. "Hey Matt, did you see the news in the morning?" A man with golden curly hair who was slightly plump walked to a man with coffee in his hand. The man turned around and said lightly, "Fergie, do you think I can see it?" Although it was indoors, the man was wearing a pair of sunglasses. The bigger sunglasses covered most of the man's face, but judging from the angular outline of his face, he must be quite good looking. Sorry. Fergie quickly apologized and said with embarrassment, "I almost forgot." "You can't see." "It doesn't matter." Matt shook his head slightly. He was already used to this kind of thing. "This is big news." Fergie took a sip of coffee and said a little excitedly, "I promise you will never think of it, Matt." "Big news? I'm a little curious about that." "Tell me about it, Fergie," said Matt. "You know about Kingpin, right?" Fergie said, "It's the man who is known as the Emperor of the Underworld." As soon as he heard the name of this man, Matt's face changed instantly, and his body unconsciously tightened. Crack crack crack. Matt clenched his hand at some point, and his white knuckles bulged, releasing bursts of cracking sounds. "Hey, Matt." Fudge felt that something was wrong with Matt. He quickly patted him on the shoulder and asked with concern, "Are you okay? You don't seem to be feeling well." "No. I'm fine." Matt forced a smile and loosened his clenched fist. He exhaled and said, "You haven't told me yet. What is the news?" "Matt, are you really okay? I saw you just now." "No, I'm fine." Matt repeated. He stared at Fergie through his sunglasses and said, "What is the news?" "As long as you are fine." Fergie shrugged and was not in the mood to keep him guessing. He said bluntly, "Last night, Fisk Tower was attacked, and there was no one alive in the whole building. Bullseye and Kingpin." Kaka. Before he finished speaking, Fergie saw with his own eyes that Matt broke the armrest of the chair with his bare hands, and then stood up all of a sudden. Fergie's eyelids were twitching wildly. The armrest and chair of the chair were made of metal, and it was broken by Matt with his bare hands. Matt grabbed Fergie and said excitedly, "Where are Bullseye and Kingpin? What happened to them?" "Ah! It hurts. It hurts." Fudge's arm was in pain, and he couldn't help but scream, "Damn it, Matt, you bastard, let go of me, my arm is going to break." Sorry." Matt quickly let go and apologized. When he heard the news about Kingpin and Bullseye just now, he was too excited and completely forgot to hold back. "Damn it, you are a bastard." Fudge looked at the 5 purple handprints on his arm and could not help but complain, "Your hand strength is too strong. You almost broke my arm." "I'm sorry, Fergie." Matt looked apologetic and said, "I will treat you to coffee another day. Please tell me what is going on." Okay. Fergie said helplessly, "I heard that Bullseye was dismembered by that mysterious man, and the whole office was full of dead bodies." "Bullseye is dead." Matt was slightly stunned, and then a sense of loss surged in his heart. This feeling was like suddenly losing a certain target. He didn't know if he should be disappointed or happy. "Then, what about Kingpin?" Matt asked again. Fudge shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I didn't find his body." He probably ran away. Is he missing? Matt frowned and sighed. Hell's Kitchen. Something big is going to happen. Something big happened. Fergie was puzzled. He didn't understand. Wasn't Kingpin a gangster? Logically speaking, Kingpin disappearing should be a good thing. Why did Matt say that it was a bad thing? I want Kingpin to die more than anyone else. Matt looked a little bitter and said helplessly, but, at least not now. His disappearance will cause chaos for Hell's Kitchen. Kingpin's disappearance was indeed a good thing, but it also contained bad things. Just like the coin had two sides, the existence and disappearance of Kingpin also had two sides. Hell's Kitchen was a chaotic place, but when Kingpin existed, he could use his influence and methods to slightly check the chaotic situation here. This was what Kingpin hoped for and also what those high-ranking politicians needed, because a place with only chaos was something that no politician wanted to see. It could be said that it was because of Kingpin's existence that Hell's Kitchen existed in a state of equilibrium, which was why he had not been swept away by those politicians until now. But now, Kingpin had disappeared, and his empire had collapsed. No one could restrain that group of madmen anymore. Fergie seemed to understand. He turned and asked, "You seem to know them very well. Are you a superhero?" He. Matt smiled, neither answering nor denying. "Ha ha ha, I was just joking." Fudd shook his head and smiled. "Besides, how can a blind man be a superhero?" Matt was calm. He just smiled and said nothing. He took his staff and said, "Fergie, I will go back first. Help me ask for a leave." Hey, didn't we agree to go to the police station today? Go ahead. I suddenly have something to do. F***ck. This is your case. Sorry, I'll treat you to coffee another day. You haven't invited me last time. Definitely next time. Matt leaned on his staff and his figure gradually disappeared. Matt Murdock. During the day, he was a blind lawyer who defended the innocent in Hell's Kitchen. But at night, he was a superhero. The Daredevil. This was the nickname that Hell's Kitchen's people had given him. Like a devil in the dark night, he descended from the sky to punish the evil gangsters and save the innocent. Although he was blind, Matt's other senses were extremely sharp. Perhaps this was his gift. As he closed a window, he opened a door for him. Tonight will be a carnival. Matt looked out of the window at the setting sun and could not help but feel a little worried. It was not the right time for Kingpin to disappear. Recently, the action of the joint meeting had become more and more frequent, and the other gangs were also stirring. And at this critical time, Kingpin, who had been keeping many parties in check in the middle, had disappeared. It had to be said that it was really a nightmare. A chaotic domain that had lost the control of the underworld emperor would definitely stir up a storm of blood tonight. Could he withstand it alone? If he couldn't, he had to resist. Because he was the Daredevil. Justice was on his side. How could he be afraid of evil? A trace of seriousness flashed through Matt's eyes. No matter what, I will not let you destroy this place. Chapter 29. It was night. The moonlight that fell from the sky was like a transparent gauze that enveloped Hell's Kitchen. As the sun set, the orderly phase of the day ended. The Hell's Kitchen welcomed the night. The ordinary people on the street had disappeared, and the shops on both sides were tightly closed, as if they had already expected that tonight would be a sleepless night. In the darkness, in the corner, in the shadows, one figure after another moved about, and more people gathered on the street. The air was filled with a cold and murderous aura. Kingpin is dead. Charge. Snatch his territory. No one can stop us tonight. This is Hell's Kitchen. Come with me, slaughter that group of white pigs. F***ck your mom, Delmar. I'll chop off your leg today. Come on, Who is afraid of who? Daniel. Kill him. Charge, kill him. The people of the two gangs roared with all their might, raised all kinds of weapons, and rushed to kill each other. Since Kingpin became the king of the underworld, their nature had been suppressed for too long, and they could finally release it tonight. This scene. It also appeared in every place and street of Hell's Kitchen. Burn, kill, rob, smash. This was like a crazy party, and everyone was releasing their nature. The siren was loud. More than half of the police in New York City had rushed into Hell's Kitchen like crazy. It seemed that those high-level politicians had expected that Hell's Kitchen might lose control after Kingpin disappeared. Bang. 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 The intense battle between the two sides and the endless sound of gunfire was like a beautiful scenery. Matt was wearing a red tight suit, shuttling through the roof under the night. As expected, Hell's Kitchen, who was no longer under Kingpin's control, had fallen into madness. Help dash. Suddenly, a scream from below made Matt's figure suddenly stop, and then rushed to the source of the sound. In the dark alley, a sexy woman was surrounded by a few burly men and was forced into a corner, desperately calling for help. He. A black man walked up with a lewd smile, his two eyes boldly wandering around the woman. Beauty, come and play with us. Several other black men also came up, and several people blocked the beauty in a corner. Their faces were full of impatience. This woman is very enchanting. She has long hair and big breasts, and she is also wearing a mini skirt. Such a beautiful woman is rare. The few black men just think about it and their saliva almost flowed out. For small hooligans like them, how can they meet such a beautiful woman? At most, they just look at the boss woman and have fun. But this woman was even more beautiful than their boss girl. Let's taste her first. The strongest black man in the lead pushed away the other people and aggressively pledged sovereignty to the others. No, I beg you, let me go. The beautiful woman retreated to the corner, her face pale and bloodless. Obviously, the beauty also knew that if a beautiful woman like her were to be taken turns by these people, she would at least lose half her life. But obviously, these people did not intend to let her go, and they even wanted to make things worse. All right. This was the most common scene of a hero saving a beauty. Matt was a little speechless. It was not because he needed to save people, but because he had saved more than 10 beauties this month. Why was it so easy for him to encounter this kind of thing? Help. No. Someone save me. The woman's cry for help interrupted Matt's thoughts. Damn it. Matt cursed in his heart. Without any hesitation, he jumped down from the roof. Justice from the heavens. The black man who was about to reach out to touch it was instantly hit by a cane. Kaka. The huge force hit the bone and instantly made a bone-aching sound. The black man's left hand bent backwards. Ah! The black man curled up into a ball in pain. He covered his broken left hand and screamed, "My hand." Sorry. Matt said lightly, as long as I'm here, you can forget about touching this lady. A man in a red tight suit, holding a metal club in his hand, looked at them with extremely cold eyes. It's him. One of the black men exclaimed, that pervert in the tight suit that beat us up at night. Pervert in a tight suit? Matt was slightly stunned. Who was this? But then, Matt quickly reacted. They seemed to be talking about him. Although he could not see, there should be no one else here besides him wearing skin-tight clothes and masks, right? That's right. Another gangster shouted, he is the masked pervert. Last time, it was him who broke one of our boss legs. Pervert. The corner of Matt's eyes twitched, and he fiercely swung his stick. Bang. The hooligan was sent flying on the spot, and he slammed into the wall. He let out a muffled scream, and 2 front teeth fell to the ground. This was definitely not revenge. That's right, who asked him to slander me? Matt had a clear mind. Kill him. The gangster with the broken hand roared in pain, kill him for me, kill this bastard. The few hoodlums looked at each other. There were 5 of them, and the other party was only 1 person. Even if you are powerful, we have 5 people here, and a huge advantage of 5 against 1, let's see what you can do. The 5 gangsters took out their daggers and rushed forward with cruel faces. They seemed to have seen the scene of this pervert in tight clothes being stabbed to death by sword. Charge. Bang. Pa. Dong. Kaka. Ouch. Ah. In the blink of an eye, the 5 hooligans were lying on the ground, holding their broken arms or legs, screaming in pain. Matt dealt with them effortlessly. Obviously, with his many years of training, let alone these hooligans, even if there were 10 more people, he could beat them all down. Get lost. Matt shouted, if I find out again, it won't just be a broken hand or a broken leg. Yes, yes, yes. Let's get lost. The hooligans did not dare to have any more thoughts. They forcefully endured the pain and stumbled away. Beautiful lady, are you all right? Matt turned around and asked softly. I am fine. The woman seemed to have not recovered yet, and there was a trace of fear in her tone. That's good. Mate nodded and said, then I'll leave first. Be careful. Wait. The woman suddenly said, I'm so scared. Can you escort me? My home is nearby. Matt hesitated for a moment, because he had something more important to do tonight. I beg you. The woman's voice was trembling and crying. Matt was a little silent. It was indeed not safe to let her go back alone, and her home was nearby, so it would not take much time to send her back. Let's go, I'll send you home. Matt nodded and agreed to the woman's request. Thank you. The woman impatiently threw herself into Matt's arms. Ma'am. Matt was obviously not used to it, and his face turned slightly red. However, the woman in his arms suddenly revealed a hint of killing intent in her eyes. Chapter 30. Was it killing intent? The moment the woman revealed her killing intent, Matt's supernatural senses moved, and he instantly sensed that something was wrong. He was immediately shocked. Only now. The woman chuckled. Don't you think it's too late? Daredevil. Poochie. A fair and slender arm actually pierced through Matt's chest. Oof dash. Matt's pupils trembled slightly, and he couldn't stop spitting out blood. The woman sneered and whispered, Master, I succeeded. Well done, Jessica. A man in a suit walked out with his hands in his pockets and a sneer on his face. The Daredevil, we meet again. It's you. Matt fell to the ground in pain. Due to the hole in his chest, it became very difficult for him to speak. Jessica, come here. The man ordered. There was a hint of struggle in Jessica's eyes, but it quickly turned into confusion. Then she obediently walked in front of the man and knelt on the ground. Well done. The man's fingertips swept across Jessica's cheek, as if he was caressing his beloved pet. A proud smile appeared on his face. Daredevil, you didn't expect this, right? All of this was specially arranged for you by me. Purple. Man. The near-death Matt suddenly felt endless anger and resentment. The purple man laughed and said, I like your current appearance, Daredevil. Hack. Matt spat out another mouthful of blood, and his consciousness started to become cloudy. The purple man smiled proudly and stepped on Matt's head, saying, From a month ago, I deliberately arranged the hero saving the beauty trick for you until you were familiar with all of this and relaxed your guard. Only then did I arrange Jessica to assassinate you. Not only Jessica, but even those hooligans just now were specially arranged for you by me. How is it? Are you very happy? Ha ha ha, ha ha. Purple man. Matt's voice gradually became weaker. He never expected that he would end up like this. Pain, frustration, regret, despair, and other emotions flashed past. Ha ha ha. The purple man laughed wildly. The man who had always been against him had finally disappeared. Ta, 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 ta. In the quiet alley, there was a sudden sound of footsteps, interrupting the purple man. Who? The purple man was shocked and subconsciously hid behind Jessica, looking over under the dim moonlight. That was, a man? Jessica and the purple man were stunned, because the man's attire was really a little strange. A standard white double-breasted coat, a pair of slender trousers, and a pair of thick white boots. A black belt was tied to his waist, and his overall style was a bit biased towards the military uniform of the Second World War. The man had neat blonde hair. On his handsome appearance, he had a high nose bridge, thin lips, deep and sunken eye sockets, and a pair of emerald green eyes. The gold-rimmed glasses added a bit of elegance to him. The purple man narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, is he an ordinary person? Or is he a superhero? Matt sensed that someone was coming. He endured the pain of his chest being opened and shouted, "Hurry, hurry up and leave this place." As kind as Matt was, even when he was on the verge of death, he was still considering the lives of others. Perhaps his physique was not as good as Captain America's. His combat experience was also inferior to the Punisher's. However, he only had the heart to uphold justice. He was not inferior to any superhero. However, the man was expressionless, as if he had not heard his warning and was still walking towards them. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The man was getting closer and closer to them, but the purple man's face suddenly changed. My mind control is not working. Logically speaking, at this distance, his ability would have already reached his target. But this man completely ignored his control. This man in white military uniform was like an empty shell, completely lacking the hormones that normal people should have. The man was still approaching. Kill him, Jessica. The purple man panicked for some reason and turned to shout at Jessica. Yes, master. Upon hearing the order, Jessica was like a puppet, charging towards the mysterious man without hesitation. The distance of several meters arrived in the blink of an eye. Jessica raised her fair and clear fist and ruthlessly struck the man's head. Who? The fist pierced through the air like a cannonball, immediately triggering a series of ear-piercing sonic booms. It was hard to imagine that a seemingly weak woman could actually unleash such a terrifying punch. As for the mysterious man, he seemed to be stunned. He quietly stood where he was and watched as Jessica's fist struck over. Ha 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 ha. A hint of excitement jumped up on the purple man's face. He licked his dry lips. He seemed to have already seen the scene of the man's head being blown apart by a punch from Jessica. No. No. Matt could no longer bear to continue watching. He knew very well how terrifying this woman's strength was. If she was hit in the head by a punch, she would definitely be shot in the head on the spot. Bang! The punch missed. The man was gone. Jessica and the purple man did not expect that the mysterious man would disappear in front of them. Step. In the dead silent alley, footsteps sounded again. He is behind me. The purple man suddenly felt cold all over his body and turned around at the fastest speed. Sure enough, the mysterious blonde man used some unknown method to come behind all of them. The man stopped beside the dying Matt. Cough cough. Matt kept coughing up blood, his pupils had already become lax. Matt Murdock. The blonde man's voice was very low, with a hint of a weak husky, and very magnetic. He said, "Do you want to live?" Ah. Ah. Matt forced out a miserable smile and said with difficulty, I want to live." The blond man slowly squatted down and reached out a hand to touch Matt's chest. He said lightly, "Matt Murdock. I will give you the power of our king, and you will become a member of us from now on." A light blue light the size of a fingernail slowly entered Matt's chest. The next moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the surrounding air, and countless reishi poured into Matt's body, repairing the wound at a speed visible to the naked eye. "I am alive." Matt was shocked. He actually came back to life. "Welcome." The blond man's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water. He said indifferently, "Matt Murdock, from now on, we will be a family." Matt asked doubtfully, "You? Why did you save me? Who are you?" The blond man stared at Matt with his emerald eyes. "Because, you are one of our people, Matt Murdock." "This is impossible." The purple man who witnessed the whole process changed his face dramatically on the spot. "Matt should be dead." "Impossible." His chest was punched through by Jessica, and his organs were all broken. How could he stand up again? But facts speak louder than words. Matt stood up, and the wound on his chest disappeared as if he had never been injured. Who exactly are you?" The purple man felt a chill all over his body. Perhaps, even he himself did not notice that his voice was actually trembling slightly. "I am the Quincy of the Wandenreich, one of the Stern Ritter. Jugram Hashwalth." Laud, who was wearing a new vest, said without changing his expression. Chapter 31. The new vest is on the stage. This is the set of Jigai that Laud asked Nemu to make for him. This Jigai can not only play the power of Quincy perfectly, but also will not limit Death God's strength too much. As for the appearance of Jigai, considering that there is a difference between his identity and Death God, Laud referenced the Wandenreich in the original work, the Stern Ritter, Jugram Hashwalth. There was no other reason, he's just handsome. Jugram Hashwalth's appearance was obviously more inclined to Western people's aesthetics. He had long golden hair, emerald eyes, and exquisite facial features. His temperament was noble and elegant, just suitable to be his new appearance. Originally, Laud wanted to use Hashwalth's appearance to go out and see if he could find a suitable person and give his soul away. In this way, he could lead them into the camp of the Quincy and quickly develop his forces and subordinates. But unexpectedly, Laud circled around Hell's Kitchen and found that there was no suitable target. Hell's Kitchen's group of bastards was a good choice to cultivate Hollow, but to let him give his soul and cultivate the members of the Stern Ritter, it was a great difference. Originally, Laud planned to go back first. Unexpectedly, on the way back, he happened to see the purple man and Jessica ambushing the daredevil. This was a pleasant surprise. As a blind man, wasn't Daredevil just in line with the conditions of soul sharing? Moreover, with Daredevil's temperament, it was definitely not a loss for him to become a member of the Stern Ritter. Thus, the scene in front of him happened. Laud pretended to be Hashwalth. Through contact, he gave a small part of his soul to the injured Matt. Then Matt's constitution was instantly transformed into a Quincy. Moreover, Matt unconsciously absorbed the surrounding reishi to heal himself. And the effect of soul separation, contact treatment, of course, was not limited to this. Matt suddenly felt a little itchy in his eyes, so he took off his mask and rubbed his eyes with his hand. The expression on his face suddenly froze. My eyes." Matt looked at his hand in disbelief. The palm print on it was clearly visible. This was his hand. "I can see? My eyes are healed." Matt was shocked and then slowly raised his head. In the dark and boundless starry sky, there were many gem-like stars, surrounded by a bright full moon. After being contaminated by radioactive substances, blind and darkness had been with him for 20 years. Matt, who was already used to darkness, never thought that he would see the light of day again. That was light. Ha, 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 ha. I can see it. Matt looked around in disbelief, his hands trembling. The moon, the night sky, the trees, the walls, the night sky, the moon. Everything was deeply attracted to Matt. But this scene almost made the purple man's brain bleed. For the past month, he had put in a lot of effort to set up this trap. He could have killed Daredevil and removed a big problem in his heart. But now, the Daredevil, not only did not die, but even his eyes were cured. Kill them. The purple man's eyes were red, and he roared angrily, kill them. Jessica. Yes, sir. Jessica responded, then raised her foot and stomped heavily on the ground. She bent down and rushed out like a cheetah. Boom. The solid cement immediately broke into pieces. A deep footprint was left behind. The shattered cement shot out in all directions like bullets, deeply embedded into the wall next to them. Be careful. Matt's expression suddenly changed, and he loudly warned, quickly dodge, she is very powerful, you absolutely cannot take it head on. Through the experience of being punched in the chest just now, Matt was very afraid of the woman called Jessica. As everyone knew, a human's chest was protected by ribs, so it was not easy to pierce through it with a fist. Apart from the fact that it was not strong enough, it had to be fast enough. Only in this way could a fist pierce through the chest. Clearly, Jessica's strength and speed far surpassed his. There's no need to dodge. The man named Hashwalth pushed his glasses frame with one hand and said calmly, as Quincy, we do not need to pay attention to humans. Indifferent, calm, cold. This was the information Matt read from the man's face. It was as if in his eyes, these people were like gravel on the ground, not worth paying attention to at all. Not only did this man not dodge, but he slowly raised his palm, as if he was planning to take this punch head on. Kill him! Kill him! The purple man's face twisted, and he roared in a nearly deranged manner, ha ha ha. Do you think you can take on Jessica's fist? He had absolute trust in Jessica's strength. Jessica was the same as him, a mutated human. But the only difference was that Jessica had a terrifying strength that surpassed ordinary people. Even a wall made of steel was as fragile as paper in front of her. Not to mention a human body. Oh la la. Jessica punched out, bringing with it a violent sound that pierced through the air, and a burst of violent wind that blew. Laud raised his hand, and black veins appeared along his arm. Through the talent of Quincy, he could forcibly plunder the reishi wandering in the atmosphere, and then inject it into his own blood vessels in the body, forming an increased eatable defense far beyond the physical body. The exclusive combat skill of Quincy, blood venet. Boom. The fist and palm collided. In an instant, the ground beneath their feet collapsed. The violent winds around them roared as if they were solid, transforming into transparent steel sword that forcefully tore apart the solid cement ground nearby. Gadash. The purple man's wild laughter stopped abruptly. It was as if he had suddenly been pinched in the neck. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. Because the man named Hashwalth had not been killed by Jessica with a single punch. Instead, he had used one hand to block the all-out attack of Jessica. Not bad. Laud's eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He was clearly very satisfied with the defensive effect of the blood venet. Blood is the exclusive combat technology of the pure blood Quincy of the Wandenreich. It is mainly divided into two types, the blood venet which controls the defense power, and the blood artery which controls the attack power. The blood venet injected reishi into the blood vessels, which could greatly increase the defense of the body, and the blood artery would increase the destructive power of the body to the maximum after reishi was injected into the blood vessels, and the two could not be used at the same time. It was Laud who had activated the blood venet to block Jessica's punch just now. Jessica was not too weak among the superheroes, but she was not too strong either. Her strength was about the same as Captain America, so it was not too shocking for Lod to block her attack with the blood venet. Lod glanced at the purple man and felt disgusted. Both of this man's power and behavior were despicable. Not only did he control Jessica Jones, he even humiliated her both physically and mentally. That's right, it's exactly what you think. These two people's comic books were available in his previous life. Lod had studied a few books with the mentality of learning. But comics were comics. If they were placed in reality, a scum like the purple man must be killed. A hint of killing intent quietly rose in the depths of Lod's eyes. Chapter 32. Swish. The purple man panicked in an instant, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He had originally wanted to take revenge today, but who would have thought that a ruthless person would appear halfway? Not only did he save the dying Matt, but he also easily blocked the attack of Jessica. Even his greatest reliance, his mind control, was unable to control the other party. Run! 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 Jessica! The purple man shouted in panic, take me away from here. In addition to possessing extraordinary strength, Jessica could also fly quickly in the air. This was the hope that the purple man had placed on escaping. As long as they flew up, they would be safe. Who? The moment Jessica received the order, her entire body quickly retreated. After a few push-off movements, Jessica grabbed onto the purple man's clothes and easily carried him on her back before flying into the sky. Sue. Jessica's flying speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, she was about to disappear from sight. Not good. Matt's expression changed. They are going to run. Don't worry. Lod lifted his eyelids slightly and sneered. He won't be able to escape. It had to be said that according to the thoughts of normal people, the purple man were indeed very thoughtful. This was because most of the superheroes did not have the ability to fly in the air. Therefore, once they let Jessica and the purple man fly into the air, they could only watch helplessly as they left. But unfortunately, it could only be said that the purple man was too unlucky. After all, Lod was his opponent. Flying in the air? No, 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 it was too low. Whether it was Quincy or Death God, they could control the Rishi under their feet and hover in the air for a long time. Hirankyaku. In the vision of Matt, Hashwalth disappeared instantly. Matt was dumbfounded. The next second, the purple man who thought that he had successfully escaped did not even have time to breathe a sigh of relief before his eyes suddenly widened. They saw that right in front of them was the man named Hashwalth. Go down. Lod raised his hand and pressed down, causing the terrifying spiritual power to instantly erupt. Pa! It was as if there was an invisible hand in the sky that fiercely smashed Jessica and the purple man to the ground. Boom! At the critical moment, the purple man had Jessica cushion him under his body, offsetting the impact force for him. But even so, the purple man's physical fitness was similar to that of an ordinary person. He fell from the sky and broke a leg on the spot. Lod slowly fell from the sky. F***ck. 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 The corner of the purple man's mouth twitched as he cursed madly in his heart. He had thought that saving a dying person with his bare hands was enough nonsense, but he didn't expect that there would be even more nonsense waiting for him. Was this guy really a human? How can a human stand in the sky out of thin air? You are not Superman. Wait, wait. The purple man shouted in panic, spare my life, I can submit to you. Submit. Lod's eyes were indifferent. He looked down on him, and he was really despicable to be left alive. Controlling people's mind? Stop messing around. What will happen if Death God have this ability? Control Hollow? Then I'm afraid you will die a horrible death. To sum it up, Lod decided that it was better for humanity to destroy this ability user. No, no. The purple man was sweating profusely. He cried out in alarm, You can't kill me. I have a partnership with the hand. The hand? Lod was slightly stunned. If not for the reminder from the purple man, he would have almost forgotten that there was this organization. It was strange. Recently, the people of the hand have not appeared. Could it be that all of them have shut themselves up? Seeing Hashwalth silent, the purple man thought that the other party was afraid. He immediately relaxed and continued, "The 5 fingers of the association need me to help them do something. If you dare to kill me, they will definitely find trouble with you." Lod smiled. I couldn't ask for more. Recently, he was in need of souls. Even if he didn't come to find them, they will come to Lod if he killed the man in front of him. "Goodbye, purple man," Lod said indifferently and loosened his grip. A silver cross medal with a silver chain fell. When Lod injected his spiritual energy into it, and the shape of his quincy cross changed. After the light dissipated, the quincy cross that had changed form was shockingly a silver-white revolver. On both sides of the barrel, there were patterns that looked like relief sculptures. They looked extremely exquisite, like works of art. At the same time, Lod learned the name of this revolver. Saint Spear, Sinner. The equipment of Quincy was different from that of Death God, and there were not so many strange abilities. But there was one thing that Zanpakuto could not do. That is the weapon of the Quincy Cross, which can absorb the Reishi in the atmosphere, and then release the exclusive combat technique of the Quincy. The other side is obviously determined to kill. The purple man knew that there was no turning back, and there was a sudden flash of fierceness in his eyes. "Jessica, stand in front of me." The purple man gave this order, then curled up behind Jessica and shouted, "Come. If you want to kill me, you have to kill this woman first. Do you think I care about her?" Lod felt a little funny. No. The purple man was obviously at the end of the road. He shouted with a crazy expression, "She is a superhero, an innocent person. She is just controlled by me. This guy. In order to save his life, he even willing to do such a thing." The purple man held onto Jessica tightly, as if he was holding onto his last hope. He shouted harshly, "She is just an innocent woman. Do you have the heart to see her die in your hands? Are you still a superhero?" Lod raised his hand, and the silver-white sinner aimed at the purple man and Jessica. "No, you can't kill me." The purple man was scared and said in a panic, "You are a hero. You can't kill innocent people. Do you want to be stained with the blood of innocent people? One last time." Lod's eyes were full of indifference. "I am not a superhero. I am the stern ritter of the Wandenreich, Hashwalth. Jessica, block the bullets for me." The purple man roared and pushed her away. It could work. It could definitely work. With Jessica's physical fitness, a mere bullet could still be blocked. "Jessica, even if you die, you have to hold him back for me." The purple man turned around and ran without hesitation. "Shrift, the one that pierces everything, X-axis." Lod muttered in his heart and pulled the trigger with his fingertips. The sinner absorbed the spirit particles in the atmosphere and condensed them into an arrow imbued with holy text. Bang! Before the purple man could run, he saw a blue light blooming from the muzzle of the gun. Pucci! After the blue light pierced through Jessica's chest, it continued to pierce through his chest. Even after piercing through the two of them, the blue light did not stop. Instead, it continued to head towards the end of the line of sight. Boom 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 boom. All the buildings that passed by were pierced through by the blue light and were unstoppable. The one that pierces everything. It was indeed terrifying. A trace of surprise flashed through Lod's eyes. It seemed that he had drawn a big prize this time. As long as it was within the range, it was between 2 points and 1 line. The arrows shot by the sinners could not be blocked, could not be averted, and could not be defended. This was worthy of the name of absolute attack. Chapter 33. Beep, beep, beep. After Lod used all-in-one, SHIELD's alarm immediately issued an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Fark squid. With a pair of dark circles under his eyes, Nick Fury angrily threw out another coffee cup. Is there no end to the days? This time, it's that bastard who is causing trouble again. He then angrily threw his cup of coffee on the ground. Bureau Chief Agent Hill, who had just pushed open the door and entered, glanced at the coffee cup fragments on the ground and said indifferently, "This is the last coffee cup. Moreover, the people above have already suspected you of corruption." Fury did not manage to catch his breath and almost choked to death on the spot. It was really a bad time. Just a mere 3,000. Besides, how could SHIELD's matter be called corruption? The wrinkles on the face of Nick Fury increased a few more times. Yes, Director. Hill nodded slightly and then walked out quickly. The Purple Man was dying and his pupils were gradually fading. He had never dreamed that he would die here one day. But it was worth it. At least, when he was alive, he had dragged a beautiful heroine along with him. Ha, ha, ha. Before the Purple Man died, he was still laughing crazily. Jessica, it looks like you will never be able to escape my control. It's too early for you to be happy. A strange smile appeared on Lod's lips as he slowly walked to Jessica's side. He touched his forehead with his finger and once again split a soul fragment, giving it to her. Within a second, two soul fragments were continuously divided, causing Lod's aura to weaken a lot. A hint of fatigue appeared on Lod's face as he thought to himself, looks like I can't use this often. Otherwise, the damage to the soul will be too great. The light blue soul fragments slowly merged into Jessica's body. Seeing this familiar scene, the Purple Man felt a mouthful of old blood flow upwards. Again. Are you for real? Pu. The Purple Man spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he was angered to death. Acquired medium, soul, *1. Lod nodded in satisfaction. Matt, who had just arrived, witnessed the scene and was speechless for a moment. He always felt that Hashwalth seemed to have done this on purpose, and the purpose was to anger the Purple Man to death. Otherwise, why would he resurrect Jace in front of him? In fact, Matt guessed half right. Lod did do this on purpose, but the reason was not for the Purple Man. Soul splitting, contact healing. There was a flaw in this skill, it could only give people who had a defect in their body and mind. However, there was no flaw in Jesse's body and mind, so Lod could only artificially create a flaw. Severe injuries on the verge of death. From a certain point of view, it should also be considered a type of defect, right? Ugh. The unconscious Jessica moaned for a moment, then slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that entered her eyes was a face with exquisite facial features, as well as a pair of impressive green eyes. Welcome, my kin. Lod was relieved. It was obvious that his guess was correct. This kind of trick could be used. It's you. Jessica was slightly stunned. Then she remembered this man's name. Hashwalth. Although she was once controlled by the Purple People, Jessica had not lost those memories, so she still remembered this cold and mysterious man. You saved me? Why? Jessica found it hard to believe, her voice trembling. She thought that she would go to hell with the Purple Man, but she did not expect that she would be saved again, and it was this mysterious man. Yes. Lod pretended to be expressionless, with a cold look, because you have our bloodline. Although it is very meager, you are also a member of our race. A race? Bloodline. Jessica did not understand this. She only wanted to care about one thing, Purple Man. Purple Man, is he really dead? He is dead. Lod said lightly, and you, from now on, are free. Purple Man was dead? Purple Man, was dead. I am free. Jessica's mind was on the verge of collapse. Her beautiful face unconsciously shed 2 lines of clear tears as she sobbed softly. The purple man was finally dead. The demon that had been controlling her was finally dead. And what she had endured in the past, those double inhuman insults, and the tragic past of being reduced to an executioner, had finally ended. And then, establishing the stern Ritter. Jessica calmed down a little, and then looked at him with a complicated expression. Are you really willing to accept me? She was afraid and worried. The dark experiences in the past and the blood of the innocent that stained her hands had already made this woman mentally and physically haggard. Jessica was very clear that even if she was out of the control of the purple people, there was no place in this world that could accommodate her. Moreover, the crimes she committed would inevitably lead to her being hunted down by those superheroes. Jessica looked straight into Laud's eyes with a pair of bright eyes. There was a trace of anticipation, a trace of worry, and a trace of fear. She asked timidly, "Can I really join you?" Jessica Jones. Laud pushed the frame with one hand and said indifferently, "You are a citizen of the Wandenreich. We have the same blood flowing in our veins, so there is no need to worry about anything." But there was a hint of hesitation on Jessica's face. "I might be hunted down by a superhero and bring unnecessary trouble." Laud bent over, held her hand, and looked straight into her eyes. "If you feel afraid, then stay behind me. Just like the dark clouds can't block the sun, and I will dispel all the haze for you." His voice was low, deep, and enchanting, giving people a sense of calmness and trustworthiness. Be a dump. Jessica's cheeks suddenly turned red, and her heart began to beat violently. At this moment, Hashwalth seemed to have really become a sun in her eyes. It emitted a dazzling light, a warm aura. Jace lowered her head. She didn't even dare to look into Hashwalth's eyes. Those eyes were so bright and dazzling, as if they could dispel all the darkness and haze in her heart. Her heart, which had been riddled with holes, suddenly became tranquil and peaceful. Jessica silently made up her mind. If the first half of her life was a haze shrouded by misery and darkness, then the latter half of her life, she wanted to stay by the side of the sun. And Hashwalth was her son. There was no need to say too much. Just by staying by this man's side, she could feel an inexplicable closeness, like a baby returning to his mother's embrace and being wrapped in a warm embrace. Lord Hashwalth. Jessica knelt on one knee, like a girl who was praying sincerely. If you are the sun, then I will become the moon and always be by your side. Anyone who received the grace of God would have their body and mind to serve God. Soul-splitting, contact healing was not only able to heal other people's body and mind, it could steal their knowledge, experience, and talent for its own use. What was truly worthy of praise was the power to change the heart. Anyone who was given a soul fragment and their body and mind were healed would view him from the bottom of their hearts as the real God. And Laud was the God in their hearts. In Jessica's eyes, Hashwalth's image was as warm and dazzling as the sun. In Matt's mind, Hashwalth's existence was like a light that illuminated his darkness. This influence that originated from the soul fragment was a subtle change, not a sudden change overnight. So, even Matt, who believed in his own ideals, could not escape this influence. To Hashwalth, who saved his life and gave him a second light, Matt's heart already belonged to Laud. Lord Hashwalth. Matt knelt on one knee, his eyes showing a touch of fanaticism. I am also willing to follow your footsteps. Chapter 34. At this moment, in this place, the Wandenreich, the Stern Ritter, was officially established. Although there were only 2 members at present, Laud firmly believed that in the near future, the members would gradually increase, until they transformed into the real Wandenreich. But there was another problem that needed to be solved. The Quincy is different from Death God and Hollow, not the state of the soul, but the human with physical body, which can be seen by those ordinary people. So, in Jessica and Matt's case, who have not grown up yet, and can't be exposed to the public too early, especially Nick Fury with persecution disorder. As in the original work, the Wandenreich is hidden in the shadow of Siritii, which is still relatively weak, and the stern Ritter are temporarily hidden under the shadow of others. But where is the appropriate address? Just as Lod was feeling troubled over this, he suddenly saw the dead purple-clothed person and an idea flashed through his mind. Matt, how much do you know about the hand? A lot. They and I can be considered old enemies. Matt's eyes dimmed slightly. He thought of his ex-girlfriend and immediately felt a little down. Lord Hashwalth, are you very interested in the hand? When it came to the hand, it's inevitable, they will meet Erica. She was Daredevil Matt's ex-girlfriend, and the two of them were separated because of their ideologies. But when they met again, Erica had been brainwashed by the hand and turned into a ruthless killing machine. Although Matt tried to break into the hand several times to save Erica, he failed in the end because of his lack of strength. Several times, he almost died in Erica's hands. Just in time. Lod's delicate facial features were indifferent. He said calmly, I want to talk to them about a small matter. Can you lead the way for me? Matt saw the killing intent in Hashwalth's eyes and was shocked. He quickly said, Lord Hashwalth, the hand is very strong. If we rush in rashly, there may be accidents. In order to save Erica, he had broken into the hand's headquarters many times, so he knew better than everyone how terrible the professional ninja killing group was. In Matt's view, although Hashwalth was very strong and his methods were very mysterious. But if he rashly broke into the huge hand headquarters, facing hundreds of skilled assassination ninjas and the terrifying Five Fingers, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. Jessica also stood up and echoed, Lord Hashwalth, I also agree with Matt. The current hand is different from before. It is very dangerous inside. Oh. Lod pushed the frame with one hand and asked curiously, tell me what you know. Jessica recalled, when I was being controlled by the purple man, I once saw the hand's 5 fingers in the secret underground room. But they didn't seem to be human. There was something strange about them that couldn't be explained. Are you sure? Matt frowned slightly and asked in confusion, maybe what you saw was not 5 fingers, but something else. Jessica shook her head and said in a deep voice, I can tell you with certainty that what I saw at that time was the 5 fingers, and the words are not human were told to me by the purple man in private. The point is, doesn't look like a human. Matt recalled this sentence and rubbed his chin at the same time. He said, a madman like the purple man is actually willing to cooperate with the hand. It is very likely that he was coerced into helping the hand. Before this, Matt felt that it was a little strange. With the ability of the purple man and Jessica, even if he could not defeat the hand, he would not be reduced to helping the hand with things, right? But now it seemed that there was a big secret behind this. Matt said in a low voice. Think about it carefully and see if there is any other information. Okay. Jessica took a deep breath. Although she did not want to recall what happened when she was being controlled, she was still willing to try for Lord Hashwalth. I remember. Jessica suddenly said, the purple man told me one more thing. He said that he must snatch the book. Book. Matt was stunned. Snatch a book? Are you sure the purple man said that? What else did he say? I remember, the purple man seemed to say, Jessica frowned and tried to recall, that book is a divine artifact. It bestowed 5 fingers with the power to live forever, so it cooperated with them. A book that can grant eternal life? Lod pushed the frame with one hand and said thoughtfully, things have become interesting. This was a bit intriguing. Logically speaking, the hand was only a killer group in Marvel. The only thing he cared about was probably the undying dragon bones that the hand had stolen from Mount K'un-Lun with his 5 fingers. But now, a book had appeared out of nowhere, and it could grant people eternal power. What a strong sense of déjà vu. Are you sure that it's not Doctor Strange that pranked him? In addition, the hand's sudden disappearance recently seemed to have a lot to do with this book. It seemed that it was necessary to take a look. Lord Hashwalth. Matt knelt on one knee and said, I suggest we investigate thoroughly first. After we make a plan, I will sneak in first. This way, it will be safer. The uncertain factor was too great. The strength of 5 fingers was already very terrifying. Now that it was bestowed with power by a book, even the purple man could not resist. These circumstances made Matt worry for Hashwalth. There's no need to worry. Lod's eyes were half closed, and the corners of his lips curled into a calm and gentle smile. The hand is just some dust. No matter if it's 1 or 2, it's no different to me. The hand was only the first step. If he couldn't even take this step, how could he compete with death in the future? Being scared will only lead to death. Being scared will inevitably lead to failure. Since he wanted to usurp the power of the creation god, how could he shrink back? The hand headquarters. Lod was dressed in a white military uniform, suspended in the night sky. On both sides of him were Daredevil Matt and Jessica, who were also standing in the air like him. When a person transformed into a Quincy, controlling Rishi was like breathing, almost an instinct carved into the soul. Therefore, it was not too difficult for Matt and Jessica to use spirit particles to construct the steps under their feet. After getting a little familiar with it, they could easily do it. The building in the hand's headquarters was pitch black, and it was impossible to see the structure inside from the outside. Erica. I'm here. Matt muttered in his heart. Ever since his ex-girlfriend was controlled by the hand, he had always wanted to save Erica. Today, he could finally do it. Let's go. Lod said indifferently, let's go and see what exactly is inside. Chapter 35. Ever since stepping into the hand's headquarters, the familiar darkness enveloped them, causing Matt's other senses to reach their limits. However, because of his developed senses, Matt felt as if there was a pair of eyes secretly observing them. Jessica nodded with a serious expression. She also felt an ominous aura. Just at this moment, a sharp warrior, sword, suddenly stabbed out from the darkness. Ding! Matt reacted quickly. He raised his arm and held the cane in front of his chest, blocking the fatal sword. But in the next second, several swords formed a circle and stabbed at him fiercely. There was no panic on Matt's face. The darkness around him did not affect his movements. Instead, it made him feel like he had returned to a familiar environment. He dodged the swords by a hair's breadth. Crack! With a crisp sound, Matt's walking stick suddenly broke into 2 halves from the middle. He held a walking stick in one hand and stabbed it out like lightning. Bang! Bang! The tip of his cane slid straight into the ninja's throat. 2 streams of blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. The 2 men covered their throats in horror, trying to stop the blood from flowing out, but their eyes gradually dimmed and they finally fell down. Matt's expression changed slightly, and his eyes revealed a hint of pity. In the end, he could only sigh. On the other side, Jessica was also attacked. There were 7 or 8 ninjas wearing black skin-tight clothes, as if they were one with the darkness around them, and they attacked from the darkness. Their target was Lod. Perhaps it was because Jessica and Matt had unconsciously protected him inside, causing these ninjas to subconsciously think that Lod was the easiest to bully. 7 or 8 sharp spikes of sword came over, only a few centimeters away from Lod. In the eyes of those ninjas, he was already a dead man. You dare! Jessica's pupils suddenly contracted, erupting with a terrifying killing intent. She punched the ground. Boom! The huge force instantly shattered the ground within 3 meters around them. Pieces of broken tiles were like hidden weapons, carried by the explosive winds, and accurately shot towards the ninjas. Puff! The ninja was instantly pierced through by the bullet like gravel. His body was like a piece of broken stone that was covered with holes, and blood spilled out violently. During this time, the expression on Lod's face did not change in the slightest, as if he had already anticipated the scene. In the next instant, Jessica quickly took off her coat and spread it out with a shake of her hand, covering Lod's head like a curtain. Crash! The blood that fell was all blocked by Jessica's clothes, and not a single drop of blood fell on his body. Jessica lowered her head, and her tone was mixed with a trace of anger. "I'm sorry, my lord." "Lord. Hey, hey, hey. This is a little too much, he is not Eisen, don't need to respect him that much. Jessica doesn't care about this. In her eyes, Hashwalth is the sun. Anyone who dares to tarnish it will die." Roar dash. Suddenly, a beast-like roar came from the darkness. In the next second, a young figure rushed out like a cannonball. In the dark, the blood-red pupils were clearly visible, emitting a strong and terrifying killing intent. "Be careful." The boy, Black Sky, was extremely fast. He instantly crossed the line of defense of Jessica and Matt, and then punched Lod. Bang! After a dull sound, Black Sky's tyrannical eyes were slightly stunned. That person. He actually blocked his fist with a finger. "You, actually touch him. You're dead, I'm going to kill you." With a roar, Jessica suddenly felt that some sort of shackle had been opened in her body, and an unprecedented power surged out from the depths of her soul. Whoosh! The spiritual droplets floating in the air instantly gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye, setting off a miniature tornado in the surroundings of Jessica. "You dare to use your dirty hands to sully my Lord Hashwalth." Jessica was furious. Spiritual energy crazily gathered in her hands, gradually condensing into a giant crossbow. "This is a Quincy cross." Lod's eyes lit up. This was a pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected that Jessica would actually comprehend a high-level combat technique that could be used to manipulate spirit particles into weapons under the support of her anger. Clang! Jessica pulled the huge cross spirit bow with both hands, and the killing intent in her eyes seemed to have taken on a physical form. Wang! Although Black Skies was still inexperienced, he could clearly feel that the woman was a huge threat to him. Dong! Black Sky suddenly stepped on the ground, curled up and jumped back, trying to escape back into the darkness. Die, trash! Divine arrow annihilation. Countless arrows condensed from spiritual energy were shot out like a torrential rain, covering the entire hall in an instant. Puff! When had the ninjas hiding in the dark ever seen such a terrifying scene? They didn't even have the chance to dodge before they were shot into sieves. Under the sacred arrow, even though Black Sky had the body of a beast, he couldn't help but howl in pain. His body was pierced through several holes, and he stumbled back into the shadows. Blood flowed like a river on the ground, making this place look like a purgatory. Whew! Jessica exhaled, the killing intent in her eyes decreasing slightly. "Jessica, aren't you being too ruthless?" Matt's eyelids twitched, and he could not help but scold her in a low voice. "Is that so?" Jessica turned around, her eyes red as she stared at Matt and said, "I don't think they attacked too heavily. If you want to blame someone, blame them for being blind. They actually attacked Lord Hashwalth." But just as Matt was about to retort, he saw that the spirit bow in Jessica's hand was already aimed at him. "You are not loyal," Jessica said word by word. Her eyes were serious. A chill instantly invaded his body. His heart suddenly stopped. If he still intended to continue speaking, then in the next second, like those ninjas, he would be mercilessly shot into a sieve by Jessica. This scene. Lod felt that if he still did not intervene, he was afraid that the newly recruited Stern Ritter would be left with only one person. All right, Jessica. Lod came out at the right time to smooth things over and said gently, Matt means no harm. You don't have to be serious. Yes, Lord Hashwalth. Jessica put down the spirit bow, her eyes still cold, as if she was warning Matt. What the hell is this? A hint of bitterness appeared on Matt's face. He was just a little reluctant, and he was almost shot into a hornet's nest. Who could stand this? Things get a little heated up here. Jessica regarded Hashwalth as a son, and could carry out orders without hesitation, or even abandon the moral code for him. But Matt, on the other hand, his faith in Hashwalth was built on his own cognition and standards, and he would first consider whether it was against his own heart. So, Jace, who had been trying to protect Lod just now, was easier to take over by her emotion and thus awakened the real power of the Quincy. But Matt was slightly worse, and he had not yet comprehended the real power of the Quincy, and was still fighting with his previous experience. Lod did not want to comment too much on the two, but in the long run, if Matt had not grown to his satisfaction, then he could only recycle the soul fragments in Matt's body. In the Stern Ritter, there was no need for people without ability. Chapter 36. Matt felt aggrieved. He was clearly the first person to receive a gift, but now he was caught up by Jessica, and his power had not even awakened yet. Most importantly, Matt had just seen that Lord Hashwalth's eyes seemed to show a hint of dissatisfaction towards him. No. Matt swore in his heart, I must awaken my power as soon as possible. The power that Jessica displayed just now could instantly kill hundreds of ninjas, which made him feel envious. Walking in normally is really too slow. Lod frowned, the dark energy in the ground was getting stronger and stronger. But sir, this place is too far from the basement, my spirit bow can't pierce through. It's okay, I can do it myself. Lod calmly took a few steps, took out the cross of annihilation. Since he couldn't see the target directly, he couldn't use the one that pierces everything, so Lod directly condensed his spiritual power and released it through the barrel. Ka! He pulled the trigger with his fingertips and released a huge arrow from the person who had absorbed almost 2/3 of Lod's spiritual power. Divine Cross Annihilation Arrow. The sinner released a dazzling light. The terrifying spiritual energy condensed into a huge arrow, and then fiercely smashed into the ground. Boom! Layer after layer, the huge divine cross, annihilation arrow broke through dozens of layers of hard ground before it ran out of energy and disappeared. The whole building of the hand was shaking, and countless steel and concrete cracked, turning into huge stones that fell down. When the shaking stopped, a hole about dozens of meters deep appeared in the ground in front of them, and went straight to the hand's basement. Sheesh! Matt gasped and could not help but be shocked. What a terrifying destructive power. It pierced through dozens of layers of the ground with just one strike. If the strength that Jace displayed was still within his imagination, then the strength that Hashwalth displayed had already completely exceeded his expectations. The destructive power of this degree was no less than the most advanced high-speed kinetic weapon in the US. However, what they did not know was that the attack just now consumed a lot of energy on Lod, and the spiritual energy in his body was almost emptied out. Fortunately, the Quincy could absorb the Reishi in the atmosphere, and with his current situation, he only needed a few minutes to recover. Let's go. Lod calmed his breath, and then put away the sinner, and said to them lightly. Jessica caught up first, and then Matt reacted and jumped down. Whew. A few seconds later, the three of them landed on the ground. The first thing that caught Lod's eyes was a huge magic array on the ground, engraved with complicated and strange patterns. Looking at the complicated patterns, Lod felt dizzy. Come on. Come in. Come in. I will give you a great power. A faint voice, like the whisper of a demon, echoed in Lod's mind. Not good. Lod bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to wake up. His eyes revealed a trace of vigilance. What a terrifying magic array. It can actually tempt my soul. In essence, he was death god. The strength of his spirit body far surpassed that of ordinary people, but even so, he had been careless just now and almost fell into the path of this magic array. These magic patterns were too strange. With just a glance, he had fallen into them, almost unable to extricate himself. But Jessica and Matt, who were beside him. Obviously, they were not so lucky. Their spiritual power was obviously not as good as Laud's, and they were instantly affected by those patterns, and their entire bodies were muddled, as if they had been possessed. Ah! Lord Hashwalth! A blush flew up on Jessica's cheeks, and her eyes blurred as she walked towards the magic array. She even muttered, "You belong to me alone. No one can snatch you away." Laud. So scary. He didn't expect that Jessica, who looked serious, wanted to take him for herself in private. Matt also staggered towards the magic array. "Erica, don't leave me." It seemed that anyone who had seen the patterns on the magic array would be attracted by the greatest desire in their hearts and thus be controlled by that voice. Bakudo number 61, 6 Rod's Prison of Light. Laud pointed his index finger and stopped Matt and Jessica. He. In the darkness, an old voice came, "You are late. Our ceremony has succeeded." Ceremony? Are you referring to the ghost runes on the ground? Laud raised his eyebrows. Ignorant people. The old voice seemed to be very angry. This is the power of the God of Darkness. He will grant us true eternal life. That's right. Several figures shone on the ground and shouted fanatically, "We will obtain eternal life that surpasses Kunlun, and you can only welcome death." A brainwashed person was truly terrifying. Laud could not help but mourn for these people for 3 seconds. That God of Darkness who had been working so hard could tell from the name that he was unreliable. Who knew which corner he came from? Ignorant fool. An old lady walked out with an old and ancient book in her hands. Laud narrowed his eyes and saw the word Darkhold on the cover of the ancient book. F***ck. Isn't this book of sins? Why is it here? He had to stop her. Cold sweat trickled down Laud's forehead. If he let them return to Earth, he would definitely be the first to die. But, it was too late. Holding the Book of Sins in her hands, Lady Gao had already walked into the magic array. Amidst the frantic calls, she instantly exploded into a pile of minced meat. Fresh blood and pieces of flesh seeped into the ground. The demonic patterns on the magic array grew brighter and brighter, brewing waves of terrifying fluctuations. Not good. Laud cursed in his heart. It was already too late. Buzz. Gulp. Black sticky liquid surged out, and a huge hole appeared on the ground. It was like an abyss connecting to another latitude. Then, a blurry shadow crawled out of the hole and stood up straight. Ugh. The black shadow let out a comfortable moan and said in satisfaction, "I haven't come back for tens of millions of years. I didn't expect the Earth to become like this." Ding. Issue an emergency mission. Mission: expel the infernal deity, Thun. Details: 5 fingers, under the temptation of the Book of Sins, summoned a projection of Thun. Requesting the host to expel him from Earth's latitude before Sorcerer Supreme arrives. Reward: depends on the completion of the situation. Underworld God. Thun. It really is this great God. Laud's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he thought to himself, "This is going to be too much." Chapter 37. It was rumored that in ancient times, at the beginning of the birth of the earth, it was a period of chaos. The great creator who originated from natural magic energy decided to spread his own matter to every corner of the earth. These scattered magic energy substances nurtured a batch of the earliest creatures, elder gods. Among the elder gods, there were 4 most powerful ones: Gaia, the god of earth and nature, the god of destruction and death; Set, the source of white magic; Oshtur, and the source of black magic, Than. However, one day, snake god Seth found out that devouring other elder gods could increase his strength, so he began to slaughter and devour other ancient gods. In the end, he triggered a great battle of fall of the elder gods. During this time, the fallen ancient god turned into a demon, and in order to pursue greater power, they killed and devoured each other. Gaia, the god of earth, could not bear it, so he launched a great battle against snake god Seth, but the difference in strength between the two was not big. So this great battle lasted for a long time, and the range affected the entire earth, even destroying the dinosaurs because of it. In order to end the fate of the ancient gods killing and devouring each other, the great creator and the god of the earth, Gaia, jointly gave birth to a new ancient god Adam. Adam, who was born after the mission of ending the war of the ancient gods, had the power to surpass all the ancient gods. He constantly destroyed the ancient gods who had fallen into the devil and absorbed their vitality. But in the end, because Adam was unable to withstand this power, he had fallen to become an extremely powerful god devourer. The power of the god devourer was so strong that even snake god Seth and underworld god Than could not contend against it. In order to avoid the fate of being devoured by Adam, these fallen ancient gods had no choice but to flee to other dimensions. However, before he fled, Than had recorded all of his dark magic on the indestructible parchment as an important backup plan for his return to Earth in the future. Anyone who read these parchments and learned the dark magic recorded on them would be bewitched by Than and become his most faithful follower. Then, he would carve a magic circle to open the door between dimensions and welcome his return. The birth of the first vampire in Marvel had a close relationship with the Book of Sins. Later on, the parchments that recorded the powerful dark magic of Than were compiled by the elder sister of King Arthur, Morgan Le Fay, and later called it, Book of Sins. Although he wasn't sure how the hand found the Book of Sins, but the person in front of him was a genuine ancient god. Tens of millions of years ago, Than was a single universe-level warrior, the same level as Oshtur, the source of white magic. Even if there was only one projection, the power was obviously not something that the current lot could contend with. It was just like how you had just left the novice village and ended up bumping into a max-level boss. This question was clearly an overmatch. A strange expression appeared on Lod's face as he thought to himself, the system really thinks highly of me. But the danger and rewards are proportional. His system rarely issued missions, and this was the first time he had seen such an emergency mission. The missions issued by the system before were all fairly generous rewards after completion. For example, the mission Became Death God that was issued before was rewarded with a Shikai Zanpakuto and 6 seated officer's spiritual power. What would it be? Lod looked serious and began to have a storm in his mind. His Midian was not issued once every 100,000 years. Who knew when the next time he missed it? Moreover, the mission of expelling the infernal deity, Than, was something that one could easily tell with their toes and fingers that the reward would definitely be very generous, and they absolutely could not miss it. Let's go. Lod gritted his teeth and made up his mind. F***ck. Wasn't it just a projection? Those who starved to death, those who were timid, those who were brave to death. It really couldn't be done. There was also Sorcerer Supreme who gave him a rough estimate. The time to think was over. Compared to the time in the real world, only a few seconds had passed. The projection of Dark God Than was still immersed in the long-lost return, completely ignoring the people beside him. This was actually very normal. When you walk or rest, do you care about the ants beneath your feet? Obviously not. In Than's eyes, it was as if humans were looking at ants, so small that there was no need to pay attention to it. He was one of the most ancient gods, the source of all the black magic in the world, and even a part of the power of Mephisto and the Crimson which came from him. Human. Unless the Sorcerer Supreme himself came in person, he might still be a little nervous, but the others could forget about it. But it was precisely because of Than's arrogance that he gave Lod a chance. Aren't you acting cool? Aren't you acting cool? Don't you miss Earth? Since that's the case, then I'll let you go back and reminisce properly. Either you don't make a move, or you have to go all out if you want to make a move. The other party was one of the oldest gods on earth, and he would never give him a second chance. Lod narrowed his eyes and suddenly noticed something. The magic array that summoned Than seemed to be a special wedge. Inside the hole in the magic array, it was constantly sending power to the projection, and as a wedge, it maintained the passage between the two dimensions. In other words, the key to expelling Caesar was how to destroy the magic array beneath his feet, cut off the source of his power, and cut off the connection between Earth and his dimension. However, these were all Lod's guesses. Whether the truth was as he had thought, he still needed a simple verification. Let's try it. Lod's eyes turned cold. He summoned Zanpakuto and released his majestic spiritual energy like a volcanic eruption. The other party was an elder god, so Lod naturally did not dare to hold back. He went all out right from the start. Thanks to the results of Nemu's research, he could use Death God's power at the same time in the state of being a Quincy, and the two would not interfere with each other because of this. Akoros, Shinso. After a short and rapid whisper, Sword suddenly stretched out his body and instantly broke through the sound barrier, flashing like a fleeting flash and shooting toward Caesar. Ding! The extended silver body of Sword was firmly caught by two fingers, like two iron pincers, unable to move an inch further. It was indeed very strong. Lod's expression changed slightly. He had used his full strength. Caesar did not even move. He only used two fingers to easily catch Shinso. Interesting. Interesting. I have never seen this power before. Can you tell me where it came from? None of your business. Lod sneered, and the cross on his left hand turned into a bow. Since ordinary attacks were ineffective against him, he could only try the ability of the Quincy that he had just obtained. Spiritual droplets that could be seen with the naked eye were gathering, forming a giant whirlpool that was like a storm. In a certain instant, this enormous spiritual energy fluctuation caused the surrounding space to slightly distort. Shrift, the one that pierces everything. Divine crossfire arrow. Boom. High density of spiritual energy was instantly released, emitting a thunderous roar. This attack had gathered all of his spiritual energy. It condensed into a huge sacred arrow that tore through the sky and charged towards Than. In front of the power of natural laws. Unless your main body descended, it would be impossible for you to block this attack. Chapter 38. Ignorant Human. The corners of Than's mouth rose slightly, forming a mocking arc. I can easily erase such a weak attack. In the name of my name, Black Hole. If other mages wanted to cast spells, they would have to communicate through spells before they could extract energy from the magic dimension, and then use different spells to release different attacks. But Than was different. He was the source of black magic, and the power of the dimension originated from himself, so he could instantly release all kinds of spells without chanting any spells. A huge magic pattern spread out where Caesar's fingertips landed, causing ripples in the space. Soon after, the space seemed to have been pierced by his fingertips, revealing a hole that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Endless dark energy gathered in the light spot, instantly forming a vortex. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The size of the hole instantly expanded by dozens of times, erupting with a terrifying suction force, trying to swallow everything around it. Even the moonlight that shot down from the sky appeared to be in a strange spiral twisted form, and was greedily devoured by the black hole. There were no objects or elements that could escape the gravity restraint of the black hole. But there were always accidents. The highly compressed beam shot by the sinners forcefully violated this phenomenon. It was not bent by gravity at all, but shot straight towards the black hole. After piercing through the black hole with the power of all things, the power of the beam of spiritual energy did not diminish at all as it charged towards Than. Impossible. Than's expression changed instantly. He clearly had not expected that his black magic would be destroyed so easily. But in the next second, a hint of anger rose on Than's face. It turned out that the target of the beam of spiritual light was not him, but the magic array that connected the dimensional passage and supplied dark energy under his feet. Once this magic array was destroyed, the passage between the earth and the dimension would disappear. Impudent human! Than shouted angrily. In the name of Than, stop! His voice was not loud, but it covered everything, full of oppression and majesty, as if he was commanding the whole world. Buzz! A strange energy fluctuation spread in all directions with Than as the center. The dust floating in the air stopped. The distorted rays of light from the black hole stopped. Even the sound, vibration, molecules, and even atoms seemed to have been pressed on the pause button at this moment. The highly compressed beam of light shot out by all things stopped only a centimeter away from the magic array. This is time freeze. Laud's expression changed slightly. Although his mind was still active, his body was very stiff. He could not even move his finger. Than was indeed terrifying. This was only a projection. If his real body was here, he would probably die in an instant. What a boring trick! Than crushed the beam of spirit particles with his bare hands and said angrily, "Do you think you can destroy my plan? Just a little bit more." The magic array was destroyed. Laud's face was a little irate. He did not expect that Than could still pause time. In the face of the still time, even if everything linked up this rule power, it still seemed so pale and powerless. Time resumed its flow. Than's aura instantly dropped significantly. The black shadow that was originally close to the physical body had become somewhat transparent hollow. Looks like this move is very exhausting. Laud's eyes lit up. This was good news for him. It seemed that time freeze was also a great loss for Than's projection. However, he did not know how many more times he could use it. However, judging from the shape of the projection, Laud felt that it was the limit to use it once more. If there were more, the projection of Caesar might collapse on its own without him making a move. Human! You have successfully angered me. There was a flash of coldness in Caesar's eyes, and his voice suddenly dropped to the freezing point, as if the wind of the winter was enough to freeze the bone marrow. If Than had been playing around before, then now he was serious. Than, I'm very curious. There was a hint of provocation on Laud's face as he said, how many more times can you stop time? One time is enough to deal with you. Than said proudly, your puny natural law power. Do you really think I can't deal with it? Is that so? Laud smiled. Without any warning, he raised his hand and fired. Do you think this move will be useful to me? Caesar snorted coldly and pulled out a huge black sword from the magic array beneath him. The thick black sword was close to the physical body, but it was also leaning towards the energy body. It was engraved with strange patterns, and with just a light stroke, it left a dark mark in the air of hollow. This sword was a dark divine artifact forged from powerful black magic after being tempered by Caesar's true body. Not to mention the power of rules grasped by mere mortals, even if it were fourth mirror-dimensional space used by Sorcerer Supreme, he could cut it open with one sword. Clang! Caesar raised his large sword and suddenly slashed forward with a terrifying sword wave. The moment the sacred immortal fire arrow came into contact with it, it was annihilated by a strange power and disintegrated, reverting back to the most basic of spirit particles. It's that simple. Than was slightly stunned. He faintly felt that something was wrong. The strength of this attack was obviously not as strong as the previous one. Before he could understand what was going on, the next second, he saw the sky suddenly darken, and countless sacred arrows shot towards him. Simple. Laud sneered and continuously pulled the trigger of the sinner. In the continuous roaring, the muzzle of the gun spat out deadly blue flames, shooting out a sacred arrow. Dense and violent fire power covered the area hundreds of meters around Than in an instant. 1, 2, 3, you can block it? Then may I ask, what if it is 10, 100, 1000? And among these sacred arrows, there is a small number of arrows randomly added with the ability of all-in-one. As long as Caesar missed one of them, Laud was confident that he could destroy the magic array. Boom, 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 boom. The black sword collided with the sacred arrow, causing countless sparks to fly. The terrifying energy surged like a tidal wave, shattering the surrounding floor and walls into pieces. In an instant, the entire building was riddled with holes. The reinforced concrete continued to collapse, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. What a cheap trick! Than roared angrily. He had already discovered Laud's scheme. With the current power of his projection, there was no way he could eliminate such a massive amount of sacred. Moreover, there was a small portion of these sacred arrows that had the power of natural laws added to them. To accurately distinguish which ones had special power and which ones did not have special power, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. It was almost impossible. Chapter 39. Ignorant mortal. I'll let you experience just how terrifying the great elder god is. Then angrily shouted, his hands gripping the black sword as he stabbed it into the ground. Kaka. The hard ground instantly cracked, and the dense cracks were like a huge spider web, constantly expanding and extending outwards. From the cracks, the extremely dense dark energy could even be seen with the naked eye. In an instant, Laud felt all the hairs on his body stand up, and he decisively stepped on Ho-Ho to leave this place. At the same time, he injected spiritual droplets into his blood vessels, forming blood vein. In my name, Than, Dark Storm. Than shouted angrily and stabbed the black sword into the ground with all his strength. The terrifying energy accumulated in the sword exploded in an instant. Boom. In an instant, the enormous energy created a hurricane that connected the sky and the earth. Even from several kilometers away, it could be clearly seen. Within a thousandth of a second, the black hurricane swept across and destroyed all the buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters. All tangible and intangible substances were crushed into pieces. What kind of ability is this? Laud saw with his own eyes that a huge building was swept into it and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. In front of the dark hurricane, the sacred arrow was as fragile as glass, and the time it took to breathe was completely destroyed, restoring the previous Rishi state. Collapse. Or annihilation. It doesn't seem to be. Instead, he restored all the substances he came into contact with to the most basic particle state. No, I can't run away. Laud was shocked, and his face changed slightly. The speed at which this dark hurricane expanded far surpassed his escaping speed, and there was also a huge attraction force pulling him crazily. According to this situation, he would be sucked into it in a few seconds. In an instant, Laud poured all his spiritual energy into his blood vessels, forming black lines on the surface of his body, and controlled the overflowing Rishi to form a defensive barrier around his body. Boom! The dark hurricane roared and raged between heaven and earth, and the violent force crushed everything. That night, half of the people in New York City saw the huge storm that connected heaven and earth, as well as the pressure from the depths of their souls. Again. At this moment, inside SHIELD, a certain bald Nick Fury was so angry that its black face almost turned white. Within a day, he had discovered two huge abnormal energy fluctuations in succession, and they were all in Hell's Kitchen. He was even a little suspicious now. Could it be that there was some treasure hidden in that broken place? Otherwise, how could it be explained that every time there was a problem, the location happened to be Hell's Kitchen? Check it out. Fury raged, use all the surveillance satellites and cameras. I want to see what is going on there in 30 seconds. The huge storms of heaven and earth gradually disappeared, and the 4 or 5 streets, including the headquarters of the Hand and Guild, were all destroyed by this terrifying force, like a natural disaster. All objects were crushed into powder. The buildings that had been standing in great numbers had now completely turned into a plain. There were only countless ruins and the collapsed earth. Lod's face was pale. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. He stood unsteadily in a ruin. Amazing. There was a trace of blood on the corner of Lod's lips. He smiled miserably. If not for blood vein, I might have been torn to shreds just now. There was a spiritual barrier on the outside and blood vein on the inside. Even the dual defense methods were instantly destroyed. It was enough to show how terrifying this dark storm was. Mortal, you lost. Then stood in place and saw the situation of Lod. He said disdainfully, my power comes from the dark dimension, it's infinite, but your power has been exhausted. Lod was expressionless, only his wrist was trembling slightly. Just as Thun said, a large number of sacred arrows were fired, and the consumption of spiritual power was terrible. Even if he had the physique of a Quincy, he could constantly absorb Reishi to replenish, but the speed of replenishment was far less than the speed of consumption. In order to defend against the dark storm, he had almost squeezed out the last trace of spiritual power in his body. But even so, there was not a trace of panic on Lod's face. He was still as calm as ever, as if he did not care about this at all. You are wrong, Thun. Lod was still calm. His Zanpakuto, who was 3 feet long, pointed to the ground. Victory is mine. Deng. In the next moment, Lod stepped on Ho-Ho and rushed toward Thun. You're dead. With a face full of disdain, Thun raised his black sword and blocked Zanpakuto's attack. Clang. The thick sword edge collided with Zanpakuto, causing countless sparks. The terrifying power collided with each other, causing ripples to appear in the surrounding air. With just a light knock, Thun forcefully deflected Shinso's sword blade. Ignorant human, you think you can stop me? If I don't try, who will know? Lod's face was still calm, and his attacks became even more furious. In an instant, more than 100 collisions occurred. Sword clashed several times, creating dazzling sparks. The strength of the two became greater and greater, and their speed also became faster and faster. An unimaginable terrifying power surged, and like a solid tornado of swords, it ruthlessly destroyed the shattered ground around it once again. All of a sudden, while the two of them were fighting, Lod took the opportunity to turn around and retreat. At the same time, he aimed the sword blade in his hand at Thun. Akoros, Shinso. The already short sword blade extended, and at a rather strange angle, like an antelope's horn, it suddenly and swiftly shot out. Whoosh! The speed at which sword extended his blade broke through the sound barrier in an instant, emitting an ear-piercing sound. With a deadly cold light, he swept past several meters of space and stabbed towards the magic array on the ground. Foolish mortal! Do you think I wouldn't think of this move? Clang! Caesar stretched out his right hand, and his 5 fingers seemed to be made of fine steel. He actually grabbed Shinso's sword blade. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Lod shook his head, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. This time, I really don't have other way. I will make you completely despair. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. There was a hint of disgust in Thun's eyes. After being disturbed by this and time again, he decided to let Lod enjoy the feeling of falling into eternal darkness. After saying that, Thun slowly raised his hand and opened his 5 fingers. A terrifying suction force immediately enveloped Lod. Whoosh! 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 This suction force was extremely terrifying. Even space was slightly deformed. Lod was completely unable to resist and flew towards Thun. Ka! Human, are you ready to fall into the darkness? Thun pinched Lod's neck, his eyes flashing with a vicious light. he was already prepared to admire the despair on Lod's face. However, not only did Lod not reveal a look of despair, he instead heaved a sigh of relief as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. A strange smile suffused the corners of his mouth. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Finally, it came. Why? Then was stunned. He saw the confidence of victory in Lod's eyes. Who gave him the confidence? A mere person who didn't even have the strength to resist actually dared to put on the posture of a winner? Then, I have said it before, but I'm going to say it once more. Lod grabbed Caesar firmly with one hand and revealed a smile on his face. Victory is mine. Kaka. Caesar's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that Lod's arm was actually covered in terrifying cracks. Fiery red lines interweaved, from the inside to the outside. Hado 96th. Ito Caso, Single Sword of Cremation. Chapter 40. Just as Lod had said, the outcome had already been confirmed a few minutes ago. I see. The scenes of the previous fight suddenly flashed back in his mind. A moment later, a hint of understanding appeared in Than's eyes. So that's how it is. No wonder you attacked crazily without regard for your consumption and deliberately showed weakness at the last moment. These are all to make me relax my vigilance and then step in here, right? Than completely understood. All the foreshadowing before was for this final blow. But the only reply was Lod's indifferent gaze, as well as a light sentence. Ito Caso. Human. Boom. The terrifying flames that had been compressed to the extreme erupted in an instant, forming a huge sword blade-shaped flame that was almost several kilometers in diameter. The terrifying high temperature evaporated the air within 1,000 meters in a breath, causing the temperature to increase by 1,000 degrees. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The air was like a thick stream of water, rippling out one after another, and then suddenly exploded after being compressed to the limit. A shock wave visible to the naked eye, accompanied by a deafening, thunder-like sound, completely spread out, echoing throughout the entire sky. If an ordinary person was a little closer, his eardrums, blood vessels, and heart would probably be shattered by this earth-shattering roar. Bang! 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 The trees and glass on both sides of the street, several kilometers away, were all shattered by the impact of this blast. On this day, the people of New York City were destined to never forget this. The huge flaming sword blade, like a small nuclear bomb storm, almost affected half of Manhattan. Oh my God! Countless people watched the scene in shock. Is there a nuclear war in New York? In fact, not only were the citizens shocked, but the eyes of Nick Fury that SHIELD had observed were about to pop out. It's over. Such a big phenomenon could not be concealed at all. Not only would it cause panic among the people, but he would also be blamed by those idiots later. More importantly, in an important area under SHIELD's jurisdiction, such a huge hidden threat appeared, which was quite a big loss. Thinking about it, the politicians should be sleepless tonight. Ito Caso. As expected of the advanced forbidden technique of number 96, its power did not disappoint Lod, and it was even far beyond expectation. Originally, the activation requirements for this move were extremely harsh. The prerequisite for using it was to burn the body, and to give up an arm as a price, and then release a huge sword blade-like flame. But with the system in hand, Lod did not need to burn the body, nor did he need to give up an arm to directly activate it, the high-level Hado who was ranked 96th. With his current level and spiritual power, it was impossible to use high-level Hado. Thanks to lucky draw, he happened to draw the 96th Hado, Ito Caso. Although it is a one-time consumable, it is also the most powerful trump card he has so far. According to the description of the system, the power of one-time use Ito Caso is the same as that of Yamamoto Genryosai who sacrificed his arm. If not for Than being too powerful and disrupting the original plan, he did not even intend to use this move. Fortunately, the result was gratifying. Sword was worthy of being called a high-level Hado, and Than power could not even block the attack. After the billowing smoke and air waves gradually dissipated, the scorched ground emitted a trace of hot residual heat, leaving a few kilometers in diameter. A deep, bottomless ravine. 1. Lod let out a breath of turbid air, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. From tricking Than step by step, and then to the last moment when he was approaching his limit, he opened this hidden trump card that he had been hiding for a long time. Although the process was not beautiful and even a bit awkward, the result was pleasant. But this battle also made Lod fully realize how weak his so-called strength was in front of these big shots. And this also made Lod's desire to become stronger more urgent. I am still too weak. Lod clenched Zanpakuto tightly, his eyes revealing a deep desire. The future Marvel world would only be more dangerous than today, and the path he had to take, the enemies he had to face, would only be more terrifying than Than. Become stronger, become stronger, become stronger. Only when he was strong enough could he not have to worry about this. Sigh. Taking a deep breath, Lod threw these distracting thoughts out of his mind and turned to look at the projection of Than. The projection of Than suffered a complete cremation of sword at close range, and the projection became fragmented and almost faded away. Human, what is your name? Than, who was on the verge of dissipating, regained his calm and asked indifferently. Jugram Hashwalth. Lod's face was not red, and his heart was not beating. He did not even blink when he lied. In any case, it was impossible to say his real name. Who knew if this guy would use some black magic to curse him when he returned? He had to be careful when dealing with a black magic big shot like Than, so that he wouldn't have a place to talk about his death later. Hashwalth. I'll remember you. Than smiled faintly. It was unknown if he saw through his lie or if he had other intentions. I hope that the next time we meet, you can become stronger. Otherwise, it will feel very boring. Hee. No need. We'd better never see each other again. Lod sneered. Meet. It would be best if they never met in this lifetime. He knew with his toes and fingers that Than must have been holding a grudge, and it was the kind that was engraved in a small notebook. He had planned for tens of thousands of years, and it was not easy for him to open the passage to Earth, and he was just one step away from his true body. As a result, he was interrupted by a human who came out of nowhere, and the bamboo basket was empty. If he was not angry, he would have seen a ghost. If they could meet again, would Than let him have a good life? Hashwalth, is it? As the first human who defeated me, I intend to give you a gift. I hope you will like it. Ah snap, goodbye. Lod's face instantly changed, and he ran away with Ho-Ho without a word. He slipped away. What kind of joke was this? Not only did the other party not get angry after destroying Than's plan, he even gave him a gift out of goodwill. Who would believe it if he said that? It would be true if he wished he could kill him. Run. The corners of Than's mouth curled up to his ears. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Where do you think you can run to? Although his projection was about to dissipate, there was still a little bit of dark energy left. If he wanted to catch up to Lod, who had used up all his spiritual energy, wouldn't that be easy? The next moment, the figure of Than, who was about to disappear, moved and suddenly turned into a black light that swept across hundreds of meters of space in a flash. Ha 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 ha. Than rushed forward with a grin on his face, scaring Lod to the point that his face turned pale. This scene was simply like a fool and a mountain with a broken back. Accept my gift. Caesar instantly caught up to Lod. Then, under the horrified gaze of the latter, Caesar's arm ruthlessly stabbed into his chest, and the remaining dark energy in this projection merged into Lod's body. What is this? A trace of twisted pain flashed across Lod's face. A powerful negative emotion appeared in his mind, crazily eroding his rationality. At the last moment before disappearing, Caesar's voice echoed in Lod's mind. Hashwalth, as the price to expel me, fall into the dark abyss. Thump. 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 Lod's heart was beating violently, and the veins on his face were bulging. He looked like a winding little snake, which was extremely terrifying. This was a gift from Elder Godthan, the most evil negative emotion in the world, as well as the purest dark energy, which no one could resist. Lod howled to the sky in pain, his spiritual power bursting out uncontrollably. A white bone mask suddenly appeared, covering half of his face. Chapter 41. Sizzle. The orange-yellow magic energy in the air jumped up and down, outlining a circular door in the air. A bald woman in a yellow robe slowly walked out from the orange-colored space door. She was Sorcerer Supreme, who had guarded Earth for 1,000 years, the Ancient One. Strange, Ancient One frowned slightly and asked in confusion, why did Than's aura disappear? As early as when Than descended to Earth, she had deliberately blocked the energy fluctuations of black magic and temporarily blinded Ancient One's time stone to prevent her from stopping all of this by observing the past and future timeline. However, the plan that was supposed to be perfect was unexpectedly broken by Lod. The great destructive power of Sword's cremation could no longer be hidden from Ancient One the moment the summoning magic array was destroyed. Before Ancient One could think about what was going on, he was interrupted by a sudden roar. Roar! 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 A beast-like roar resounded through the entire sky. Is that a human? Ancient One looked towards the source of the voice, but then his expression froze slightly, because it was a strange creature she had never seen before. She saw Lod. No, the current him could no longer be called Lod. The white bone mask covered his face, and the two red dots in his dark eyes suddenly opened. The terrifying spiritual power was like a sharp blade, violently rubbing against each other. The rising heat wave made his figure look a bit illusory and blurry. This kind of ominous feeling. Ancient One sized up the energy-shrouded Lod. Ancient One looked at Lod and prepared to engage in a battle. In her 1,000 years of life, she had resisted countless magical creatures, but she had never seen such a strange creature. Brutal, destructive, fierce, and other negative emotions were bundled up into one creature, as if this monster in front of her was born to destroy. Roar! 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 A roar that shook the heavens and earth, accompanied by rolling waves of air, spread out. A monstrous killing intent erupted from the scarlet eyes of the beast. Lod, who was half hollow, suddenly stepped forward. The ground was unable to withstand this violent impact, and in an instant, it collapsed layer by layer, creating a huge crater. Swish! Lod suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he appeared in front of Ancient One, and his Zanpakuto slashed out with great force. In the name of the Mountain Emperor, the Red Ring of Ragator. Almost at the same time, a red ring appeared in Ancient One's hands, forming a shield made of magic. This was a basic technique that all mages of Camartage knew. It was a spell with a low requirement but a high ceiling. When used in the hands of different people, it had different effects. In Ancient One's hands, its defense was naturally far stronger than other mages. Clang! The collision between Sword's blade and the magic shield instantly caused the energy to surge and explode. It was as if several missiles exploded in the sky, setting off a visible storm that swept the dark clouds away. After the billowing smoke and dust dispersed, Ancient One was unscathed, only his yellow robe was stained with some dust. Roar dash! Half-hollow transformed Lod growled. The pitch-black Zero suddenly condensed at the tip of his finger. His target was Ancient One and the city behind her. Huh! The expression on Ancient One's face finally changed slightly. This is the dark energy of Than. Boom! A dark flash tore through the sky. The terrifying destructive power penetrated through layers of space, stirring up tidal ripples, like sparks hitting the earth. Expand, mirror dimension. Ancient One muttered softly as she clapped her hands together. When? 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 The surrounding space suddenly rippled with layers of glasses. The scenery in front of her continued to flip and expand like a kaleidoscope, presenting a magnificent scene after multiple mirrors being folded. Mirror dimension. Only the high-level mages of Camartage could use spatial spells. They could pull the caster and the enemy into the mirror dimension together. The destruction caused inside this dimension would not affect the outside world. There were two purposes for doing so. First, it could protect the existence of sorcery and not attract the attention of ordinary people. Secondly, it could protect the real world from the otherworlder. In the name of Mountain Emperor, Shield of the Seraphim. Ancient One opened her hands, and orange-yellow magic sparks jumped. With the pentagram as the base, they arranged themselves automatically, quickly outlining a complicated magic pattern. The Seraphim Shield was an all-around high-level defensive spell. In the movies, only Doctor Strange had used it once. He had once blocked the impact of a spaceship for everyone. From this, it could be seen how powerful her defense was. However, Doctor Strange, who inherited the title of Sorcerer Supreme not long ago, compared to the Ancient One who had been inherited it for 1,000 years, whether it was magic, experience, or ability, she was way more powerful. Finally, the black Zero collided with the golden shield. Rumble. The ominous Zero exploded in the sky, and the black light instantly blazed. For a moment, the black light covered everything, and the entire world was dyed black. The violent fluctuations in space shook as if a huge stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Ripples spread out in circles, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the entire sky above Manhattan. A shock wave visible to the naked eye rose and overlapped like a tide, finally transforming into a meteorite that could destroy the heavens and earth, fiercely smashing into the ground. Fortunately, this was the mirror dimension. If this energy blast were to explode outside, it was likely that half of Manhattan would be destroyed. Whoosh! The raging energy storm slowly dispersed, and the figures of both sides appeared. One side was Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Her expression was indifferent, without a trace of emotion, as if she did not care about the enemy in front of her at all. The other side was Laud, who had already turned into half-hollow. The spiritual power around him was like the smoke after burning. He slowly rose up, and white bone armor appeared on his body. He began to move in the direction of Ancient One. "Let me see, what exactly are you?" Ancient One said lightly. From her hands appeared a complicated array of connected lines, and the eyeball-shaped metal ornament hung on her chest slowly floated up. The eye-shaped metal ornament was the object that Sorcerer Supreme was guarding, the Eye of the Agamotto. In the name of the Agamotto, time reversal. Numerous green rings engraved with complicated runes wrapped around Sorcerer Supreme's wrists. The magical energy gathered in front of her chest formed a pattern that looked like an eye. At this moment, everything in the world was no secret in her eyes. Whether it was in the past, present, or even the future, she could pry into it. But a moment later, Ancient One was stunned. Her calm heart seemed to be broken by a stone, and sweat dripped down from her cheeks. This is impossible. The time stone can't see its past. The Eye of Agamotto had failed. Out of the hundreds of timelines that she had observed, none of them had this strange monster within them. It was as if it had never existed. Only things that did not exist could not be observed by time. Chapter 42. You, what kind of creature are you? Ancient One's expression was extremely grave, because no one knew better than her what terrible things would happen in the future if the timeline deviated. Roar. Half-hollow transformed Laud once again let out a menacing roar. Just as he was about to attack Ancient One, a hand suddenly grabbed the edge of the white bone mask. Kaka. The hand was forcefully tearing at the white bone mask, and the monster let out a miserable scream as it waved Zanpakuto around. It seemed to be trying to stop the mask from being peeled off. This is... Ancient One frowned slightly, but she did not choose to take the opportunity to attack. Instead, she quietly watched from the side. Crack, crack. As more and more white bone masks were peeled off, Ancient One saw the face under the strange mask. It's actually a human. Ancient One was surprised. She really did not expect that the monster was actually a human. Ah, get out of my body. Lods will finally gain the upper hand, completely suppressing the remaining negative emotions of Than. He roared hysterically and struggled to tear off the white bone mask covering his face. Kaka. With a crisp sound, the white bone mask was completely peeled off. Phew. I'm finally back. Lod exhaled a breath of turbid air. When he opened his eyes, his expression suddenly froze. A bald woman in a yellow robe was quietly sizing him up, as if she was very interested in him. And dash. Ancient One. Lod, hi. Compared to Lod, Ancient One was much calmer. Good evening, young man. Lod took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He could not panic now. Run. Don't even think about it. This was the mirror dimension that Ancient One had personally opened. Not to mention him, even if the projection of Than came, it would be impossible to break it. He could only admit defeat. From the current results, this was the best choice. Lod pushed the broken glasses and stabilized his mood. He said, I didn't expect to see you in such a situation. I am very sorry to let you see the ugly side of me just now. It doesn't matter. Ancient One looked quite easygoing. She smiled gently and said, young man, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Lod bowed like a gentleman and said, Sorcerer Supreme, you can call me Jugram Hashwalth. Hashwalth. Ancient One smiled, looking as if she would believe it or not. You are not willing to reveal your real name because you are afraid that I will pursue your past. The other soul hidden under Jigai had two completely different faces. In Ancient One's eyes, they were as clear as day, so she naturally would not believe Lod's words. Lod knew in his heart, but he smiled and did not speak. Everything was in silence. Forget it. Ancient One waved his hand and said lightly, since you are unwilling to say it, I will not force you. Thank you for your understanding, Ancient One. Lod's words were sincere. But... Ancient One paused and then said, in exchange, you have to answer a few questions of mine. Please speak, I will do my best to explain to the Sorcerer Supreme. Under the eaves of the house, people had to bow their heads. Considering Sorcerer Supreme's reputation, Lod could only agree. Then, was it you who expelled him? Yes, I paid a price for doing so. He. I can see that. The second question, your form just now. I was tricked by Than. As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be such a spell in black magic that can turn people into monsters, right? It's a new research by Than. Oh. Do you think I'd believe it? I'm afraid you have to believe it. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The two old foxes, one old and one young, looked at each other and laughed. Lod carefully considered the words, trying not to arouse Ancient One's suspicion, and threw all the blame on Than. In any case, it was impossible for this guy to come again, so it was better to shove the blame to him. I understand. Ancient One nodded thoughtfully and said, then Hashwalth, I have one last question. Please speak, Ancient One. Lod's expression was slightly grave. Perhaps this last question was what Ancient One really wanted to ask him. Ancient One's gaze was as cold as swords, and the temperament she emitted suddenly changed. The current Ancient One was the real Sorcerer Supreme. the protector of this dimension, one of the strongest people on earth. You. Who are you? Ancient One's voice was not loud, but it gave off a sense of oppression. Why can't the river of time observe your past? Damn. Laud's face changed slightly, and he was frantically thinking about the answer. This was a serious problem. Because she had the Eye of Agamotto in hand, Sorcerer Supreme could observe the past, present, and future timeline of all parallel universes. In the final battle of the Avengers, the Doctor Strange had used this ability to observe 14 million futures and found the only future that could defeat the big purple potato, Thanos. Ancient One had been using the Eye of Agamotto to observe the future and prevent some major disasters in time. However, Laud was not within the range of observation. He was like a bug in the world and did not exist in all timelines. This was outrageous. It was precisely because of this that Ancient One asked this question. Seeing Laud fall into silence, Ancient One gently took a step forward, and the pressure also became stronger. What? Ancient One said lightly, is this question difficult to answer? The question itself was not difficult to answer. The real difficulty was, what was the answer Ancient One wanted? The long river of time was unable to observe his past. It should have been caused by the dual causes of his internal system and transmigrator. But he could not tell Ancient One the truth. He could only take the risk and try. Laud took a deep breath and said, I am a human. Huh. Ancient One raised his eyebrows, and the coldness in his eyes gradually increased. That is not what I want to know. A hint of bitterness appeared on Laud's face as he said helplessly, how could I possibly be able to solve a problem related to the river of time? Perhaps it's because of Than. Ancient One closed his eyes slightly and stared at Laud for a long time. It was only when Laud felt his entire body tremble that Ancient One withdrew his aura and returned to his previous gentle state. He sighed softly, what you said makes sense. Then can indeed do it? Perhaps I was too anxious. Success. Laud immediately heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was extremely grateful to Than. If not for Caesar taking the blame for him, Sorcerer Supreme wouldn't have believed him so easily. Young man. Ancient One looked at Laud meaningfully and said, I hope you can remember what you said today. Never forget that you are a human, an earthling. I will remember. Ancient One. Laud nodded seriously. He definitely would not deny this point. Be careful of Than's power. It is not that simple. Ancient One turned around and opened the space door, leaving behind a simple sentence, if you want to control this power in the future, come find me in Camartage. Chapter 43. After watching Ancient One leave. Who? Laud took a long breath and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He said, it was so dangerous. I almost exposed myself. At this moment, his heart that had been hanging in his throat finally slowly fell to the ground. Just now, Ancient One seemed to believe his lie, but in fact, Laud knew very well that the sorceress was just too lazy to investigate. Ancient One was not that easy to deceive. Sorcerer Supreme, who sat wielding the Eye of the Agamotto, rarely had things in the world that could be hidden from her eyes. Coincidentally, Laud's existence was a small part of it. If Ancient One was determined to ask what exactly was going on, even if he had 100 mouths, he would not be able to explain it clearly. Fortunately, Ancient One did not know why and did not investigate this matter. He even sent him a kind invitation before he left. What was Ancient One's purpose? No idea, no way to guess. Sorcerer Supreme could observe the long river of time in the parallel universe, and no one could know what Ancient One was thinking in his heart. Forget it. Laud rubbed his sore temples, and his face showed a tired look. He sighed and said, who cares what she wants to do? I'm too tired to think. There were too many things that happened tonight. He just wanted to have a good rest now. However, before going home to rest, Laud still had one more thing to do. Book of Sins. Lod's eyes revealed a glint. This dangerous item that could summon Thun could not be left outside. If this thing were to be left outside and used by some villain characters to summon Thun back to Earth, would he still have a good life? Not to mention the fact that he had destroyed Thun's return plan, the two of them were already mortal enemies. Just a few minutes ago, he had even thrown the blame in front of Ancient One. If Thun knew about this, Lod felt that he would not have a good ending. Therefore, for the sake of his own safety, it would be the best for him to keep the Book of Sins. Lod recovered a bit of his spiritual energy, and returned to the place where they had fought previously. This place was almost completely destroyed. The ruins and traces of battle were everywhere, and the Book of Sins was only the size of an ordinary book. There was no way to tell where it was buried. Lod turned his spiritual energy into ripples and spread out, planning to sense the location of the Book of Sins. However, not long after the spiritual energy ripples spread out, Lod suddenly felt that there were two dying lives under the ruins. The corner of Lod's eyes twitched. He suddenly remembered that the two employees he had just recruited seemed to still be here. He slashed open the ruins with his sword and saw that Matt and Jessica were bound by Hato, Rikaje, K.R., 6 rods prison of light. They looked at him with resentment. Lord Hashwalth. You finally came to save us. Matt and Jessica wanted to cry but had no tears. Their voices were so sad that they sounded like angry little wives. The two of them were bewitched by black magic. In the end, they were stopped by Lod using Hato. However, when they woke up, they found that Lod had already begun to fight with Thun. They wanted to run. However, if they were bounded by 6 rods prison of light, let alone running away, even moving a finger was an extravagant hope. The result was self-evident. The two of them could only watch helplessly as the two big shots fought not far ahead, and then they were seriously injured by the shock waves of the fight. Next, they could only try to conserve their energy as much as possible and lie in the ruins, looking forward to the stars and the moon, waiting for Lod to come back and save them. Lod removed them from 6 rods prison of light. Mr. Hashwalth. Matt said with a sad face, don't tell me you have forgotten us. How can it be? Lod's face froze, and his eyes unconsciously drifted elsewhere. Of course not, how could I forget you? Jessica and Matt, he. What a relief. However, there was good news. Under the threat of death, Matt forcefully awakened the Quincy ability and absorbed surrounding Reishi to maintain his life. This disaster was blessing in disguise. Lod comforted the two of them and asked them to help search for the Book of Sins. However, the three of them had almost rummaged through this place, but they still could not find the Book of Sins. Could it be Thun? Lod rubbed his chin and pondered. The moment the magic array was destroyed, he threw the Book of Sins somewhere else to avoid being found by Sorcerer Supreme and me. Lord Hashwalth. Jessica leaned over and asked, do you need me to expand the scope and search for that book? Lod thought about it and said, all right, you and Matt will go back to rest first, and then secretly gather information about the book. Yes, Lord Hashwalth. Matt and Jessica did not refuse, because they really needed to rest now. Wait, Lord Hashwalth. Jessica suddenly opened her mouth and said, if we find that book, how should we inform you? There is no need to inform. During this period of time, you should practice your abilities first. When the time is right, I will come to find you. After saying that, Lod turned around and left. Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. System, check the mission progress. Lod lay comfortably on the bed, his eyes narrowed into a line as he lazily said. Although there were constant notifications in his mind, he didn't have the time to watch the battle. Now that he had returned home to relax, Lod could finally take a look at his harvest this time. Emergency mission, expel the infernal deity, Thun. Details, 5 fingers, under the temptation of the Book of Sins, summoned a projection of Thun. Requesting the host to expel him from Earth's latitude before Sorcerer Supreme arrives. Status, completed. Reward, Bankai, Daiguren Hyaran Meru. Random mission, Sorcerer Supreme. Details, facing Sorcerer Supreme, you only have two choices. Either deceive her or kill her. System suggests to deceive her, if you don't want to die. Status, completed. Reward, Medium Soul *100. Detecting unknown energy invasion. Can be converted into energy required for the holofication. Conversion ongoing. 3, 2, 1, transformation successful. Trial mission activated, break the boundary. Details, this is a gift from Than. You can only choose to accept or die. Status, completed. Mission reward, special state holofication activated. What a load of fat. Lod couldn't hold back the ecstasy in his heart, and the corners of his mouth rose crazily. As expected of the system, he was generous when he made a move. Although the task of expelling the infernal deity, Than, was difficult, the reward he got was also generous. It was just that he never expected that this reward was actually Bankai. Following the second stage after Zanpakuto Shikai, it was also the final form of Zanpakuto, Bankai. In the state of Bankai, whether it is spiritual power or combat effectiveness, will have a qualitative leap, about 5 to 10 times compared to the state of Shikai, and only the captain-level death god can master the final trump card. Daiguren Hyaran Meru is the original 10th Division captain, sure? Hitsugaya's Bankai. Out of all of Death God, his Zanpakuto was the only one that possessed the ability Tans. Rin, subjugation of the heavens, allowing him control all the water in the atmosphere and instantly freeze it into ice. It was the strongest among all the ice attributes Zanpakuto. As for the second reward, it was the present from Than. After he was forcefully transformed into the power of Hollow, he knew it was a double-edged sword for the current Lod. Holofication was a rather dangerous power. By fusing Hollow's power into Death God's body, he would be able to break through the boundary in one fell swoop. And if the two sides were not equal in strength, it was very likely that they would be devoured by the Hollow in their bodies, and then become a real Hollow. But no matter what, it was better than having one or not. At the very least, he would be able to have an additional card in the future. Chapter 44. System, check the soul gain this time. Lod calmed down his excitement and then called out the system prompt. Acquired, medium soul *1, purple man. Acquired, medium soul *5, 5 fingers. Acquired, low grade soul *920, the hand ninja. Acquired, medium grade soul *100, mission reward. Counting the harvest this time, the total amount of souls that Lod currently possessed was low grade soul *990. Medium soul *108. What a great harvest. Lod was so happy that he almost couldn't close his mouth. Thank you, Than. Thank you, the hand. Thank you, purple man. Thank you, Sorcerer Supreme. These people were the reason of his excitement. They had contributed 17 medium-grade souls to him. If he wanted to become rich, he would have to rely on the system mission. If this was before, when he was doing it alone, who knew how long he would have to save to see a medium prize pool. Looking at the 17 medium-level souls, Lod felt a little hot in his heart. He had never seen anything like a medium prize pool before. Today, he could finally see its true appearance. Why don't we have a go? Lod rubbed his hands excitedly and thought, if you survive a great disaster, you will have good fortune in the future. Your luck is so bad tonight, maybe there will be a surprise. Just do it. A look of anticipation flashed in Lod's eyes. System, I want to draw a prize. Ding. Detected medium soul level *100. Would you like to choose a medium prize pool? That's right. With money, things were different. Lod looked away from his usual poor appearance. His face was full of confidence. He generously gave out 10 medium-level souls. Draw. Draw 10 times. The person guarding the medium-level prize pool was no longer the guy with a sinister smile on his face. Instead, it was replaced with Big B dash. Wait. Lod was confused. Why was Anohanaretsu stationed at the medium prize pool? The plan was good to understand people's hearts and made them spend their money. They knew what men wanted most. Lod looked down and his old face suddenly turned red. So big. Even the loose Death Tyrant outfit could not hide it? As expected of the Anohanaretsu. However, he had seen the precious version of the Anohanaretsu gifted by the Spring Festival special code. This small scene in front of him could not disturb his firm heart. Lod did not know if it were illusion or not, but he felt that there seemed to be a trace of anger in Anohanaretsu's eyes when she looked at him. Sorry. My bad. Lod scratched his head, and when he looked again, he found that Anohanaretsu had returned to her previous paralyzed face, as if everything was an illusion. Consumption, medium soul *100. Weng. This time, the vibration of the treasure chest was not as exaggerated as last time. It only shook slightly, and then several rays of light broke out of the chest. Purple. Purple light. When Lod saw the color of the light, his heart suddenly felt cold, and he had a bad feeling. Purple, medium, spiritual power, 5. Purple, medium, spiritual power, 5. Purple, Keto, experience, 5. Purple, Keto, experience, 5. Purple, Zanjutsu skill, Sukawari, watermelon splitting. White, Shinigami Women's Association, Sakura Special Code, Chaotic Chrysanthemum Special Edition. Golden, H, Gyaku, Broken Fragments, 50. Purple, Hakuda, Hand-to-Hand Combat Shunko. Purple, Quincy Skill, Rans, Tenge, Heavenly Wild Puppet Suit. Gold, Special Building, White Bone Hell, a hot spring made from special spiritual power. A clear hot spring surrounded by a number of small waterfalls and featuring a giant Ziu. By submerging the injured beneath the waters of this spring, any damaged Ryotsu within their body is slowly driven out along with their blood. The medium prize pool ended, and Lod's heart also sank to the bottom of the lake. Lod. There was only one gold, and the rest were all consumables and skills. Blood loss. Lod spat out a mouthful of blood. This lottery was simply a blood loss. It was better to suffer from anemia than the following prize pool. In the previous inferior prize pool, he had at least drawn something of the best quality such as Shrift, but the best in the medium prize pool was actually only that special building, White Bone Hell. System. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Lod was so angry that his lungs were hurting. Ding. Lottery probability is all random. Please calm down. Lod said angrily, if that's the case, then explain to me, what is the difference between a medium-level prize pool and a low-level prize pool? New rewards for the medium prize pool, characters, special buildings. Character? A special building. Lod was stunned and asked, what do you mean, which characters and buildings? Character range, all characters from Death God. Building range, all special buildings from Death God. Lod raised his eyebrows, for example. Special building, Siritii, Danga, Senteki. Palace of Penitence, Kyaku Hill, etc. Character, Kukaki Byakuya, Ichimaru-jin, Matsumoto Rangiku, etc. After listening to it, Lod pondered for a long time. It seems that the things in the medium prize pool are richer than the lower prize pool, and can also summon the characters in the original work, as well as those specific buildings. This is a good thing for him, at least when he rebuilds Seoul society later, he doesn't have to worry about those buildings. But this also showed how bad his luck was. There were so many buildings and characters that he could choose, but he had drawn a white bone hell. And no character. Damn, exploded. Lod murmured. His eyes instantly lost their light and he lay on the bench like a puddle of mud. What use is Emperor OU? They were all fake and didn't exist. There was no Emperor OU in the world. Lod decided that from now on, he would no longer believe in superstition. Forget it, forget it. Lod comforted himself in his heart that his luck could not always be bad. It was understandable that he would be missing a few times. Although he did not draw anything that was worth looking forward to, in all fairness, the reward this time was actually not bad. In any case, he came in the midst of his excitement and returned in defeat. Lod sighed and cleared his depressed mood, then used up the consumables. Spiritual power plus 1000. Spiritual power plus 1000. Spiritual power plus 1000. Keto experience plus 1000. Level up spiritual power, LV, 6. 7. Level up keto, LV, 4. LV 5. Lod exhaled and said, System, check my personal interface. Host, Lod Carl. Bloodline, Death God, Quincy, Hollow. Spiritual power, Level 7, 4-seated officer, 5,000/100,000. Shikai, Shinso, Senbonzakura, Hyauran Meru. Bankai, Daiguran Hyauran Meru. Zanjutsu, Level 4, 1,000/5,000. Hakuda, Level 4, 1,000/5,000, Single Bone, Shunko. Ho-Ho, Level 4, 1,000/5,000 Cicada Shell. Keto, Level 5, 0/10,000 Proficient Level 50 Keto, Bakudo number 61, 6 Rods Prison of Light. Hollow, Underworld God, not domesticated. Full Bring Technique, unlocked. Shrift, X-axis. Skills, Soul Splitting Contact Healing, Blood Vein, Blood Artery, Hirankyaku, Divine Arrow, Rans, Tenge. Soul, Medium Soul *8, Lower Soul *990. Prop, Jigai *3, Substitute Shinigami Badge, Limb Repairing Serum, Hell's Butterfly, Memory Replacement, Monitor Bacteria, H, Hyaku, Broken Fragments, 55/10,000, Shinigami Women's Association 125, Summer Swimsuit Magazine *3, Kaja Negation, Shoot Staffel Guards Uniform, Destruction Cross, Sinners, Soul Cutter. Special Building, White Bone Hell, not used. Chapter 45. The night gradually faded and dawn broke. In the room of the attic, Lod was sleeping soundly. A ray of sunlight shone in through the window. The fragrance of flowers drifted in the air, accompanied by the gentle breeze outside the window. The white curtain slowly drifted. The sleeping Lod suddenly felt his stomach sink, and then Nemu's tender voice came into his ears. Wake up, brother. The sun is shining on my butt. Lod opened his eyes in a daze and saw Nemu riding on his stomach, gently pushing him with two small hands. Morning. Nemu. Lod lifted the messy hair on her forehead, revealing a delicate face. His face was still full of sleepiness. What time is it now? It's 9 o'clock, brother. Nemu said sweetly, get up quickly. Nemu made a special breakfast for you. Okay. Lod got up and picked up Nemu. He scratched her nose and said with a smile, my little Nemu is really smart. He actually learned how to cook. Of course. Nemu proudly raised his head, Nemu is amazing. Ha ha ha. Lod smiled and carried Nemu downstairs to the living room. In front of the spirit cleansing pavilion was a store, and behind it was a living area, divided into 2 floors. Upstairs was where the 2 rested, while downstairs was the living room, kitchen, and bathing area. Nimue broke free from Lod's embrace and then ran into the kitchen, clumsily carrying 2 plates as she walked out. "Brother! Look at the breakfast that Nimue specially made for you." Half of it was a pure Russian sausage, 2 pieces of burnt toast, a slightly charred fried egg, and a cup of warm milk. Although it was not very difficult to do it, it could be seen from Nimue's dirty face that she was indeed very diligent in preparing. "Nimue is so great." Lod rubbed Nimue's little head and kissed her on the cheek. "Now you've learned to make breakfast." Nimue looked at Lod with her big black eyes. She held her face with her 2 small hands and said expectantly, "Brother, hurry up and have a taste of Nimue's cooking." "Okay." Lod sat down with a smile. He took the fork from Nimue, cut off a piece of sausage, and put it into his mouth. After chewing for a while, he showed a satisfied expression. "Well, Nimue did a good job." "Yay." Nimue, who was praised, smiled even more happily. Just like this, a slightly warm breakfast ended amidst the laughter of the 2. Just as Lod was about to make a trip to the underground space, the bell outside suddenly rang. At this time, who would come? Lod was puzzled. Then, he walked over and opened the door. Outside the door were the half-bald Carlson and the Black Widow. "Good morning, Mr. Lod." Carlson revealed a professional fake smile and said, "I'm very sorry for disturbing your rest time." "It's you guys. Why are you guys looking for me?" Lod's expression was unchanging, and his voice became a bit cold. "Here's the case, Mr. Lod." Carlson revealed an apologetic expression and said, "May I ask if you know about Hell's Kitchen's explosion last night?" It seemed that Shield was anxious. Last night, Hell's Kitchen's explosion had definitely alarmed many people, especially those politicians. It was likely that they were putting pressure on Nick Fury. Otherwise, Carlson wouldn't have appeared here early in the morning. "I don't know." Although Lod was well aware that the explosion was caused by him, he still deliberately revealed a trace of surprise. "Last night, I went back to Seoul Society. I was not in the modern realm, so what happened?" "Return to Seoul Society." Black Widow, who did not speak, said. She was keenly aware of the key to the sentence. He could return to Seoul Society at any time. In other words, the passageway between Seoul Society and Earth could be opened at any time. After receiving this news, Black Widow was slightly shocked, but she quickly suppressed it. There was no fluctuation on her face. Carlson stared fixedly at Lod. After confirming that there was no flaw on his face, she said bitterly, "I can't explain the exact situation in 1 or 2 sentences. Could you please come with us to the headquarters to see the scene of the incident?" Lod thought for a moment. He could go over and see the director, Nick Fury. Then, he placed the monitoring microbe on him and nodded. "Yes, wait for me to clean up." "Take your time." There was a hint of joy in Carlson's eyes as he hurriedly said, "We'll just wait outside." This scene made the 2 agent waiting in the distance look shocked. Carlson had the authority of level 8 agent within Shield, which was almost only lower than a few people. Moreover, he was the trusted aide of the director, but now he showed respect to such an ordinary person. "What is the identity of that person?" one of the younger agent asked curiously, to be able to make Agent Carlson respect him so much. "Shut up." A slightly older agent's eyes were slightly cold. He said with a serious expression, "Todd, if you don't want to die, don't ask what you shouldn't ask." No matter when, all agent needed to remember that he should not ask what he should not ask. How many young agent, or spies from other organizations, were secretly executed by Shield because they asked about something they should not know? Some things. It was a top secret and could not be leaked. Once someone asked, they would be investigated and even executed. And this little agent had clearly touched the edge of being sensitive. Only then did Todd remember, and his face immediately broke out in sweat. He said nervously, "I'm sorry, sir. Remember, there won't be a next time." The coldness in the eyes of the older agent gradually disappeared. "If it happens again, I will personally execute you, Todd." "Yes." Todd wiped his sweat. When the old agent turned around, he did not notice that there was a flash of killing intent in Todd's eyes. After tidying up the room, Lod used Keto to seal and hide the underground space, so as not to be discovered by Shield or others. Then, Lod held Nemu's hand and sat in the back of an Audi. The driver was Carlson, and the passenger was Black Widow. "Mr. Lod, please sit down. We are ready to go." Carlson skillfully lit the engine and stepped on the accelerator to the end. When the engine roared and rushed out like a bolt of lightning on the long street, without any hesitation whether it would violate the traffic law. Of course. As if someone dared to stop the FBI car. Shield's daily life was to use the name of the FBI to do business. After all, who asked the other party to have a greater reputation than their Shield? The car passed through the city and then came to Shield's headquarters, the Triangle Wing building, which was the one that had been destroyed in the second movie of Captain America. The exterior of the building was transparent, and it was designed fully with bulletproof glass. There were strict surveillance and personnel security at the entrance. Ordinary outsiders would need to go through several checkpoints to enter. However, with Carlson and Black Widow around, Lod did not need to go through these trivial matters and entered the building without any obstruction. The four of them took the exclusive elevator and reached the top of the building, which was the office of Shield Director, Nick Fury. Squeak. As the elevator door opened, a spacious office with floor-to-ceiling windows came into view. "Welcome to Shield's headquarters." The soy egg got up from the seat and stared at Lod with its remaining eye. He said in a deep voice, "Hello, Mr. Lod. I am Director Shield, Nick Fury. I am very happy to see you." "Hello, Nick Fury." Lod narrowed his eyes and a smile appeared on his lips. Finally, they met. This old fox. Chapter 46. After watching Lod and the other two leave, Todd went separately from the old agent and stood in a corner alone. After looking around to make sure there was no one around, he pressed a communication device beside his ear. "Silver Fox, I am a hamster. Speak." "Mission failed." "The reason?" "That man has a very high degree of confidentiality. He is at least level 8. I can't get in touch with him at all, and I can't ask around casually. Otherwise, I will be executed." "Understood. Then what should I do next?" "Keep a close eye on that man and Carlson. Report to me in time if there are any movements." "Understood." After the communication ended, Todd looked around again to make sure that no one was eavesdropping and then strode out. "Thank you very much, Mr. Lod, for taking time to come here and help us identify the explosion last night," Nick Fury said very sincerely. His face revealed a professional smile that was almost like a genuine smile. If not for the old fox's character, Lod would probably think that he was a good person now. This acting skill. If he retired in the future and went to Hollywood, he would probably be able to become a rising star. No need. Lod expressed his disdain in his heart while maintaining his arrogant and cold appearance. He said, "Can you tell me now?" "It's about the explosion that happened last night with Hell's Kitchen." "Of course." Fury smiled, then pressed a button on the table and said, "This is what the satellite detected last night at Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen." A three-dimensional projection immediately appeared in front of everyone. This video was constructed together through the surveillance equipment on the street, all available cameras nearby, and satellites in the sky. It was simulated by technicians and then reassembled. A man with blonde hair and green eyes, wearing a white military coat, with delicate features and a pair of heterochromic eyes, holding a silver revolver in his hand, fighting against an unknown entity. The huge arrows and dark flames intertwined, colliding with each other, creating visible air waves that caused destructive force to the surrounding environment. Even if they watched it again, the three agents present could not stop being shocked. This was the scene of Lod pretending to be Hashwalth and fighting with the projection of Than. Since Quincy relied on physical strength to fight, and there was an essential difference between Death God and him, so it could be observed by any monitoring equipment and the naked eye of humans. Because of this, SHIELD and those politicians would be very nervous. Understandable. Because they had family, concerns, shortcomings, and conscience. What they were worried about was an uncontrollable superhuman. Especially what happened last night, which made the politicians who were still dreaming suddenly wake up. They suddenly found that there was such a terrifying superhuman hidden around them. There was no past activity like that, no record. A superhuman who seemed to have never existed, but suddenly appeared, and could release a powerful destructive power comparable to a missile. This undoubtedly made Fury and the others unable to sit still. Nick Fury, who was at the late stage of paranoia, immediately thought of dozens of plots and schemes in his mind after seeing the dangerous blonde man. He could not wait to find out the origin of this man. Fury carefully observed Lod's reaction. He always felt that Lod might know something about this man. Meanwhile, Coulson and Black Widow were also observing Nemu's reaction at the same time. As a necessary skill for agent, it was to observe the expressions and emotion. They could dig out all useful information from the other party's micro-expressions. But unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. For Death God, GGI was just a piece of clothing. If he were to observe a piece of clothing, would agent be able to dig out any information about anything at all? Obviously not. The powerful soul force allowed Lod to perfectly control any expression on GGI's face. The three experienced agent could only return empty-handed. Although Nemu was young, her predecessor was Kuratsuka Mayuri, who had personally trained her. Moreover, she did not know about this at all, so she naturally would not reveal any hints. However, since SHIELD wanted to know, Lod did not mind telling them. I didn't expect it to be them. Lod's face suddenly changed, revealing deep fear. He said, they actually came back again. This scene was seen by Coulson, the Black Widow, and Fury. The three people changed their expressions and thought, is this still the arrogant and annoying Death God? Coulson and Black Widow exchanged glances and found the seriousness in each other's eyes. It was clear that Lod knew this blonde man. Moreover, from the fear in his eyes, the relationship between the mysterious blonde man and him should belong to the opposing force. It was even possible that there was a grudge between the two. Mr. Lod. The old fox Nick Fury naturally did not miss this point. He narrowed his eyes and asked, you seem to know this man. Although Lod was silent, the seriousness and fear on his face undoubtedly confirmed the speculation in their hearts to the three agent. As expected, Lod knew the blonde man. Fury secretly gave Coulson a look. The latter nodded slightly to indicate comprehension and walked out. Coulson pretended to be the victim and said bitterly, Mr. Lod, many people died last night. They were all very kind Americans and had never done anything illegal. However, they were suddenly met with this kind of disaster. A family of more than 1,000 households fell apart overnight. There were corpses everywhere, and blood was almost irrigating the underground passage. And all of this was caused by the blonde man. Do you want to sit by and watch him continue to destroy? Kindness. Being a villain? Corpses everywhere? Rivers of blood. Every time Coulson said a word, the corners of Lod's eyes twitched. Good fellow. Don't you know what kind of place Hell's Kitchen is? And what does the word kindness have to do with Hell's Kitchen's group of bastards? If someone who didn't what actually happened, they might really be fooled by Carlson. Unfortunately, they didn't know that it was Lod himself who did it. However, although he was complaining in his heart, he still had to pretend. You guessed correctly. Lod pretended to be unable to bear it and said hesitantly, "That person is a Quincy. I have seen him in the data." Quincy. Hearing this strange term, Nick Fury's eyes twitched, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Jugram Hashwalth. Lod let out a long sigh, his face revealing a touch of shame and anger. He said, "Once, one of the members of the Stern Ritter." Sigh. Upon hearing this, the wrinkles on Nick Fury's forehead almost squeezed out. He said with a headache, "Mr. Lod, what does the Stern Ritter have to do with you, Death God? Although I don't want to talk about this." Lod was very conflicted, but in the end, he sighed and said faintly, "Well, this matter really has a great impact on you. It doesn't matter to tell you. This matter started from a great war. A million years after Soul Society established. About 1,000 years ago, a mysterious organization suddenly appeared. They claimed to be the Quincy. Among them, the Stern Ritter are the most powerful, and have a powerful combat power comparable to the 13 Division Captain of the Godii. Between Soul Society and the Quincy, because of some irreconcilable special reasons, the two sides have a big war. The war lasted for a long time, both sides suffered heavy losses, and finally ended with the loss of the Quincy, and they had to choose to seal themselves for 1,000 years. We thought that the Quincy race had completely disappeared. But I didn't expect that one of the members of the Stern Ritter from back then would still be alive in this world." Fury. Carlson. Black Widow. Chapter 47. Through Lod's vivid description, the three agents seemed to be in the field and felt the cruelty and bloodiness of the war. Quincy and Soul Society. Human and Death God. Stern Ritter and Godii 13. Even today, 1,000 years later, through the descriptions of these few words, it could make Fury and others feel the kind of bitterness and blood that rushed to their faces. This made the three old agent present shivered. 1,000 years ago, what happened between Soul Society and the Quincy, and what's the reason for them to choose to start a war? Soul Society was clearly an organization whose responsibility was to eliminate Hollow. They should have cooperated with each other to protect the human race, but why did they pull out sword, even at all costs, to completely exterminate the other party? Agent's intuition told Fury that this matter was definitely not as simple as Lod had described it to be. To be able to make the two large organizations kill each other at all costs, the secret behind this was probably related to some important matter. And there was one more thing. Fury was very good at digging out useful information from the words of others. And what Lod revealed just now was a very important piece of information. Soul Society had been greatly injured because of the war with the Quincy, so they chose to seal it for 1,000 years. This piece of information was very important. First, from the side, it explained why they had never found information related to Death God in any information. Perhaps it was deliberately concealed by someone. Secondly, from the recent appearance of Death God, Quincy had ended its hibernation for thousands of years and recovered from that great war, ready to step back to Earth again. What kind of disaster is this? At this critical juncture, Soul Society's appearance on Earth and the return of the Quincy, as well as the unknown creature's Hollow, Fury began to feel his brain buzzing. "Mr. Lod, can you tell us the special reason why you just said could not reconcile?" Carlson was obviously more concerned about why the two forces would choose to start a war, and why would they want to completely exterminate each other. Lod was silent, and there was a trace of hesitation in his expression. He was very unwilling to mention this matter. This expression could be said to be too familiar to the three old agent present. When it involved some major secrets, people would reveal this expression. Fury thought for a moment and felt that he could not force Lod too hard. He said, "It's okay, Mr. Lod. If you can't say it, then forget it." "Yes." Hearing this, Lod responded coldly. His tense face and eyebrows also relaxed a little. Seeing this scene, Fury could not help but sigh in his heart. Since when Shield became this weak? Right now, when they faced Lod, they were almost helpless. Moreover, they did not dare to force him too much. Because they did not have any means to stop him. If they forced him, the situation would become even worse. If he was not careful, he might even cause a great war between the two sides. In the face of a huge mysterious organization that was like a myth that had existed for thousands of years, Fury did not have the confidence to contend against it. At least, before seeking the power to challenge them, Fury did not have this kind of confidence. But from today's conversation, Fury at least had a little idea. The mysterious Stern Ritter might become their ally in fighting against the power of Death God. Wasn't the enemy of my enemy is a friend? What Death God and Quincy, in the eyes of Fury, were all pawns to be used. We still need to have our own strength. Fury let out a long sigh in his heart. He planned to restart the plan that had been buried for a long time. The plan for the fallen Avenger. We have to hurry up. The two foxes, one big and one small, were both thinking about how to scheme against each other. Lod quietly pinched Nemu's palm. Nemu blinked and went up with an understanding look. She grabbed the hem of Fury's trench coat. "Hey Uncle Soy Egg, I want to drink Coke." If one looked carefully, they would find that Nemu's small hand was stained with a little light powder of extremely light color. And these almost invisible light powder were the monitoring microbe that Lod had drawn. Nemu had successfully placed it on Nick Fury. In this way, no matter what Nick Fury did, it would be impossible for it to escape from his palm. Fury's face instantly changed. It was like coal that had been burnt, and the naked eye could see that his face was twitching. "Uncle Soy Egg." When Carlson and Natasha heard this, their expressions instantly became very strange. They tried their best to restrain the corners of their lips that were about to rise. "You can't laugh. You absolutely can't laugh out loud. Otherwise, you will definitely be covered in soy eggs. No, you will be worn down by the director. Bear with it." She was just a child. There was no need to be angry with a child. "No problem, Carlson, go and bring this cute little princess a cup of iced cola." Nemu clapped her hands happily, not forgetting to thank them. She said sweetly, "Thank you Uncle Soy Egg and Uncle Baldy." Poochie. Poochie. The corners of Lod's mouth twitched slightly. He did not expect that Nemu would learn to be two-faced at such a young age. Sword stabbed his heart. Carlson, who had been laughing at Fury in his heart a second ago, now covered his chest like fury. "All right, Nemu, stop playing." Lod held back his laughter and put on a serious expression. "We should go back to Soul Society and report this to the captain." "Go back to Soul Society. Report to the captain." Fury and Carlson were shocked and their faces suddenly changed. This sentence clearly told them that the human world was a passage that could be accessed at any time to reach Soul Society. Mr. Lod, there's no need to be in such a hurry, right?" Carlson immediately became anxious and said, "Maybe we can wait a little longer. We might be able to destroy him if we join hands." He was afraid that if Soul Society and the Quincy were to start a war again, according to the extent of last night, a few New York cities would not be enough for them to destroy. "No," Lod said with a cold look. "The Quincy who disappeared for 1,000 years appeared, and above all it was the Stern Ritter. I have to report to the GODI-13 to take action in time." The three of them had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Lod obviously did not put them in his eyes, and he did not care about their wishes at all. "Let's go, Nemu." Lod held Nemu's hand, and the two of them left, completely ignoring the three people behind them. He estimated that during this period of time, the soy egg would probably never be able to sleep again. F***ck. F***ck. Fury returned to his sense and realized the severity of this problem. The coffee cup that had just been shipped over was once again treated as a punching bag by the soy egg. It was thrown on the wall and shattered on the ground. Chapter 48. It was already night by the time they left the building. "Brother, how was my performance just now?" Nimue intimately hugged Lod and asked in a spoiled tone. "Well done." Lod smiled and rubbed Nimue's hair. He praised, "My Nimue is the best. He can already help Big Brother." He. Hearing Lod's praise, Nimue felt very happy. It was even sweeter than eating honey. Too shallow blush appeared on his face as he smiled happily. Although he was still with SHIELD, Lod had no scruples at all. He talked with Nimue about monitoring microbe on Fury. What was strange was that although an agent clearly walked past him, his expression did not change at all, as if he did not notice them at all. This was actually one of the new abilities that Lod had developed after he had the lineage of the Quincy. By controlling the spiritual droplets in the air, he built an absolute spiritual space within a few feet of his body as the center. There are two benefits to the absolute spiritual space. First, the concentration of spiritual droplets inside the absolute spiritual energy is far beyond the outside. It can accelerate the absorption speed of Death God or the Quincy, and it can also slowly recover the injuries on the body. Second, the absolute spiritual energy can isolate most of the detection equipment, telepathy, and eliminate the existence of the body. The reason why Lod developed this move was actually to prevent him from being spied on. Who asked Marvel World to have so many dangerous people? He did not want to be spied on by a telepathic ability user. Lod and Nimue chatted as they walked out of the building. "Wait. Mr. Lod." Suddenly, Carlson's voice came from behind. Lod and Nimue stopped and turned around, only to see Carlson running over. "What's the matter?" Lod's eyes turned cold, showing an impatient look. "I apologize for what happened just now." Carlson wiped the sweat off his face and revealed an apologetic expression. He said, "We were too anxious and worried that we would cause an accident like last night, so we said that." Lod said lightly, "It doesn't matter. Regardless of whether you agree or not, it will not affect Soul Society's decision." Carlson was a little embarrassed. Then, he quickly put on a professional smile and changed the topic. "Mr. Lod, why don't you let me escort you back?" This place was far from Manhattan, and there was a large area in the middle. Unless he wanted to use Hironkyaku to bring Nimue all the way back, it would be the best choice to sit in the car obediently. At the thought of this, Lod could not help but feel a little envious of Yuruaki's flash step. If he could have a ho-ho like Yuruaki, it was estimated that returning to Manhattan from here would only be a matter of a few ho-ho, so why would he need to take a car? After Lod carried Nimue to the front passenger seat, this was a cherry red 1962 Chevrolet Corvette, an antique car that had been around for a very long time. Nimue looked at the car curiously. He touched it and poked it. It looked like he liked it very much. It seems that the little princess likes Lola very much. Carlson sat in the driver's seat and smiled. "Laura." Nimue opened her big black eyes and looked at Carlson cutely. She tilted her head and said, "Is this its name?" "That's right, her name is Laura." Carlson gently stroked the steering wheel as if he was caressing an old lover. He revealed a smile and said, "This is my favorite car. It took me a lot of effort to get it." Nimue made a face, curled his lips and said, "Uncle Baldy, you are so weird. You actually have a relationship with a car." Ping. Lod vaguely heard the sound of glass shattering again. He turned to look at Carlson with an awkward expression. "Ahem." Carlson coughed to ease the awkwardness. "You are still young and don't understand. To men, cars are like the most loyal lovers. They will never betray you. You just need to add some oil occasionally. Good reply. He didn't expect that Carlson was also proficient in dodging bullet at a conversation and going directly to the right line. When, although it was an old, after being modified by SHIELD's black technology, the horsepower of it was definitely greater than most sports cars. Sit tight. Carlson kindly reminded, Lola is very brutal. Boom. The accelerator let out a beast-like roar, and Lola turned into a red bolt of lightning and sped away. Wow! Nemu cheered happily and opened his hands to enjoy the feeling of the wind blowing past his ears. Mr. Lod. Carlson held the steering wheel with one hand and asked, Can I ask you a question? Yes. With one hand on his cheek, Lod looked out the window at the scenery that was quickly retreating and said lightly, If you want me to not report to Seoul Society, then you should give up. Of course it is not this problem. Carlson shook his head and said, I just want to ask, if Seoul Society knows about this news, what will they usually do? This was what he really wanted to ask. It was also what Nick Fury was currently concerned about. When Seoul Society knew that the Quincy was not completely wiped out, what kind of action would he take? Lod sneered, Who do you think I am? I am just an ordinary death god. How can I know Seoul Society's decision? Although this answer was expected by Carlson, he was still unwilling to ask, Please, Mr. Lod, even if it is a blind guess. If Seoul Society knows the existence of the Quincy, will they invade New York and restart the original war? Large-scale invasion? Lod lamented in his heart. He didn't even have a hair of Seoul Society now, how could they invade? It seemed that the story of the day had scared SHIELD, which was why Carlson had tried every possible means to ask him about Seoul Society's next move. But this was also good. They could continue according to his plan. He wanted Seoul Society to slowly surface and constantly strengthen the credibility of SHIELD. The key point of lies could deceive people was that the information conditions of both sides were not equal. All the information that SHIELD knew was deliberately revealed by Lod through various channels. With such unfair information conditions, no matter how cunning Nick Fury was, it was impossible to break through the layers of fog and find out the truth hidden behind it. Lod supported his cheek with one hand and comforted, Don't worry, Seoul Society is not a brutal organization. How can they disregard the safety of humanity and start a war again? Hearing this, Carlson's heart, which was in his throat, relaxed a little. But before Carlson could completely relax, Lod's next words made his heart jump to his throat. However, according to my experience, Seoul Society should send one of its captain to the modern world. Lod said lightly. Creak. Laura suddenly braked, and the friction of the tires made a harsh sound, leaving 2 charred marks on the asphalt road. Carlson almost hit the steering wheel, while Lod and Nemu sat steadily on the fishing platform, not even shaking. Lod asked lightly, What's wrong? Carlson's face changed dramatically, and his voice became stuttering. Captain. Chapter 49. This news was no less than a huge rock. It suddenly fell into the calm lake, setting off waves several meters high. He clearly remembered that Lod had said that there were tens of thousands of people like him in Seoul Society's name. And among these tens of thousands of Death God, there were 13 Death God, who was crowned as the captain of the GODI-13, who possessed super terrifying combat strength, enough to crush any ordinary Death God. Now, Lod told him that such a terrible guy was actually coming to Earth soon. New York. Will it really not be destroyed? He thought of Hashwaltha's battle, the huge sword flame released in Hell's Kitchen, and then thinking of the unknown GODI-13 captain, Carlson could not help but shed a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Do you mean? Carlson swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, the captain of GODI-13. What are you implying at? Lod said with a trace of contempt in his eyes, No one can stop Hashwalth except the captain-level death god. Carlson was very panicked. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his sweat. Let me ask. How are the temper of the captains? Lod recalled and shook his head. There are a wide array of captains there, hard to tell. It seemed that there were only a few normal people in the original version of the Goti 13. First Division, Paranoid. Second Division, Tsundere. Third Division, Slit-Eyed Monster. Fourth Division, Big Chest Monster. Fifth Division, Pretentious Bastard. Sixth Division, Siskin Pretentious Bastard. Seventh Division, Furry. Eighth Division, Lazy Uncle. Ninth Division, so-called Partner of Justice. 10th Division, Little Shota and Oni-san. 11th Division, Battle Maniac. 12th Division, Insane. 13th Division, Sickly. To sum it up, Lod could hardly find a few normal people, and almost everyone had some problems. This time, Carlson was more panicked. Mr. Lod. Carlson said with a trembling voice, they won't destroy New York, will they? Lod thought for a moment and then replied, no. Carlson was doubtful about this. Really? Yes. Are you sure? I'm not sure. Then what if? Don't worry, the damage will be deducted from the team leader's reward. This sentence sounded familiar. The corner of Carlson's eyes twitched. Wasn't this routine that Shield used? Lod patted Carlson on the shoulder and comforted him, don't worry, the captain won't do it easily under normal circumstances. How unreliable. Carlson had no strength to retort. He could only lift his head and step on the accelerator, thinking about how to tell the director about this matter. God knows if Fury would be able to take this blow. As Carlson drove without slowing down, they soon entered the city. Nimue pointed to the tallest building not far away and asked, Uncle Baldy, what is that? Carlson glanced at it and said, oh, that is Tony Stark's building, the Stark Tower. It is one of New York City's landmark. Stark Tower. Nimue's eyes were sparkling as he said with anticipation, brother, I want to go and take a look, is that okay? The little girl obviously had no resistance to such a shiny and stylish building. In the face of Nimue's coquettish offensive, Lod smiled and scraped her nose, saying lovingly, then let's go. Anyway, there was no hurry. Carlson naturally would not refuse this request. No problem. We just happen to need to pass by that place. We can take you there to take a look. When? Lola roared and led the three of them along the spacious road. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to Stark Tower, Carlson suddenly heard a loud noise in his ear. Turning around, Carlson saw a wall of the factory next to him break open, and there were two human-shaped ironclad machines rushing over. Not good. Carlson's face changed greatly. The appearance of the two iron robot was too sudden, and their speed was very fast, causing Carlson to have no time to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as they charged at them. The next second, Carlson suddenly felt his body lighten. He was pulled up by his collar and then separated from Lola's seat, flying to the side at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Carlson sat down on the ground, and his face instantly turned pale from the pain. He couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Boom! The red old antique car had been scrapped back then, and had exploded on the spot from the collision of the two metal plates. The fiery red flames, accompanied by the scorching heat waves, instantly sent Carlson flying 3 to 4 meters away. The road that was originally crowded with cars collided with each other due to the explosion. For a time, the flames soared into the sky and the sound of honks was heard. Only then did Lod slowly land beside Carlson with Nimue in his arms. Nimue broke free from Lod's embrace and walked to Carlson's side. She poked his face and said with a serious expression, Uncle Baldy, your lover exploded. Carlson. This little girl, was really ruthless. Lod felt that if he opened Nemu's soul, it would definitely be black inside. My Lola. Carlson wanted to cry but had no tears. There was even a trace of moisture in his eyes. It could be seen how much he liked the car. Nemu imitated Lod and stroked Carlson's half-bald head. He said, "It's all right, Uncle Baldy. You can find another lover." How cruel. The corners of Lod's mouth twitched slightly. Why hadn't he noticed before that Nemu still had a poisonous tongue attribute? The corners of Carlson's eyes twitched violently a few times, and his chest heaved up and down continuously. He was crazily comforting himself in his heart. It doesn't matter. She is just a child who doesn't know anything. Don't be angry with a child. Stop messing around, Nemu. Lod held Nemu in his arms. If this little fellow continued to talk, Carlson might die of anger in advance. Carlson tried hard to calm down and glared at the human-shaped iron sheet. It was this damn thing that almost killed him just now. Ha ha ha. The huge silver robot got up and roared, "You're dead, Tony. Don't say it too early." Then a red robot with golden accent on its chest stood up, "Obadiah, it is not certain who will die." "Oh, a robot fight?" Lod suddenly became interested. It seemed that his luck was not bad. He just happened to encounter the first plot of Iron Man. However, the plot had obviously changed a little. Carlson, who should have gone to the factory to save Pepper Potts, was here. "Go to hell, Tony." Obadiah picked up a passing motorcycle and swung it at Tony. Bang! The huge force sent Tony flying in an instant. He slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Obadiah controlled the jet engine under his feet. He jumped several times in the air and landed next to Tony. He threw punches after punches, wantonly venting the anger in his chest. 40 years. I have always been supporting you and assisting you." Bang! 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 With his huge mech, Obadiah, with an overwhelming advantage, pressed Tony to the ground and beat him up. "I started this company from scratch. And you, Tony, a playboy, what have you done? You are just enjoying the benefits." Obadiah grabbed Tony and threw him out. Boom! The route Tony flew out was right next to Lod. Now, Obadiah shot out a rocket launcher from his shoulder and aimed it at Tony. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You can go to hell now, Tony. I will take care of your company and bring it to glory." Chapter 50. Go to hell. A hint of cruelty flashed in Obadiah's eyes as he shot the rocket off his shoulder. He seemed to have already seen Tony's miserable state after being blown to pieces, and the glorious future that belonged to him was about to begin. He would lead the Stark Group and become the world's most powerful weapon supplier. Phew! The rocket, dragging a long tail of flame, flew through the air and headed straight for Tony Stark. R. P. G. Carlson exclaimed, his face instantly turned pale, and then rushed to the side. "Sir, there are 2 civilians in the range of the rocket explosion," Jarvis reminded him faithfully. In the mech, Tony Stark was stunned. He suddenly turned his head and saw that there were civilians next to him, and one of them was a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. The little girl was looking at him with a pair of dark, pure, and flawless eyes, full of curiosity. In a flash, Tony felt as if the softness in his heart had been touched, and he subconsciously made a shocking move. Not only did he not run away, he instead rushed towards the rocket. "Run!" Tony roared and raised his leg to kick the rocket head, sending it flying into the air. Boom! The rocket exploded upward like a thunder, creating a huge wave of flames that engulfed everything within a few meters. Thanks to Tony's protection, Lod and Nemu were unharmed. On the other hand, Tony himself was sent flying into the wall by the shockwave of the explosion and landed heavily on the ground. Oof! Tony crawled up with stars in his eyes and complained, "Jarvis, remember to remind me next time to improve the shockproof system." "Okay, sir." "Why are you still struggling, Tony?" Seeing this, Obadiah became even more angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up and die." Obadiah raised his left hand, and the revolving machine gun hanging below him was aimed at Tony. "Go to hell, Tony." Along with Obadiah's roar, the bullet chamber of the machine gun rotated rapidly, releasing a roar that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Boom 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 boom. The 6 roaring barrels were like the deadly death god's sickle sword, pouring out the bullets like a storm with the firing speed of 6,000 bullets per minute. Obadiah raised the machine gun and fired wildly. The bullets poured out crazily. He did not care whether this would affect those civilians or not. "Obadiah, are you crazy?" Tony dodged left and right, frantically dodging the bullets. "You are slaughtering the civilians." This action made Tony dumbfounded. Even if Obadiah successfully killed him in the future, he would cause such a large number of civilians to die. Did he think that he would not be blamed by the Congress? Ha ha ha. Obadiah laughed wildly in the mech and said with a ferocious face, "I know what I'm doing. As long as I kill you, the entire Stark Industry Group will be mine. At that time, I only need to spend some money to silence those stupid politicians." D***MN. Tony was speechless. With his understanding of the politicians, they could really do such a thing. Don't ask, asking is freedom. In my so-called country of freedom, United States, there is a state of affairs here. Fuck. When Obadiah saw that he couldn't hit Tony, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he poured the bullets at Lot and Nemu. Bastard. Tony, who didn't have much battle armor energy, suddenly cursed in his heart. In order to protect the 2 civilians, especially the little girl, he had to stand up and fight again. Obadiah revealed a cruel smile. "In order to protect the 2 lives, you actually used your own body to block the gun, ha 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 ha." Tony endured the impact of the bullet and shouted at Lod, "Hurry up and take that child away from here." Crack. 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 The Gatling gun crazily spat out dazzling tongues of flame. Under the dark night, a series of concentrated bullets continuously bombarded Tony's mech like a storm, shooting out dazzling sparks and starlight. F***CK. Looking at the red screen in front of him and the damage reports from all over the mech, Tony could not help but curse in his heart and order Jarvis, "Jarvis, focus your energy on your chest." "Sir, the remaining energy is only 5. Are you sure you want to focus it all on your chest?" "I'm sure." "Do as I say." Tony roared. Buzz. In front of the chest of the golden red humanoid mech, the circular energy tank suddenly released a dazzling light. "Shoot him." Seeing that the energy had been gathered, Tony impatiently shouted. Boom. A blinding light formed from pure energy shot out from his chest, instantly sending Obadiah's huge body flying. After losing the last bit of energy, the light from his eyes and chest immediately dimmed, completely turning into a pile of scrap metal. Ha 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 ha. Obadiah laughed loudly and crawled out of the ruins again. Tony's desperate attack just now, other than making him a little dizzy, did not cause any substantial damage. "You have no energy left, Tony. I can finally kill you with my own hands." Obadiah walked over step by step, his face filled with joy. Thump. 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 The heavy footsteps of the mech were like a funeral bell that Death God was about to ring, ringing in Tony's heart one after another. The energy gauge decreased to 0, and the mech was a scrap metal. Tony's face was extremely pale, and he could not help but feel a trace of despair. "Am I going to die?" Tony's eyes dimmed as he said bitterly, "I didn't expect that I would die under my own invention. How f***ing ridiculous." Dong. Obadiah drove his mecha over. When he saw the little Nemu and Lod, he said disdainfully, 2 bugs, get out of my way, or I'll stomp you to death. I'm sorry, are you talking about me? Lod pointed at himself with a question mark. Damn yellow monkey, die with Tony. Obadiah was too lazy to talk nonsense with these 2 people. He impatiently raised his machine right arm and smashed it at Lod and Nemu. No. Obadiah. Seeing that the huge mechanical arm was about to fall, Tony cried out in alarm and closed his eyes. He seemed to have already seen the 2 people being smashed into a pile of mud by Obadiah. Akoros, Shinso. The next second, a blinding silver light suddenly appeared, accompanied by a bone-chilling light that instantly cut off the huge mechanical arm. The mechanical arm fell to the ground, and sparks flew out from the cracks. Lod narrowed his eyes into a line, and the corners of his lips curved into a fatal arc. What did you say just now? Can you repeat it? Only then did Tony and Obadiah react, their faces full of shock and confusion. Obadiah subconsciously moved his lips. You. Clang. A dazzling light shot out from sword, and the mech was instantly split into 2 from the outside to the inside. Acquired, lower soul *10. Lod curled the corners of his mouth, thinking that he was indeed a piece of iron trash. In any case, he could be considered a traitor, but in the end, he was only worth a low-grade soul. No wonder the bloody Tony in the movie could kill him instead.